Welcome to the last stage. I'll be seeing you. Survival of the fittest isn't me or you. Welcome to the last days. I'll be seeing you. God gives us no surprises. Will you see us soon? Welcome to the last days. I'll be seeing you. Survival of the fittest isn't me or you. Welcome to the last days. I'll be seeing you. Drop it. Drop it. Drop. And I'ma pull up praise and pop it with my partner. And I'ma get we paid in all our daily mantra. And I'ma pop out pushing, showing ain't no problem. Victory upon us. Welcome to the last days. I'll be seeing you. Survival of the fittest isn't me or you. Welcome to the last days. I'll be seeing you. God gives us no surprises. Will you see us soon? Welcome to the last days. I'll be seeing you. Survival of the fittest isn't me or you. Welcome to the last days. I'll be seeing you. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it like that little hoe taught that other one to twerk. Popping at the mouth like pistols, picturing gunpowder burn. Burning me with nothing. I would never care about what you heard. I'ma get what's mine. I don't care what's his or hers. Do not cross the line. May my peace not be disturbed. Seeing through the lies. D&D when I search. Practice what I speak. I see they speak this cause my words. Hear my message for the earth. We saying, welcome to the last days. I'll be seeing you. Survival of the fittest isn't me or you. Welcome to the last days. I'll be seeing you. God gives us no surprises. Will you see it soon? Hey! Do not get your feelings hurt. I'm a god amongst this earth. We are one we call that serve. Don't care if one on your nerves. You better earn like ash mount. We in the jar and bought I heard. One walk to walk so much. My legs got to my feet burn. You get what you deserve. This grace is when we learn. This truth is my being heard. This form is beyond words. Still singing 33s to fates and phonies. Feeling eager. Seen many bullets as a child. Escaping death for seekers. Stay resurrecting through the rhythm. Children saying naughty return. Cut many off and popped out. 1 week later I told your eyes scream out. This culture I seen hawks and vultures, got dead homies calling. I raised them up, no murder, pop in my party. I told you I'm father, no liars around me. You'll die if you're la 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 la, don't get bodied. My shooter is these words, oh now naughty starting. I walked right up, told them, oh truly it's a pistol. Truly is a pistol. When we speak, it's the bullets loud. Truly is a pistol. Truly is a pistol. We can raise the dead or be dead is on and that's on God. I don't care about what's even to you or odd. Our life not to facade. No cares about who walk up. We walk in, we gon' ride like children. We shone sliding. R.I.P. Rest in peace. ALEPH got foes firing. Oh, I see now. We see. We are one. We ain't tired in God in this form. Yes, I am. Now I'm shown popping. Picture images of me and us laughing by job bars. I'm singing. Ha ha ha. I'm cheesing for more shots like flashing. It's like, this sound is my style. I'm not proud. No, I'm beyond. I never tasted death. Laughing and forgiving, saying they tried. I never tasted death. Laughing and forgiving, saying they tried. I never tasted death. Laughing and forgiving, saying they tried. I resurrect. We shown timeless. Been like this for eons. You understand? We beyond. You understand? We beyond. You understand? We beyond. Truly, it's a pistol. Truly, it's a pistol. Truly, it's a pistol. When we speak, it's the bullets loud. Truly, it's a pistol. Watch the bullets when we speak is loud. Truly, it's a pistol. We can raise the dead or be dead. It's on all. Truly, it's a pistol. And then you found the sun. Then you found the sun. And then you found the sun. And then you found the sun. And then one found the sun. Pick them off the final ropes. No, this not tug of war. I rope them out like West Side Cowboys in cattle courts. And court of hypocrites. No, I punted them like sport. I never judge nor gotta defend all of my awards. It's getting deep subconsciousness with living water springs. Like trampolines, the children sing as they feel the breeze. I fist feed through food for thought. In these punchlines, my father is the one speaking one time. My father is the one speaking one time. My father is the one speaking one time. Beyond timelessness and moments, monumental wise. One's within totally in my mountainous mind. Never with envy. That's where we're starting. Peace unto you, I am Nadiie. We are eternally graceful for your presence. This is what we bring forth as part 2 of the immovable race of perfect humanity and earth origins totally. So as you can see, got a little smeared a little bit, but we're back. As you see, we have a piece of chalk, small piece, as they say, understanding of a mustard seed. We're going to finish this up. We're going to do a recap. Redraw and just redraw this smudgy ways. Alright. Get this together. While we wait, type your questions in the comments if you have questions. I've seen one question. Let me get to it. Crystal. Okay. We're going to do recap of this. Alright, so okay, so we're here. Alright, so quick recap from yesterday. And then we'll get back to the show. Allowing all the energies to flow. We're having fun. You gotta make it to where you have fun, you understand? Wisdom, divine wisdom, divine feminine, innocence, divine masculine. There you are, chalk. Wisdom, divine feminine. So wisdom equals divine feminine. Innocence equals divine masculine. When you put wisdom and innocence together, you get life. We left off on the 5 seals. So we'll pick up on the 5 seals area. IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, ENOCH. We have pre-existence, all around that which is existence. We have YAZEDEKUS, Sackless, Samil. We have wisdom descending to get YAZEDEKUS, Sackless, Samil to come back is innocence. It's not egoic. So because wisdom had what is called the will to return back home to pre-existence, that is what allowed the pathway that they so-called say ninth spirit, what allowed wisdom to be innocence. And innocence is that direct, divine, masculine. When you put wisdom, that which is divine feminine, women are more intuitive. They love deeply. They have a lot of knowledge. You know, quick little fun fact, Yeshua actually had more women disciples around him than men. So when you put both of them together, you produce that which is life. Remember, Sophia and Zoe, they're just characters. Sophia just literally translates to the word wisdom. Zoe literally translates to the word life. Some people just like to religiousize things they don't understand, similar to Plato's allegory in the cave, where the people that were chained up in shackles started to worship the shadows on the wall. Okay. Now that we have the recap, finish it. All right. Let's go with our intro. So, peace unto you. As you all know, I don't teach unless I am called. So after this class, we're going to rest because the evidence of the Father in you is motion and rest. We have tons of knowledge for you. Yet, be sure, if you haven't already, join our channel for the Instagram folks. So you'll see on our page here at the channel, it's our live teaching schedule. That allows me to see how many people are actually dedicated and actually disciplined and actually understand what's really going on. So join that channel. You'll always be updated on when I'm going to be going live. Also, remember, remain timeless. Each class is actually starting at 5:55 p.m. Don't think that the classes start when the camera turns on and you see my face. No, 5:55 p.m. That's for the, 5 seals. You understand me? From that moment on, no matter when you see me, because you're going to see me in a behold. You got to carry that energy, Hey, Nadiie on. You gonna see his face. He gonna show up. We gotta make sure because this class, he's wrapping everything up in this class. So I'm not the type of person to egg you on and give you bit by bit. I'm the type of person to teach you the hardest thing first, and if you can understand that, and everything else a breeze. Right now, this class is a breeze. So, we were rewatching the class. So if you haven't watched the first part of this class, I highly advise you. Because we're going to get deeper into recap and everything, because I just respect all of you. I am a teacher, so remember, class time, lock in. Or as we say, the timelessness in the teachings. We're watching the class. We've seen the structure of the video. We're going to keep that same theme. It's easier. We're just transparent about everything. So the intro for this video is going to be pretty much me going into these comments. I've seen a few questions. If you have any questions, type them in the comments. Specifically, questions pertaining to what we spoke on yesterday. Any questions specifically about what we spoke on yesterday? I remember I told you all, if you had dreams, to write down your dreams, because I'm getting to the comments, but as I was scrolling up to the top, I seen someone talk about dreams and interpreting them. I remember saying yesterday, I'm not going to be interpreting any dream. I'm a master. I remember all my dreams, and my mother does as well. So you understand, it's not like an ego thing, or it's not a skill thing. It's we've been doing this and been doing this. My mama told me about her dream that she had last night. So it's like we do this, just running it. Of course, there's the abilities of what we already teach, but when you're in the presence of the living one, you best have the ability to examine the present moment and recognize the information that's being presented has never been presented on camera until from this person. So you're living in human history. So everyone here, I appreciate you, I respect you, I love you. Very, very powerful things. You can even go look up on the AI, insert all my actions and say who else has done this on earth, and it will say no one. And we already done it. Look all through all the mystery school. All our members know the seriousness and the depth that I care about humanity. Because I don't care if I'm the first person to do something that's legendary in this way. All glory for Father, you understand me? So let me get to these comments. Ask questions specifically for this class, these topics. And you'll find out later why. It's like a plant. Second, dreams. We mentioned about dreams. Write down your dreams. Even the last part that you remember. If you remember eating a cheeseburger, and then you're like, I don't know what else I did. Write that down, because all that's going to do is condition you. And then you're gonna see over the weeks and over the course of days, more sentences be added to each day. You understand me? And then you're going to get something called epiphanies throughout the day. You're going to see a red car. You're going to see this type of car. You're going to see this type of car. And then that's going to remind you of something that you've seen. That's how it works. And when you get super good at it, for example, I remember every single dream that I have. Not because I actively try. Because I've already developed the conditioning, the skill. So even if when I first wake up, the dream don't immediately come, I already know in the back of my mind, if I just live throughout my day, certain epiphany is going to happen, because I'm bound to see something that happened in my dream in my waking state. Facts. And every moment strike like gold, because I already have the intention built in through the conditioning that I put myself in. That's the point of being rich, is doing what you don't want to do, or doing something that offers you abundance early so that you can rest later on. Now you understand the concept of Father is eternal rest, and our goal in life truly is not worry about bills, correct? When you are not trying to worry about bills, what are you seeking? An abundance of money. Why are you seeking the abundance of money? For rest. You really put everything together, you're like, it all still goes back to the evidence of the Father in you is motion and rest. All right, so let me get to these comments. Also, when I put a prompt for all the people that's a part of the channel members, when I put a prompt specifically for those watching the pre-recorded, just put a comment in, and I'll make sure I add those comments to our conceptualization list. But specifically on Instagram, there's that channel that is my live teaching schedule. We have, last time I checked, 32 members in it. So we got 32 members! Yeshua had 12. And the nature of these teachings is you're either, for us, the immovable race of perfect humanity, or you're not. The nature of these teachings is going to show who's reptilians, because this is for the immovable race of perfect humanity. This is not for reptilians. This is for humanity. This is not for giants and Nephilim. This is for humanity, the immovable race of perfect humanity. So you get to see how this truly shows why my Father gave humanity a planet, and why you got all these other races pissed because that didn't happen for them. And now you see why they want to control the planet that we were sent to have dominion over. You understand me? So we're gonna cover everything today in class, but we're gonna make sure that y'all all understand it, because this is an actual class. So I'm at the top of the comments. One of the master students says, "Wishing you well, man. I got a question. Are you vegan?" I am currently on a 21-day walk. Can't say too much, but I'm on a 21-day walk. Traditionally, I would be classified as a plant-based vegan. I haven't been eating meat since I've been meeting over 15 years. So you have that. Now let's get back on track. So one person said, how can I remember my dreams? If you listen to this class, these teachings, you will have experiences in your resting state. Write those down and then bring them up for our next class. If I get enough questions, because I'm going to put another prompt in after this live. If I get enough questions in the prompt, you may get a surprise live. Because remember, I only teach based on when God tells me to go. But if enough people is telling me to go, then that's God talking to me through y'all. Y'all understand me? Okay. One of the master students asked a question, can a soul signature be expressed through art? That's a very, very, very powerful question. And we're just going to prove how it can. All right. Recap. Hold on. One of the master students, they said the word crystallize. So that is specifically a question from and for today and yesterday's class, so-called. So, thank you for actually paying attention to the directions. You would get an A+ in my class. You said, so everything that is crystallized was at once existence. Okay, now, again, it'll all be expressed through the recap. Both of those answers for both of those questions. Congratulations to both of you. Okay, anything else, God? Oh, before we dive deep, because when I lock in, you know, it's just like, you know, please, everyone, remember, go on our page, watch our documentary called Am Nadiie. So on YouTube, also on the main page of our Instagram page, so y'all don't have to leave the app for your convenience. Listen to the music that we dropped. Very, very powerful music. 2 songs, the Rainbow one, Chrism, for the documentary. So deep, need a documentary to expound upon it. Click the link in bio for everything that we offer. I want to know an ebook, God's Plan for Humanity, A Message from the Mountaintop. If you truly do not have the means, don't worry about it. Just DM me 33. I'll give you our gift for free, or as we say, for community service. Now, if you do have the means, it's actually lying if you try to accept what I offer as a gift when you have the means, because you know what the cost is. So, yeah. You understand when Yeshua was talking to the rich man, and the rich man said, I wanted to be down. I want to be a part of the crew. And Yeshua said, well, give up all your riches right now. And the rich man said, I can't do that. That means you actually don't want to be a part of the crew. You understand me? Because when God say, all right, let's drop everything, step in the sun, you see we got more neuromelanin in our form. You understand me? So when God say, drop everything, step in the sun, you see we got more neuromelanin in our form. You understand me? All right, so here we are. The recap. Okay, so type 33s in the chat if you were here yesterday. This is what's going to allow me to understand how I'm going to teach today's class. Am I going to teach it more recap heavy, or I'm gonna teach it more pick up where we left off heavy? So type 33s in the chat if you were here in yesterday's teaching, live teaching. Type 33s in the chat if you were here in yesterday's live teaching. All right, we got 133, we got 233s, 333s. All right, I like the sound of that. I like 333s. I keep seeing y'all. I like that. Okay, perfect. So we got more than 333 people here. Okay, perfect. Remember that which is existence itself. Existence itself is here in that circle. And don't worry, we'll redraw everything and all of that. But you know how sometimes when you try to remember things, they look a little blurry sometimes. Then the more you remember it, it gets more clear in its rendering of the image. You'll see that in a real moment. All of this is existence. Notice how it's still inside pre-existence. You understand me? It's still inside pre-existence. Because you can't escape what doesn't exist, because the ability of Source to speak to you through perception is not bound to a form. Therefore, for so it's not bound to existence. You understand me? Everything here is crystallized in that which is the pre-existence. So we have that understanding. Let me scroll it back up to your question. So the first question, for example, one of the master students says, can a soul signature be expressed through art? This is the immovable race of perfect humanity, where billions and billions of souls may be a part of it if they so choose. Yeshua, specifically to let you know people's consciousness of that day, he said, every one out of 1,000 and every two out of every 10,000. So every one out of every 1,000 and every two out of every 10,000. That's what I'm going to choose. Okay. It's still a choice. It's a will involved. Yet all of this is still that which is the truth of that which is the soul spirits that are of that which is the immovable race of perfect humanity. So in your face, you're seeing that which is what is a signature expressed through art. Now, because you, in a masterful way, utilize that which is the word art, A-R-T, that allows the floodgates, because that which is art in and of itself is subjective, which means to one person, they may look at this and not understand what it is, but to another person, they may look at this and they be like, oh my gosh, this is legendary. You understand me? Art can also be expressed simply through that which is the sound. When we started off the live, we performed a few songs. That's art. And when you print out the lyrics for that, you'll be like, oh my God, this is deeper than what even Yeshua said. So when you leave this live today and you have far more answers than the question that you started with, then you have to ask yourself, did this man really express that which is the signature of truth through art? Ask yourself that. And the answer will lead you to that which is the light. So now the second question from one of the other master students says, so everything that is crystallized was at once existence. This is a very important question. Before we erase everything, this question has to be addressed. Remember when we spoke of the nature of pre-existence is what we would so-called say crystallized, because crystallized is every color, every shape, every sacred geometry, every everything. This has its own dominion. All of this is existence. The basis for existence, foundation for existence is form itself. Remember, one of the 12 realms, grace, truth, form, that which is forms the first light / first angel, Harmazel. Form. Form is what directly allows one to be in existence. Father has no form, yet Father still has the ability to speak to you. So then now your fundamental identity has to be re-registered. The divine feminine wisdom went in its mother energy and descended down inside its own mishap, Yadabath, Sakla, Samel, with the intent to bring it back home, back up to the pre-existence. That is what allows it to be innocent. Innocence is the divine masculine. That caused life to happen. Now the immovable race of perfect humanity has bodies. The reason why this part is so important is I'm going to introduce to you why the spirit world, the spirit realms, the astral projection, why all of that plays a heavy role. Why astral projection is popular now. Why I as the Christ, the successor of Yeshua at 13 years old, was taught by a person named Ryan Cropper, who's the astral projection authority. How all of this plays a part in here. How they all used to use these gifts to willy-nilly go into the spirit realm. How the dream realm plays a part of it. Why I told y'all in the first class to write down your dream after hearing this sacred knowledge. It goes really, 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 really deep, okay? So far, type 33s in the chat, y'all too, if I answered your question. Because before I continue, because remember, the nature of school, the nature of class, the nature of teachings in front of a crowd and continue teachings with the disciplined folk is you may have the boldness to ask the question that other people thought, but they didn't have the boldness to ask. So type 33s, y'all too, in the chat if I answered your question. If you have more questions based on the answer presented, type those questions in so we may address everything before we erase it, because once it's erased, it is erased. All right, one of the master students, 33, so I answered his question. We're still waiting for one of the other master students. The one that asked, can a soul signature be expressed through art? Now, while we wait for him, because that one is about art, it's very general. Let's begin with what we got in store for you today. Remember, the saunas are very, very important. Sweating is so incredibly important. Opening up the pores is the best way to cleanse. There you are. Alright. Now, also, do you have any other questions? Any other questions in regards to today's class? Any other questions? Type them in the comments if you have any other questions. Okay. Right. Okay. No questions? Okay. Oh, one. All right. All right, cool. Okay. He typed his question, one of the master students. He said, crystallized God, it's timeless, so basically that's the underlying structure, and then, okay. Oh, let's will this in. So the master student says, and I quote, crystallized God. Okay, well, you said the word God. You have to know what actual God means. People that say the word God, they don't know what it means. Doesn't work. God is the totalities. Father created the totalities. You understand me? Turn on Do Not Disturb. Father created the totalities. God. God, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. That's what it is. When you understand that God is the totalities, you understand when the animals get the sense that the earthquake is going to come and they all run to the mountain, they don't question it. That's God, the totalities. When the animals get the sense that the earthquake is going to come, and they run to the mountains. They run to a high elevated surface. You can look up, it's a real thing. In that moment, when the animals get that sense and that tsunami is coming, that earthquake is coming, run to the mountains. They all know it days before it happened. Everybody's thinking it's a miracle. It's just simply, righteously, simply, God, the totalities, showing you what totally listening looks like. You understand me? No hesitation. Now you understand why our now equal one's mentor Yeshua, in his own record, spoke on animals. They see the obvious. That's the one thing that animals have that some humans, come on. They can see the obvious. Man has the ability, even though the animals are stronger than him, to tame those beasts. So now we got that understanding. You continue with, so crystallized God. So this will only mix this with one particular interpretation, so I'm happy you said it. Crystallized God. when we're talking about the nature of pre-existence, we're not speaking on what you think God is. Because remember, Father had to create God, the totalities, as that which is a remedy. Yet Father in and of itself is pre-existence. So it's not crystallized God, for that which is what is crystallized is what we understood as the structures of everything, is the rendering of that which is the image. That is what the crystallized part is. What is crystallized is your willingness to participate by way of perception to the reception of that which is the bridal chamber of Father, being married to that which is the idea of the pre-existent one. The more you're comfortable with that image and that perception, more quickly do the images become rendered when you're experiencing your visions and revelations. More realistic, because it is real. Reality. Does it become in its quickness and its long, elongated moment that you're able to receive? You're staying there seemingly longer. For example, when in our mystery school we posted a vision, a very powerful vision that we had in regards to us passing a specific test in regards to Enoch, seeing the exact same portal that opened up that Enoch showed and talked about and wrote about. And as we perceived this light peripherally much more, through the peripheral view, we were able to bring forth some form of understanding of this light, this form of crystallized. It was like a form, not a form. It was just crystallized. Literally every single shape, every single light, every single everything as it pertains to Father. See God the totalities as the ability of comprehension. Because in order to be a God is to have complete yaing, Y-E-A-I-N-G, is to have complete yaing to be a God. As a God, you have no questions, for you have only answers. So complete comprehension would be God. The ability of comprehension is only useful in existence when there are some that think they don't know, or there are some that respect what they don't know, wisdom. So God isn't even a factor in pre-existence. Because Father doesn't need to comprehend everything because it knows everything. There isn't a part of it that requires comprehension because all is already known. So it's still as innocent as a newborn baby. A newborn baby does not need to know how to speak the language that its parents spoke. The parents just put that on the newborn baby because that's the way that they communicate. That's the way they're able to comprehend each other. God is not bound to the ways a form is able to interpret or a form is able to receive. The reason why we're saying this part so important is because when you insert that word G-O-D, you have to really understand what you're saying. So now we have a better understanding. So let's continue with what the Master Student said before we get into class. So he said crystallized God. So now we know that crystallized and God do not go in the same hand in hand. They're different hands. So we say it's timeless. So when you say the word it, you're referring to that which was what we already transmuted. So now that we have that new transmutation, we will transmute that word God into crystallized pre-existence. So we got crystallized pre-existence. It's timeless. So basically, that underlying structure. The word structure is so important that now we're on track. Just by transmuting that word God into pre-existence, now you understand that which is the truth. The only way people could understand that sentence is if they have the proper interpretation. They would see, having the proper interpretation is, I see why that's the proper interpretation. But when it comes to the nature of the importance of this type of teaching, we're not leaving no room with just straight truth. Total truth. Remember God, the totalities. So total truth. You understand me? So we're going to reread what the student master said, but just transmute that word God into pre-existence for it to actually be truth. Because everything else seems like it's good. So we're going to continue. So student master says, crystallize God. Crystallize pre-existence. There it is. So crystallize pre-existence. Pre-existent properly. Because, for example, my father's on record. It says, the Father is single like the number one. If you truly understand that, then you will understand the concept of we're saying God is single the number one because the number one is the only way we can absolutely express that something is there. But truly, if you understood the nature of pre-existence, God is actually the number 0. You understand me? And then you will see why drawing a circle is the best expression of God. And you'll see why all throughout their science communities, everything is created on curves, not angles. You're getting deep, right? You asked a very deep question, so you're getting a very deep answer. All right, so transmuting what he said, crystallized pre-existent. It's timeless. So basically, that's the underlying structure. Yes. When you understand that which is pre-existent is crystallized, that's timeless. Why? Because the foundation and inception of time finds itself in existence. And we're talking about pre-existence. So such concepts don't even exist because we're dealing with pre-existence. So you're right. It's timeless. So basically that's the underlying structure. And then you say and, which is additional, then to continue with a discovery, but, now the word but, only with a proper interpretation we can understand this, because the word but didn't have to be there. But is like a epiphany. It's like an epiphany word. I'm going to take you to this path, but you can go to this path. But can also be, I'm going to tell you this, but this. So it's interpretation based. That's why you don't want to use the word but too much, B-U-T. But beyond the crystals that already stringing together, because we're talking about something beyond crystals, because we talked about yesterday's class, the fundamental difference between what is crystallized and what is crystals. But beyond the crystals is the light. Okay. That big bro is cooking. When you zoom in. Okay, hold on. You're cooking. Student master continues, or part of master student continues the I think you're talking about microcosm. Microcosm. Okay. Microcosm. Yeah, the animating force. Okay, you said all right, so you said the word animating, specifically that word we said yesterday in regards to how the native language, the way our language is built is very simple. When you study language, you'll recognize as an English speaker the importance of the word, because as an English speaker, you have the absolute responsibility to make sure that your words are strung together in such holy and righteous synthesized ways specifically for that which is the language of imperishability to flow effortlessly through that which is the form that we choose in that which is the race of immovable race of perfect humanity, which is the Son, who is comprised of grace, truth, form, conceptualization, perception, memory, understanding, love, idea, perfection, peace, wisdom, peace, perfection, idea, love, understanding, memory, perception, conceptualization, form, truth, grace. And we spoke on how in the language of Successor, we have words for that which is animate objects, and we have words for that which is inanimate objects. But we recognize foundationally that all is alive. It's just animate or inanimate. And we use that as an example. This chalkboard, for example, traditionally seen as inanimate, but when you understand that when you zoom in, this is comprised of that which is molecules that are vibrating very tensely, tightly next to each other. And when you understand that fact, it has energy, frequency, and vibration. When you understand that your perception has the ability to adjust on any scale, energy, frequency, and vibration, then you'll recognize more of what is so-called said alchemy. Alchemy, when you enter alchemy, you're entering into the type of gifts and abilities that Yeshua were using casually. Water into wine, ear cut off, put it back on. All of that is the understandings of alchemy, the understanding of alchemy. Alchemy is, it does not matter what is presented in form of scenario that is in my so-called immediate reality. I have the direct authority by way of perception for Father from grace, for truth, in truth, as form, to bring forth a transmutation, adjusting, a love-based understanding that shifts whatever radically to the point where, because we understand sound waves, the word is vibration, the importance of the we're going to do that one, but right before class starts. But I can send a sound wave to the board with the proper way, with the proper energy, and now the molecules that are, because remember, the molecules, even though they're vibrating tightly next to each other, there's still a space in between them. It's just not a visible space to the retinas until the retinas. Now we go back into what the student master said. He said, beyond the crystals is the light when you zoom in. Just because something looks one way to your retinas, we already understand. You can go on Google right now. Go on Google right now, and you'll see the laughable answer, that which is the percentage that the average human being that is not a part of our mystery school sees on the light spectrum is laughably low. So that directly lets you know that the nature of what they're trying to teach you is degrading your ability to actually literally see the truth, because in order to see what's actually going on in the spirit world, those with two good ears had best listen. Those with two good ears had best listen of the class. Those with two good ears had best listen. The nature of seeing the spirit world simply is having a form with the perception that sees further along on the light spectrum. Type 33s in the chat if what I just said makes sense. That your ability to see more than that laughable answer that you can look up on Google, or how much the average person sees in the light spectrum, is the direct result of how much of the spirit world you see, literally. So, for example, people that see spirits walking and ghosts walking, if you were to test their eyes, they actually see further along on the light spectrum than the next person. Literally. And when you enter that which is astral projection, the astral body, we'll talk about all of that when we actually start class. Astral projection, the astral body, you're not bound to eye muscles and retina fatigue. So you're automatically seeing way more on the light spectrum based on your frequency, and that is based on how much love you have in your heart. Or as we say, how much love you have filled up or stored up, specifically. So then the master student goes on to say, the microcosm. The microcosm does not matter, because, for example, human being biology doesn't matter, and the microcosm does not matter. Just like how astronomy does not matter. So you got three pieces that does not matter. The human being biology does not matter. We're going to explain why in today's class, but just to give you a little bit more tea, the reason why it doesn't matter is because even though you have to experience all of this through the flesh, because we're in the flesh, your goal is to leave the flesh. Your goal is absorb as much knowledge as you can while you're in the flesh. And when you receive this knowledge, now your goal should be, how am I able to reach the imperishable realm in the way that even Enoch received it, to where the Holy One took his body with him. So Enoch didn't have to do it Yeshua's way and actually go through the so-called death process to get the wisdom of death to prove that it doesn't exist. Enoch just lived so holy and righteous. God took him, yeeted him and his body into the imperishable realm. That is everyone that is a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity's goal. To live so holy and righteous that one day in your resting state you open your eyes and now you're just in the imperishable realm, kind of confused on what happened. But God is saying, congratulations, you won the contest. You understand me? So this master student doing real good. A nice chunk. Remember I told you that if you ask deep questions and pertaining to the class, the video is longer. Because I'm a teacher, literally. I specialize in social emotional development. Everyone that knows me, all my members, y'all know I'm the Christ and all of that, so y'all understand the importance of it. But we can't even proceed into the next phase until we fully have everything wrapped together perfect. No, there's like no questions, not because you're reluctant in asking the questions, but because you genuinely have all your answers. You understand me? All right. So, animating force, we talked about the animating. So then, master student continues. It says, isn't called the light of eternal immovable? No. So listen, we're going to make it more simple. You may have heard it said, but I said, as all that which is true, immovable race of perfect humanity. Very, very simple. When you're in that, beyond. So then, master student continues, there are actually crystals when you zoom in on the microscope. This is where so remember, because I already said we're not talking about microcosm, because that's just a way for Sactus to trick you to thinking something else is more cooler than what you actually already are. You understand me? We're going to talk about what Ant-Man deals with in his world, because all you're doing is becoming more dense. You're going from the third dimension to the first dimension. The microscopic levels, that's the first dimension. All of that's the first dimension. Before we had a human form, you had to go to the first dimension. You had to be a microbe. You want to go backwards, or do you want to go inwards? You understand me? All right. Continue. 33. See the 30 squared to the bottom. 33. All right. So then, master student concludes. This string was all the same master student. Master student concludes with, so it's like a prism of light. Hold on. Oh, I think he's cooking. I think he's cooking. Okay, we did everything for a reason. Don't get it twisted. Everything, and for a reason. So master student says, so it's like a prism. Why do you think the Egyptian pyramids had a point? What did they say you're not supposed to do in a thunderstorm? Put your umbrella that's metal high up. Why? Because that point is what's going to allow something called conductivity, which is going to attract the energy, frequency, vibration of the thunder. And that lightning is going to strike, is going to catch it. Now you understand the pyramids. You understand me? Now you understand. Okay, let's continue. So he says, so it's like a prism. Y'all see God flowing. So it's like a prism of light. Okay, you're cooking. As long as you have the proper interpretation. That spreads. Oh, hold on. He continues. You don't even need the proper interpretation, because the proper interpretation is built in reading the full statement. So it's like a prism of light that spreads out all the colors. Yes. Now right there, that word all. I see why God, my Father, had me do that. So the reason why we talked about what God, the totalities, is, remember, we're going to post this one too for the ones that are just now joining. And for the ones that's pre-recorded, type the comments, all the questions, and, all of that. We talked about what is God. I see now why for this moment. Because you utilize that, which is the word all. A-L-L, as simple as what that word looks like. Stop and process that all and totally are the same thing. It's the same. Remember when you talked about soul signature? Well, in our mystery school, we teach of energetic signatures. So now, because you're wise, you're getting specific knowledge from me. See me as a treasure chest. And if you send the proper sentence to me, you get the proper answer out. You understand me? The light code is the key. What is a light code when you're in a human being biology form? A perfectly holy and righteous synthesized sentence. That is what a light code is. Crack the code right there. You understand me? So see us as the treasure that is waiting for the light code, which you have delivered. We're going to read it again because it's so important. The master student says, so it's like a prism of light. Why do you think the crown chakra, crown energy center, as we say, at the top? What is the top? And remember, your form, what is your humanoid form? What is your human biology form? It's a structure. What is the structure? What is always the top of, what is the top of Mount Everest? The peak. It's the point. It's all modeled together. So when you start from the top, well, now you understand why Yeshua, our now equal one's mentor, said in his true teachings, it's all in the mystery school, I have came to make the below like the above, the out like those in. You understand me? When you are in the presence of one who has the Spirit, why do you think yesterday in part 1 of this class, even though when we rewatched it, we said all the right words, so part 1 is the whole class, but the nature of God. I always say God works in win-win scenarios, so even though we successfully taught the full of everything in that one class, there's still more abundance coming from that class. Yet, when you are taught by one who receives that which is the Spirit, why do you think in the recording we said first or second hand account in regards to the awareness of crystallization? First or second hand, specifically. Now you understand why our now equal one's mentor Yeshua in the 114 Secret Sayings said, where there are 3, they are divine. Where there are 2 or 1, I am with that one. You understand me? Why? Arising out of the mind of the Father, Barbello. Self-aware thought. Barbello, my mother, is the self-aware thought of Father. Barbello truly gave us life. Gave us the ability for wisdom and innocence to produce life. You understand me? So what you're saying is really deep, because it's bringing this out. It's bringing pieces of what we're going to teach in today's class out. So congratulations. So continue, the master student says, so it's like a prism of light. So now we understand the Egyptian pyramids. Oh, you just keep, that's how I know what you're saying is deep. Every time I repeat it, God gives me something else that's deep. Now you understand the pyramids, they're modeled after the human being body. When people make that connection, the literal pyramids are modeled after the human being body, and you will find out why the dimensions of the foundations of the pyramids is a direct alignment with our 12 realms: grace, truth, form, conceptualization, perception, memory, understanding, love, idea, perfection, peace, wisdom. And you will understand why this knowledge, the actual address of the museum that contains this ancient records of Yeshua's true teachings, is in Egypt. Why do you think? You see, I put everything together. You're like, oh, I didn't know he was going to put it together like that. He cooking. No, you're a cooking student, master. Pardon me, master student. All right, so let's continue. So it's like a prism of light that spreads out. Whoo! Why is this important? I'm telling you, we might have a whole class just on your understanding. Congratulations. Spreads out. The reason why it spreads out caused that which is a vision from Father to be sent. Remember, we told y'all yesterday, the nature of the spirit world is sharing. The nature of existence is taking. Remember how we said this board is taking the space above my lap. Therefore, now this eraser, sponge, cannot fill the same space because the board is taking the space that is a notch under it, above my lap. So the nature of existence is taking. I'm sitting in this chair. No one else can sit in the chair. Literally. Because if you try to sit on the chair, you're actually sitting on my form. The nature of existence is taking. When you truly understand, those with two good ears had best listen. This is the second, those with two good ears had best listen in today's teaching. Those with two good ears had best listen. When you truly understand that the nature of the spirit world is completely opposite. I'm talking about completely opposite. Literally opposite of the way existence works. Existence is based on taking space. Example, no one can sit in the chair that I'm sitting in because I'm sitting in it because I'm taking the space that the chair is guarding. The nature of the spirit world, there could be 100 trillion beings in one chair. Now you understand Ra the Sun God. Ra the Sun God is multiple spirits in one form. One of the few archetypes that have the strength to even do that. Now you understand Yeshua and his ability, because Yeshua came after Ra the Sun God. So Yeshua had to one-up Ra the Sun God. How did Yeshua do that? Yeshua said, dang, Ra the Sun God, you gave me a tall task. If people truly knew how many spirits you actually were, you may talk to Ra, you may talk to one version of Ra the Sun God, and then you mess around and talk to the other one, the Amun Ra. You don't want to talk to Amun Ra. You want to talk to normal Ra. But then there's tons of others. So Yeshua said, how am I able to be totality in human form? And then Yeshua figured it out, the immovable race of perfect humanity. And then when Yeshua found out, when he found that part out, he found out that Enoch is the direct result of why his conceptualization even is sound. You understand me? Woo! Those with two good ears. Had you listened? Type 33s if that made sense. If what we just said made sense. Type 33s in the chat. Let me see. Let me scroll to the bottom and scroll back up. Type 33s in the chat. Because I got to make sure that this made sense. Because the class that we're about to do... Because you see, we're getting deep. And you know, as we understand, let's type 33s in the chat. If that did not make sense, ask a question about specifically why it didn't make sense. But the deeper we get in this intro section is how the class itself is going to be way more deeper. So I'm trying to get as deep as possible in this intro so that when we actually get to the class, it's like, man, the class blew the waters off what we already said. You understand me? All right, I'm seeing 33s. Thank God. Oh, another joke, insert joke. You have restored faith in humanity. Thank you. All right, scroll back up. Master student, good job. Or as we say, congratulations. So it's like a prism of light. Prism of light. Now we understand the importance. Now you understand why in our mystery school, the Reiki 101 class, we actually bring the truth on the origins of Reiki in America. How literally, historically, let's say for the purpose of a conversation, historically, historically, the reason why Reiki even exists in America is because the women. Shouts out to the women. You can't say women ain't do nothing for the spiritual race. You can't say. It's stamped. You wouldn't even know about Reiki if it wasn't for them. Facts. Now you understand why wisdom is divine feminine in nature. Well, why did I bring that up? Because in all the true original records of Reiki, this is what they taught Yeshua in Egypt. Those are two good at best listen. I got this from the women. I got this from wisdom. In order for Reiki to turn on, the way of the hands, you have to open the chakra energy center, the crown chakra energy center, so the crown energy center first. How you do that, look at where the circle of the Ankh is placed on my head. It's like that for a reason. You understand me? When you're able to visualize the circle on the crown, that is the doorway. Remember, to be that which is in alignment with the imperishable realm perfectly, it is through grace. And from that grace, you have to understand that which is the yang. So Y-E-A-I-N-G. Not knowing, because you understand the power of sound, right? You honestly don't remember sound is vibrations. Remember, we told y'all in the encyclopedia we would pull it out, but you know, those that are part of the mystery school, all my members, y'all know, we proved even in the encyclopedia, it literally says sound is vibrations. Because we understand sound is vibration, the importance of sound, even if you have a certain spelling in mind, that is called intent. The sound of knowing, K-N-O-W-I-N-G, is the same sound as N-O-I-N-G, which is denial. So you don't want to know God, you want to yeah God. When you find out that people purposely put that in the English language to try to get people away from certain things, ask yourself why some of the most powerful humans on the planet live in America and speak English specifically, and you find out how twisted English is as a language. Then you find out why those that speak it say that understand the truth, the power of the word. Y'all understand me? I don't know, Father. Yeah, Father. And when you start to do that, your consistency, you will find out something so powerful. You'll find out the power of consent. Then you start to find deeper and you start to cross-reference information. We're getting deep. Those are two good areas. I'd best listen to the third one. And you find out why in the Epstein files and in Hollywood, there are entire industries is built on the lack of consent. Everybody getting raped and all of that. Last time I checked, no one wants to get raped. So their realms is built on the lack of consent. So now you understand why the immovable race of perfect humanity is so important, because the driving force of the foundation of our understanding is consent, the YEA. Now you understand why, before I even teach you the class, I ask questions and make sure you understand it first. Because I have a duty, a responsibility. Especially because I understand human being biology, especially because I understand when I'm speaking to people that do not have frontal lobes developed at 25. So if I'm speaking to people that are 25 years, so-called 25 years of age less in American years, I'm not focused on the age. I'm specifically talking about the frontal lobe. If I'm speaking to human beings biologies whose actual frontal lobe has not developed fully, then I have to teach them in a different way, a way more childlike way. Then I have to teach one that understands a developed frontal lobe. Why? Because a developed frontal lobe has the capability of interpretation properly. So even if you, actually I know you didn't, because I'm the only one in human history too, even though none of y'all understood the true interpretation of Yeshua's true teachings, because I, the Son, understand it, and you're hearing it from the Son. Now you understand why in first class 1 we talked about first or second hand account. Now you understand why Yeshua's true teachings, and in my Father's record it says if you find someone with the Spirit and teach them, and they actually teach you the truth, and you're able to understand it, you will not taste death off the strength of that. That's why the second hand account is so important. Now you understand why the apostles are equally as important as Yeshua himself, because the apostles are the direct second hand account of Yeshua. The first-hand account is from his own mouth. Now you understand why one of his 114 secret sayings in the so-called Good News of Thomas, recorded by Didymos, Yehuda, Thomas, Didymos and Thomas, both in the actual language. Remember, we talked about being a linguist and tracking down the root of the language. Didymos means twin. Thomas literally means twin. Just because it sounds like a name in your language does not mean you have the authority to disrespect that which is the truth by being ignorant and arrogant. Arrogance is, I'm not going to look up any further because this sounds like it's too much. Ignorant is, I just genuinely didn't know. God is the most merciful one. My Father is the most merciful one. So either way, it's the most merciful one. As long as you realize that you're drinking from the waters of forgetfulness, you no longer are drinking from the waters of forgetfulness because you have different taste buds. You understand me? You don't even desire to have amnesia anymore because I have different taste buds. Like Adrian Broner, he doesn't desire to wake up and party at 11 because he's in the bed at 10. You understand me? So, whoo! I'm some cooking. Are y'all feeling the vibes? Are y'all feeling the energy? Type 33 in the chat if you feel what's happening. Because class is starting. The deeper I'm getting, I'm like, God is like, you about to pick up that chalkboard now. So let's continue. Look, y'all, we're still on the master student statement. That's how deep what he said really is. Why? Because I genuinely know the true interpretation. Now you understand why I said the word is so important. Y'all mess around and say the right sentence. God literally talking through y'all body. Y'all don't even know it. Until you know it. You understand me? So let's continue. So it's like a prism of light. Visualize that circle, as we say, conceptualize and perceive your conceptualization of the circle on your head, like how this Ankh circle is there. That is my entryway for a crown energy center opening. Now we bring, as soon as I said now we bring forth, what I was about to say is the circles on our hands. Just me saying now we bring forth, because in my mind I already knew I was going to complete the sentence with the circles on my hand. My hand started to get warm, proving to myself that Reiki is even more real, even though I already knew Reiki is real. But I'm telling you, when you are so in tune with your own body, this is why another reason those were too good at best listen. Who this the fourth one? Why women were so important and instrumental in Yeshua's so-called ministry. Why Yeshua had more women of that day. One, because women didn't have rights. They was glad to follow somebody that actually gave them a word, a say-so. But because women were more in tune with their body. So women are more in tune, the real ones, far more in tune, the wise ones. Remember, wisdom is divine feminine in nature. Remember, all human being biology secretes testosterone and estradiol equally. When it is decalcified through receiving knowledge such as this. Knowledge you have never heard before. You can't look up where this knowledge is. The only source of you getting information for this knowledge is through my mouth. When you're in a situation, a life scenario like that, whoever is teaching you, if it's the truth, something called decalcification will happen. Now you understand why in our first class of this, we told y'all if you have dreams, write them down. Please. We literally said the word please. Please. I don't want to hear her. Because I know it. What me, my mama just told me what she dreamed in her dream last night. I know what I dreamed my dream last night. What did you dream? What did you dream in your dream last night? Why? Because for people that are, because I remember yesterday's comments, a lot of people were saying, you know, you're getting me on this path in a deeper level because this is the most sense spirituality has ever made. This is the most sense spirituality has ever made that I've ever heard from a person. Well, guess what? When you hear the truth, now your ears are open. Now you understand why Yeshua are now equal one's mentor in 114 sacred saying said, what you hear in one ear and your other ear, proclaim from your rooftops. What he's saying is share the information, not just to other people. Yes, share it to others. Share it with yourself, to your own mind. Proclaiming it means you're making it a priority. Which means when you wake up, you're thinking about it. Before you go to rest, you're thinking about it. That's called programming your mind. You understand me? Let's continue with what the master student said. So it's like a prism of light that spreads out all the colors of the spectrum. Spreads out. You see how God sent us all there, so we got right back to spread out? This nature of the spirit world. He was talking about that, and how the physical world, what his existence takes, like how the board takes the space over his lap, but the spiritual world is the complete opposite. It shares. So when he hears the words spread out, that means you have a better understanding. Now you understand why in Yeshua's True Teachings, in our mystery school, the class that is titled The Truth on the Imperishable Realm, Yeshua said when he was watching Adam and Eve in the garden, well, we didn't specifically say Eve because Eve, it has a different name specifically in Hebrew. You'll understand why and all of that. Well, specifically, we were just highlighting Adam. Adam and the woman. Because if you truly understand the knowledge, the reason why the woman's name wasn't a name, because a woman actually was Adam. Because Adam in itself was what you think Eve and Adam is. That's a big secret. Adam was man itself. So anyone that came through so-called Eve's womb would have been called an Adam until Eve said something within her own mind that allowed her to have her own name. Because she's doing things in the other atoms. Whoo! That's a great secret. You understand? Man came first. But we're going to get deeper into that. But the fact that that's slipping out, that's what we're supposed to be teaching in the class. So it's slipping out. Just letting you know that master student, great job. Congratulations, as we say. Nature of the spirit world is spread out. Now you understand why our now equal one's mentor Yeshua in the 114 Secret Sayings said, a person of light shines light on the whole world. If it does not shine, it is dark. We understand it's your sole mission on earth. Roll call. Immovable race of perfect humanity. To be the light. What did Yeshua say? Our now equal one's mentor. To mandate this. Or as we say, bring forth the understanding. In the 114 Secret Sayings, he continues, and another 114 Secret Saying says, because you don't put a basket over a light. Rather, you put the light on the lampstand so it shines. So if you truly are the light, then put your light on the lampstand and shine for the world. You understand me? It's your duty. So when you say, now you understand how deep what you said is. You may have been typing it saying, I think I got it. No, you got it. Congratulations. And because you were bold enough to put it in the comments, now everybody else is benefiting from your word. Now you understand the importance of stringing together holy and righteous sentences. Because now, from your holy together, synthesized holy and righteous sentence is benefiting everybody else. Because it's making more things clear. So about moment when we get to actual class, everybody's questions, even if they didn't even know to ask the question, they have answers for everything. Remember, I told you, it's my duty to make sure you have all of the answers. I'm not going to proceed until y'all have all the answers, because I know I'm the Christ, and I have the ability to, and the authority to have the answer be given to me, even if the human being biology memory doesn't know the knowledge. I know how to, all right, this is what the knowledge is, and everybody look it up. You'd be like, he was right, on the nail. How? So continue. So it's like a prism of light. So now we understand why the so-called Kemet and Egyptians, their pyramids, they're modeled after the human being body. That's a great secret. Not about, man, the Egyptian government probably didn't want that one out. That's a great secret. You understand me? The Egyptian pyramids are modeled after the human being biology. The point of the pyramid, the ground chakra, energy center. Now you understand why I put this on for this class and why I rarely wear this. But God said put it on for this class. You understand me? Now you understand why the circle is on it. Now you understand why we were drawing the circle. Now you understand that this circle also is a representation of that which is the shape of the pineal gland in your brain. Because when you find out what the shape of the pineal gland in your brain is, it looks just like the arc. You understand me? So you're telling me that if an entire civilization created a symbol as a direct result of what the pineal gland looks like, then maybe you should start decalcifying your pineal gland, and then maybe spiritual stuff will start happening in your life like Kemet. You understand me? Where you find out that when you went to Kemet, it was so easy to get spiritual, and those with two good ears had best listen. Those that understand the ancient writers by the name of Josephus and Celsus. This man has the knowledge. He just name dropped Josephus and Celsus. This is what you learn in college. How do you got this knowledge? God. Those that understand that Josephus and Celsus both account to the fact that Egypt, the chief source of magic, and everybody there all claims and has what they so-called say is proof of them doing magic. Yeshua is just one out of the bunch. The only reason why Yeshua is, is because what he did with the knowledge was shine light on the whole world. And one of the reasons why he made sure to do that is because he just came from Egypt with a ton of people. If you find out there's an entire city like me. But then now his disciples is asking, well, why didn't they come? And he said, that's the problem. There's an entire city like me, and I'm the only one that wants to use these powers to save the world. But the only way I'm going to save the world is by guiding the world to save themselves. Deep. Prism of light spreads out. I'm shining light on the whole world, right? What I'm saying is making sense, right? I'm doing my job. I'm doing my duty. We can break down every 114 secret saying from Yeshua, and I can prove to you how I've accomplished every single one. I am the living one. You understand me? Spreads out all the colors. So Master Student says, so it's like a prism of light. When you talk about the prism of light, now we understand the importance of maintaining our, those were too good as best listen. It's probably the fifth, those were too good as a best listen. Someone keeping track? The longer you're able to keep your crown chakra open. Now I understand why Ryan, our now equal once mentor Ryan Cropper, he said amethyst is the crystal that speeds up astral projection experiences. Oh, I just gave y'all a little fun fact. Before he told me that, I was already wearing it. I literally was like, right before I got the knowledge, I was like, let me watch him say amethyst, and I'm wearing it. Watch God give me the alley-oop. And then he said amethyst, and I said, ah! Because specifically, if you want to even speed it up, get amethyst with copper. Copper just being on top of the blood cleanses the blood. If you want to get copper inside your body, shiitake mushrooms, highest concentration. Make a meal with avocado, shiitake mushrooms, and in 3 days, your copper intake is going to be through the roof. If you go to the doctor, their machines have a hard time reading copper. They think it's all iron. But then those that study human being biology, like Dr. Yaki, understand that no, really, most people in our community are low in copper, and as a direct result of being low in copper, low in iron appears. Yet everybody that I put copper in their body, suddenly their iron goes back normal. You understand me? I'm giving y'all the knowledge. Now you understand why the nature of us Christ, the way we teach parables and stories and metaphors. In my Father's own record, it says the only way exclusively that you're supposed to be teaching about God is through analogy. Now you understand why I structure my sentences in the ways that I structure them in when teaching moment is on. Alright. So, Master Student says, so it's like a prism of light that spreads out all the colors. Yes. What did we talk about in class 1? Remember those go on YouTube. You'll see the class and on the video section, not the short section, the video section. Also on my page on my Instagram. So for convenience for you, so you do not have to leave the app you so cherish, is there as well. It's pinned actually because the live is so legendary. It's pinned. What do we say? All in pre-existence is crystallized. What is crystallized? All colors, all sacred geometries, all forms. When you're looking at the imperishable realm, that foreign land that is not this perishable realm that Cyclist created, you're looking at all the crystallized structures. It looks like every color, and we use an example. Remember, the only way we can teach about God is analogy. Watch, I'm about to prove why in my Father's on the record it says that. I can show you in the mystery school. You know how it's like when you're looking at oil below cars and it looks like it has that rainbow effect and you really don't know how it has that rainbow effect on the oil below the cars, but you know it has something to do with light? That's what it's like to be crystallized. You don't know really how you're seeing what you're seeing, but you accept that what you're seeing is there. And a secret about the imperishable realm and the understanding of that which is crystallized is, you know what the Master Student says, spreads out all the colors. Spreads what? Out. Now you understand why Yeshua said, I'm here to make the out like the in and the below like the above. So it spreads out what? Go back to what he said. Let's read backwards. Out spreads that light. Deep. He read it backwards and it made more sense. This man he's Marvel. Out spreads that light. So you understand, when you're spreading out that light, that is all colors of the rainbow. Oh, those are two greatest best. Listen, scientifically, even Neil deGrasse Tyson on the Shannon Sharp interview said it. Finally, smart people are saying it. So now we're going so-called more viral because people are recognizing that what they're saying, we've been saying, so they recognize how wise we are. The sun emits rainbow. What? The sun ain't white, red, and orange? Baby, the sun is every color. It's a rainbow. Immovable race of perfect humanity. Now you understand why Bob Marley put it in the Chrism documentary. Sun is shining, the weather is sweet. Make you wanna move your dancing feet. To the rescue, here I am. Want you to know just where I stand. You understand me? I am a rainbow too. He says it in the song. Got a song called Rainbow Country. Fred Hampton, Rainbow Coalition. They call Fred Hampton the Black Messiah. Words of the Rainbow Prophecy. I'm the completer of it. Okay, Sinatapia, Nuxus, Ni, Sokawa. Greetings, how you doing, my friend? You understand me? You recognize you're in the presence of, you have the ability to examine the present moment of the living one. When you recognize who you are in the presence of, you have the ability to examine the living one. So let's continue with this master student. Y'all like, this master student said the greatest comment in the world because he has a whole class on a comment. I didn't even know I didn't even know that someone could have that much knowledge to have a whole class prepared. That's already long. But because he read something that is just so true, knowledge just flows from him effortlessly. Don't look at it like me. This is the immovable race of perfect humanity. Grace, truth, form, conceptualization, perception, memory, understanding, love, idea, perfection, peace, wisdom, peace, perfection, idea, love, understanding, memory, perceptualization. You understand me? I said perceptualization, conceptualization, form, truth, grace. We want the 12 realms from Father for Son. You gotta have that memorized. If you remember your friends' names, you gotta remember angels' names because they're your first friends. The first angel, Harmazel. The second angel, Oriel. Harmazel, grace, truth, form. Oriel, conceptualization, perception, memory. Man, perceptualization slipped from my mouth. Perceptualization is a word. And it makes much more sense that it slipped out in this context. You understand me? All glory for Father. Because some glory is too much for the human being body. You understand me? All glory for Father. You know, it's not too much for the spirit. Too much for the human being body. All glory for Father. You understand me? That forces humble. You want to know his great secret, how to always permanently remain humble? Constantly, every day, give glory for Father. But not just give Father glory like you get a cheeseburger. Glory for Father. Glory for Father. Cheeseburger's so good. No. When you really get something that's glorious, you feel that energy? I'm about to be humble. Glory for Father. You understand me? All glory for Father. Give it. Don't even and this is just how you know you're psychologically giving the glory for Father. You don't even process or think about it. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you in bingo hall, you score a bingo, you may feel a little energy up. I think I'm excited right now. All glory for Father. Bingo! You understand me? That's how the immovable race of perfect humanity remains humble. So everybody that's here, if you're listening to this knowledge before the class, and you're like, he ain't crazy. Because I went to the AI right now, I looked it up on Google, and everything's saying the truth. You're of the immovable race of perfect humanity as long as you are a human. Government already said the ET's out. I used to work for the Galactic Federation of Light. I think if anybody knows, it's me. Alright, let's continue with what the master student said. Promise you, y'all. I know y'all like, I keep reading it, because every time you read it, more deep stuff comes. We're excited for the class at this point. Alright. I know I'm trying to give y'all as much knowledge as possible, because I'm going to be resting for a while, you know. But if y'all ask me enough questions, if you're going to go join the channel, that's on our Instagram page. It's our live teaching schedule. We got like 31 members plus, so it lets me know that, I'm like, whoa, even Yeshua had, 12 disciples, so any over 12, you're winning. 12 plus, you're there. That lets me know, but I have a prompt, and every day I'll put a prompt in there. Even if I'm not scheduled to go live that day, I'm going to put a prompt in there every day. So there's 30-some people there. I'm pretty sure 30-some people can form a question. If you form enough questions in there, I might do an emergency live. Because y'all, the way y'all thinking, your thought patterns is waking up. Your thought patterns is a little too strong. I gotta come balance the winds. Just know, y'all truly have the power to bring, well, as we say, y'all have the power to summon me, yet there will be days where you won't find me. You understand me? Why? Because the nature of to get into the position where I'm at is to go within. You always have the access to me. Remember, we sing the song, God the source is accessible. So if you play, you must be too. God the source is accessible. So if you play, you must be too. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You understand me? What does that mean? God answers every prayer even if the person rapes somebody. God still answers that person's prayer. Why? Yadabath Sackless Samil, the one that is the cause for all the archons and rulers, even God, my Father, has mercy for that one. Because guess what? When you take it out from the root, you don't got to worry about the problem. Listen, those two good the best listen. If a rapist has a kid and you are aware, it is your responsibility to get that kid away from that rapist. Because remember what we said, all babies are innocent. It does not matter where you come from. It's about where you're going. You understand me? It does not matter where you come from. It's a matter where you're going. Every baby is innocent. You understand me? The reason why life, we already talked about it. Wisdom is divine feminine in nature. That's why women are far more intuitive than men. That's why Yeshua historically had far more women disciples. Why? Part of Yeshua's mission, why do you think Mary Magdalene in his own record is called his companion? And fathers, and also fathers on record of also in Yeshua's teachings in a so-called secret book of Yochanan, Yeshua talks about how Adamus, the first man, a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity that God created, the first so-called human, before form and flesh, God gave us, man, the power of invincible mind, the ability of invincible mind. And then what did Adamus, Adamas, ask Father in the beginning? For its mind to be a companion, specifically a companion. Its mind to be a companion for him. Now you understand how a person could wrap their head around God is alone. A-L-O-N-E, which means all one. A-L space O-N-E, all one, alone. Alone is my God. So when I'm alone, I am with God. So I always do everything for me. Even this here class and recording. So I'm always in a state of alone. I'm always in a state of God. I'm always in all one. You understand me? Deep. All glory for Father. Live example of humble. I crack myself, but that's a joke. That's actually called a spiritual joke. It may not have been funny to the material race. The spirit world is cracking up. Okay. Let's continue, master student. Great job. But we said all of this to say, join the channel. On the live schedule is specifically for the Instagram folk. Anyone watching the pre-recorded, just type it in the comments, any questions and stuff. When you put in the prompt in that channel, the questions, and those questions build up, because every day is going to reset. That questions build up. Yeah, deep enough questions like this. We still haven't got to the class yet. This is all technically the intro. Master student says, so it's like a prism of light that spreads out. How does light come out? Oh my God! God just doesn't keep failing. God does not fail. How does light come out of the human being biology? This, okay, group activity. Type in the comments what you think the answer is. How does light get out of the human being biology? Hint, I'm doing it actively right now. Put the answer in the comments and you'll understand everything. What is the answer? How does light spread out of the human being biology? Hint, I'm doing it right now. What is the answer? Put it in the comments, y'all. Let me see. Let me see if the collective consciousness understands. Because everybody that's the audience here is the representation of the collective consciousness. So how you answer answers is a high chance of how the world will interpret it. You understand me? How does a human being biology that is a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity spread out its light? I'm telling you, when you speak synthesized, holy, and righteous sentences like this master student, Every moment I read it, I get a new revelation live on camera. Let me see what the answers is. Scroll all the way down. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of comments since then. I gotta scroll all the way back up. Okay, love. Okay, look. All of you that said love, I love all of you because you are beyond right. You are beyond right. You're righteous. You're so beyond right, you're just righteous. Yet, remember, you have to be a child. The answer is love. If you went to heaven and you said that, you would be able to go in because you just said the right word. But we have to make it make sense for children. Think about it. Really think about it long and hard. Let me see if somebody can get it. What is the... And I promise you, it's like at max 3 words. At max 3 words. It's very simple. Think about it really hard. How does a human being biology spread out its light? How does a member of the immovable race of perfect humanity spread out its light? A hint. I'm actively doing it right now. Think about it. I promise you it's the most obvious answer. It is the most obvious answer. No. Okay, it's the most obvious answer. This is not... when y'all finally... this is called player discovery. I'm not supposed to give you the answer. I'm supposed to allow you to figure it out. Because when it clicks... you're getting close. Oh! Somebody said the word! Somebody said it! Somebody said the word! Somebody said the word! Somebody said the word! Somebody said the word! Oh, 2 people said the word! 2 people said the word! I'm giving you a hint! I'm giving you a hint! 2 people said the word! 2 people said the word! Everybody, go in the comments. Look at the word that has been expressed twice. Oh, I think I said the word, but I said telling you to go to the word. Until I see everybody say that, what's that one word? 2 people have said that word already. No, hold on. No. Scroll up. Think about it. Scroll up. How is a member of the immovable race of perfect humanity able to spread out light? Literally. Because after we figure this out, and I say what I'm about to say, he's going to connect. You're going to be like, yo, that's deep. 2 people have said it, though. I'll give you a hint. The first person that said it, his or her name starts with a V. His name starts with a V. The letter V. I'll give you that hint. The letter V? The letter V? It's the first answer. It's the first one-word answer from that person. Yeah. That's the hint. It's the first one-word answer from that person name that starts with a V. Let's see if y'all get it. Think about it. How is a... Oh! Somebody else said it! Somebody said it! Let me see how many people go. Oh, somebody said it. Somebody said the word. Think about it. I gave y'all a hint. The name of the person that said it, the first letter of the person's name, the master student's name, starts with a V. And then somebody else said it. Recently, they just said it. Right before the 2 comments that just came in. That person. So what's the word? I gave y'all the hints. Let's see if y'all get it. How does a member of the immovable race of perfect humanity spread out its light? It's the most obvious answer. And the answer is there. A few people got it. So now we're waiting for it all to blossom within everybody. Remember, it's what I'm actively... Woo! What you just typed is a different level. You done took the answer, you done evolved the answer. Because you have evolved the answer, somebody else has evolved the evolving of the evolved, but the evolved was one word and the other evolved was a sentence, so they're both equally evolved. Now I'm ready, now y'all ready. Now the collective consciousness is ready. Now you understand what it means to prime the mind before you insert the knowledge. Because inserting the knowledge in an unprimed mind is like trying to give something holy to a dog. You understand me? So let's go through it. Now, because we got the full answers now, I'm going to go through the comments just for the pre-recorded folk, but also for our total understanding. Remember, total is God. The word total literally is God. Okay. So I asked, first I got to scroll all the way back up. Just to got to get to the one comment, but let me scroll back right here. I asked, how does a member of the immovable race of perfect humanity spread out its light? Like the master student talked about. I said it's something that I'm actively doing right now. Y'all, I am speaking actively right now. Speaking. So when y'all was saying love, technically everybody that said love is correct. You're right. Like, that's like exception to the rule, because love is one of the 12 realms. Literally, through love is the only way you're allowed to exist in the immovable race of perfect humanity. That's already that's like a rule, or what we would say as a understanding. So everybody said love, yeah, technically, but we gotta make it make sense for the children. The moment one of the master students said expression, immediately that's the right answer. But now you're understanding the nature of God. Even though that person said the right answer, further on, someone else said the right answer, but it's a different word, which shows you the nature of God is win-win scenarios. Technically, one of the master students said the word emitting. That would only be correct in the proper interpretation. So technically you pass if you go to heaven with the proper interpretation. But we're not looking for the proper interpretation. We're looking for something that's outwardly. But technically, if you're just wise, you would pass from that saying that word emitting. Again, someone said truth. Technically, that's one of the 12 realms. You say that, you pass. Because it's one of the 12 realms. Grace, truth, form, conceptualization, perception, memory, understanding, love, idea, perfection, peace, wisdom, peace, perfection, idea, love, understanding, memory, perception, conceptualization, form, truth, grace. Technically, but we're not going to make it make sense for the child. Expressing. When you said it, truth and, what is word A-N-D means? Additionally. So you're saying truth, yeah, cool, you understand. And additionally, expressing. That's the word, expressing. It's what? Outward. You're cooking, all right? And then, another one of the master students said expression. I was like, ooh. But then, one of the master student that said the word emitting did a slam dunk in the contest when the master student said voice. Because literally in my father's record, it says, my form is the word, your ability to speak. What is your ability to speak? Your voice. Type 33s in the comments if this made sense. Type 33s in the comments if this made sense. Okay? Type 33s in the comments if this made sense. That the only exclusive way the immovable race of perfect humanity is to spread out its light is through the voice, through expressing holy and righteousness, in bringing forth that which is a protruding outwardly of holy and righteous synthesized sentence, so effortless that we understand your psychological is that which is the holy. You're psychologically holy. You're psychologically righteous. For you don't have to have, I don't have notes. All I have is conceptualization. My mind. If anything, my notebook is my etheric notebook. You understand me? I don't need to adopt anything of the material realm, race, to produce a spiritual result. I just simply show up. Father, you better have something for me to say as I get on this camera. Now you understand why before I start the class up, I make sure I'm like a vehicle I've been running. So about time when I get into the class, like how a musician says that his last show on his tour is his best show because the whole tour he's been just perfecting the show. Now you understand why before I get to the class, I go through the intro. One of the master students said expressing authenticity. It also is there. Now you understand. When you find out that Father literally is your ability to speak, your voice, Now you understand when you go into the astral realms and the light realms, you go into the ascended master realms, they barely, it's like a 1+% chance that they will speak to you with their mouth. Primarily is telepathy. Because they understand that fundamental understanding. The form of Father, the pre-existent one, is your voice. Therefore, on all levels, I'm going to showcase respect for Father by not speaking and developing my mind for telepathy. Now you understand why our second public IG live class, the one that's pinned on the real section of our Instagram page, the one that's going viral, the 2-hour plus class where we're teaching telepathy, all ties in. And what are we wearing? The same hat. On all levels. He brought it. Now let me scroll up, because we still got to address fully the student master's comment. Oh my gosh, just scroll up this way. Wow, okay. Because I'm like, the scroll up just kept shooting back to the bottom. I'm like, technology, respawn properly. Okay, where is your... There it is, we're back there. So the master student continues. So it's like a prism, crown energy signature, the point. It's like a prism of light that spreads out. Spreads out. Now we understand the only way that you are able to recognize what Yeshua said is because Yeshua said it, used his voice. The only reason you're able to understand this wisdom is because Nadiie said it, he used his voice. He's expressing. He's speaking. He's using his voice. He's delivering the word. You understand me? That's the only way the immovable race of perfect humanity is able to spread out their light. Teaching. Now you understand the power of teaching. Because the true teacher understands the biology, the frontal lobe stuff, this deep stuff, everything. You see how, even though I give you such an esoteric concept, I still can make it make sense biologically, scientifically. You're like, he just had that piece of knowledge, that scientific knowledge is ready just in case. That's the point. So you say, master student says, so it's like a prism of light that spreads out your voice, all the colors. What is all the colors? What is that which is to crystallize? All colors, all shapes, all sacred geometry, all everything. It's everything that is holy, imperishable spirit. The holy, imperishable spirit is the essence of the illuminators and the illuminator. You understand me? What is it? What does it mean to be an illuminator? What does it mean to illumine? To shine light. Everything in my presence has shone. S-H-O-N-E. You understand me? Master student says, so it's like a prism of light that spreads out all the colors. So that means you're saying all the right words. Right means righteousness. All the righteousness words of the spectrum, which means inside the confines of existence. Everything that is considered holy and righteous within the confines of this existence. You can take me to the China area, Asia area. You can take me to the Jamaica, Africa area. You can take me to the America area. And all of those people, when they are introduced to my person, who I am, they say, this is one of the most holy and righteous people that I've ever met. The most holy and righteous person that I've ever met. Because holiness and righteousness is like music. There's no language barriers. Great secret. Finally, we can move on from that master student's comment. Finally, we can. God said you can. We can move on that. So we're getting close to the class. I gotta scroll down. I gotta peruse through all the comments because I know a lot of comments were happening as we were teaching. Once I get to the bottom, then I'm gonna start the class. Because remember, I told y'all I have to make sure everything makes sense. There are no questions before we begin this class. Because based on yesterday, like we said in our joke, we have restored faith for humanity. Y'all's understanding of the pre-existent and the crystallized, literally, I can show you in my father's on record where it literally said traditionally humans have struggled with understanding that part. So the fact that y'all all said that y'all understand it, and I understand y'all are speaking the truth because you are all wise, because you respect what you don't know. True wise ones, true wisdom respects what they don't know. Because the only way you can be wise is to be in a state of not having. That's why one of the other realms is understanding. Remember, wisdom, peace, perfection, idea, love, understanding. Through wisdom, you reach peace. Now you're perfect. You get ideas in the state of perfection. That's where ideas come from, perfection. You love those ideas, and now you have understanding. Well, he just made that make sense. It goes all the way up into grace. And grace is the way you teach a father. Even the proof of that is when we're teaching in this graceful way, watch how that number gets bigger. Yet when we're teaching in the more brash son way, watch how the number fluctuates. Naturally, human beings' ears, biology, those with 2 good ears at best listen, because this is my psychologist mind trying to know it. When people hear someone speaking gracefully, they understand what they're saying is the truth. You understand me? Because when you're speaking gracefully, there's no reason to lie. I'm in grace. Now you understand why the only way you can speak about the Father is through grace. Let me continue. So Master Student continues. He says, my bad. I didn't mean to word it like this. Almost on something else. All is forgiven. Never apologize to me because you have already been forgiven. Even if I make a face of something that you said, I'm just outwardly transparent. But everything is always forgiven. You're good. You know, right. He continues, heaven and earth meet, united, the kingdom is within, a divine blueprint. See all the 33s, perfect. The center is about absolute balance, the same master student, and different master student says, was just talking about this, indeed. All right, that master student said, the one that we were speaking about for the whole section, the wise words that he spoke, he said he is 19 years of age, okay. One of the master students says, 33, we are with you. Thank you. We understand perfectly. Okay, he says, I'm deeply tapped into my intuition. Here to use, that's why I'm here. We must express that creative force. Indeed. One of the other master students says, Ashe, love to hear it. All right. One of the master students says, your first depiction on the chalkboard kind of looked like an eye. Okay, I'm glad that you're actually seeing beyond that which is the veil. Okay, because there is no veil. You find out that the veil is the veil that you put on yourself because you have the free will. The true free will is not the ability to choose everything. It's the ability to feel free as you're in that which is the action of your will. Whew, great secret. This just slipped out. Okay. One of the other master students, finally we're on different master students, said, but what's next? I get that left eye path about you. Specifically, remember, the left eye connected to the right hemisphere of the brain. Right eye is connected to the left hemisphere of the brain. This is why Queen Nefertiti had in her stone carving of herself had the white eye painted over because it's a direct representation for all the ones that understand the deepness of the Kemet. Well, we got this. Because the left eye connected directly to the right hemisphere of the brain, now you understand why I exclusively sun gaze with my left eye. Great secret. Okay, I see you, brother. Yeshua is king. Okay, this is what you have to understand. Yeshua is not king. Yeshua is a representation of a king. I am the successor. How can Yeshua be king if I'm the king? Now you understand why Yeshua and 114 are now equal one's mentor. Yeshua and 114 secret saying said, whoever drinks from my mouth will be like me. I will become that person, and what's hidden will be revealed to him. How was Yeshua able? How was a person named Yeshua able to be a person named Nadiie? Through something called Father. Whoo! Does that make sense? Because that I just casually say that, but not process what I just said. That's deep. Type 33s in the comments if that made sense. Everyone that is a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity is perfect. That's the point. Immovable race of perfect humanity. You understand me? Yeah, the sun emits a rainbow. The sun. Y is one. Y is one indeed, indeed. We would say, and so it is, brother. And so it is. All right, he continues. Now, this is all this student master. Teach him. Run up. Get tons of emoji with the, you understand me? Natural, human. We're getting to the bottom, y'all. Yeah, he's affirming. He's marveling right now. We're grateful for your marveling. Remember, all glory for Father. It's Father in me that you marvel at, not Nadiie that you marvel at. It is truly Father in Nadiie that you marvel at. Because Nadiie just wants to be a child and tell a bunch of jokes. Father wants to teach you. Okay. Remember, Nadiie is the truth. Father is grace. You can tell when Father is speaking through me when I'm speaking more graceful. Okay. One great secret. It just slipped out again. All right, one of the other master students, oh, that's one of the master students that I was speaking on before, we were talking about his wise words. He says, I repeat those saying facts, good wise words. All right, one of the other master students says, real talk. I'm doing all of this for the pre-recorded folk because they don't see all of this. And also, you understand why in so-called government recordings, they do all of this. Why in the courthouse, there's a person typing everybody's word. Why? All of this is important. When you truly understand that Father is word, every word counts. Every last one of you deserves the mic. I'm the greatest. I'm telling you. I crack myself. Y'all should see me off camera. I was just being here. And then what else Nadiie say? Nadiie said that too. I crack myself up. Remember, my father is alone. I don't need no crowd to entertain. I don't entertain. You know, if I wanted to entertain, I'll just entertain myself by singing or dancing or something like that. Standing out in the sun, laying in the grass, barefoot. Trust me. All right, Master Student says real talk, but he spells it real talk. You understand me? All right, Most High with the hands. Like that. All right. Pro, new master student didn't enter the chat. He said, he or she, because it doesn't have a profile picture. It says, I love the angels. Need to know the names you mentioned. Woo! All right, we're going to get all into that when class actually starts. Class didn't start. This is technically all the intro. It's probably the longest intro put in the Guinness World Book of Records. Okay. We're going to talk about all of that in class. Okay. Master student goes back. Says, power for those who are willing to lower themselves to pick it up. He says that because of wisdom descended into her mishap, Yadabath Sackles Samil, in order to, with intent to bring it back home to the pre-existent. Because my Father is the most merciful one. So naturally, when you're not putting women in a corner, and you're not trying to distress women, naturally women will come to their senses. Because women are wise enough. Because women technically are wisdom. They're divine feminine. So that's why when people like James Brown says, "This is a man world," you know, what did he say after that? But it ain't nothing without a woman or a girl. You understand me? We've been talking about this since we've been talking about this. You understand me? But it is nothing without a woman or a girl. Literally, all men come through the womb. I mean, that's just immediately proven. All right. Master student says, talk to him, let him know. Affirming, I'm right there with you, gang. All right, other master student that we talked about in the beginning says, I've done a lot of research before joining this, but yeah, he's spot on. All glory for Father. You know, I like reading this also for the testimony, for the record. Listen, y'all. All these people, I'm telling them to try to challenge me. And all that they're saying is I'm verified. They understand this. From their own life, they picked up on certain pieces of knowledge that I'm saying, and they're all saying, well, he's putting it all together with some hidden stuff. This got to be the truth. That's the point. All right. It says, yes. All right. One of the master students says, in my path, chilling, you affirm my experience. Remember, what's within you will save you. What's not, that within you will kill you. Specifically are now equal in mentor Yeshua and his 114 secret sayings. We're specifically talking about something called the salvific thought. Watch our documentary, The Chrism, on YouTube, or it's pinned. It's on our page, on the main page on Instagram. So, you know, for convenience, so you don't have to leave the app. All right. One of my students says, we all here, bruh. He gonna call us. Stay true, family. Y'all's alive in us, his family. He is our Father. Trust him. Love him. Like my brother up here with the 100% and the laughing emoji. All right. What he says, as within, so without, not without the same traditional way, saying as with. So essentially it's like with space in, so with space out. You can only have within, without, when the in is the out and the out is the in, the above is the below. You understand me? When the out is in. All right. Master student continues. We must think beyond the ego, the silence. Now, we're getting finally to the bottom. All right. Yes. Scroll. Okay, we're at the bottom. All right, can I get a round of applause? Give your etheric round of applause. I have successfully reached the bottom of the chat. Okay. That's another master student. The whole different master student said, you're doing a great job. Thank you. I appreciate that. I like that. I like that. Okay. All right. One of the master. This is, pardon me. This is a master student that's a holy one. That's a great secret. So this is a master student that is a holy one. Says, and I quote, "Is it like?" Immediately saying "is it like" shows wisdom, which means immediately it lets me know that you're understanding the immovable race of perfect humanity. Why? Because you're starting with wisdom. Wisdom, peace, perfection, ideal, love, understanding. You understand me? It goes on. You started off with wisdom. How do you know you're in wisdom? Wisdom respects what it doesn't know, and the Father is incomprehensible, indescribable, which means you're permanently in a state of wisdom because you're never going to have the right words for Father. You're only going to have the right words for Father right now. Does that make sense? Type 33 in the chat if what I just said makes sense. I'm going to give you a moment of silence. If it doesn't make sense, type a question. I'm seeing the 33s. Well, I see 133 from the math. I see another 33. Perfect. All right. Restore faith in humanity as a joke. Okay. So let's continue. Is it like, wise, wisdom, when you say, directing to me, two things can't be at two places at one time? Hold on. Let's break this down. I know the saying that I'm saying that you're phrasing. Let me reread it. Is it like when you say two things can't? So can't is a powerful word. Two things can't be at two places at one time. Let's break this. Let's will this in. So if I have toilet paper and I have a sponge, these are two things. You say two things can't be at two places at one time. Technically, you're right, because these two things are in these two materials objects. These two inanimate objects have found itself in existence. In the presence of humanity, these animate objects have become alive. How has these animate objects become alive? When the toilet paper is static, it is inanimate. My hand is making it animate. Now you understand the concept of puppets. But let's will in what this master student is saying, this holy one. Is it like when you say two things can't be at two places at one time? Why? These two things, the toilet paper roll and this sponge, this eraser, has filled this space. So my finger is behind, in front, or beside the space that these two items have filled. So these two items are in these two spaces where my ears are, in the overlay of this image you're seeing in our recording. These two items are stuck in this space until what? My hands, which are causing these inanimate objects to be animate, to move. Now they're in a different space. They're not in the previous space. So technically you would be correct in saying that. All right. Okay. Or as we say, ooh. All right. Are y'all ready for class? Type yeah, YEA, in the chat if you are ready for class. We told you about the power of consent. Enoch Metatron will see your consent. Type YEA, yeah, if you are ready for today's class. Class is about to start. Yeah. My Father is consent. The secret in the yeah. So when I say shh, there I go, knotted in the flow, naughty in the know. So beyond, indescribable. Told the whole industry I ain't dropping low. What I say? Yeah. Yeah, my father is consent, the secret in the air. So when I say shh, there I go. Where there's two or one, I'm with that one. I'm sunning on you, like father when word come. When I speak on the Tajanese, yeah, I birthed one. Incorporeal, Metatron, put my story on. Yeah. All right, we gotta get some grace. Okay, Nadiie, fly. Relax, fly. Relax. I'm about to start class. All right. Just like how we did yesterday, remember we're going and like how we used to do on our TikTok lives. They would be like, rainbow coming through the window, my lights flickering, I feel spirits. Oh my God, God is real. That all happened because of the interactive nature of our lives. Because when you are interacting in a life, no longer is your psychology and your mind saying this person is distant from you. When you distance me, when you put time and you distance something, you're now a part of something called the material race. When you understand we are one, something called a spiritual race. When you're just seeking that which is the truth, you're in the psychic race. You understand me? Exactly. Distance is an illusion, what the master student says. So, everybody set your intentions. Now you really know class is starting because I'm telling you to set your intentions. What I say, there is nothing I'm able to offer you if you do not set your intentions. Yeah, understand me. Nothing I can offer you if you do not set your intentions. Or remember the word that we use, establish your intention. Your intention. Establish it. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to establish your intention. Your intention. What do you want to receive from this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for the 5 seals. IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, ENOCH! Metatron. You understand me? Alright. We're all going to be emitting on 3, just like we did yesterday, righteously as we did in class 1. Teaching 1, as we say. Remember, gracefully, we have to allow it to slip out of our mouth. We don't want to sound like, because that's force. Gracefully is allowing the sound to slip out the mouth. When you're no longer thinking about it, all you're doing is being secure in the tone. Your mouth is a little open a little bit as you're doing it, and it's slowly closed. Your eye muscles no longer are moving, you're locked in. Remember, when you are and your eyes are open, lock onto an object. So you're not utilizing that which is your eye muscles, and you're focused on the graceful nature of the If you want to close your eyes, try your best to conceptualize an object that is perceivable, or some form of conceptualization perceivable for your eyes to lock on it, so you're not moving your eye muscles too much. All right? Remember, the deeper the reason why it's important, scientifically they prove with the latest technology in the so-called Aquarius age that the sun literally emits the sound, and that the monks, you understand why the monks do the and the monks didn't need the technology that the so-called Aquarius has to prove that the sun makes this The monks understood that which is the vision, the perception from Father. And that's all the monks needed. Father said so we You understand me? But now, God working win-win scenarios. We have the proof. Even Dr. Yaki exposed it. The sun makes the sun, I can prove it in the Father's own record. It says, Father gave man a mighty voice. You're telling me that the word mighty in the ancient records is for the voice of those of the immovable race of perfect humanity? Which means the more mightier your voice, the the more closer you are with God. What does it mean to have a mighty voice? Is that simple? Is that simple? Why? I can make it make sense biologically. Remember, we're Christ. When you're doing the this is those who took it as best listen. It's either the 6th or the 7th. 6 or 7. Those who took it as the best listen. When you're properly, you will feel the vibration exclusively in the nose area. Now you understand why Kemet, so-called Egyptian area, understood the power of the nose. Remember, we told you, how do you breathe? The nose is the filtration process for the body, so-called oxygen, air, ALEPH, MEM, SHIN, wind, water, fire, air that is given through that which is the nostrils of the nose. Through the filtration process, you receive much more benefit than if you was to breathe it through your mouth. If breath is directly the result for spirit, because it is, because God, Father breathed that which is breath into man for the spirit to enter man. All religions say it. All the ancient records say it as well. So if all the religions are saying it and all the ancient records are saying it, spirit is breath. ALEPH, MEM, SHIN, water, wind. And you know spirit is breath is because how are you able to live? Hold your breath right now and see if you stay. That's the point. All right, so on 3, as deep as you can go, as gracefully as you can go, we all do this together. You'll recognize that distance is an illusion, like the master student said, and you will start recognizing, pay attention to everything. All right, y'all ready? Take your deep breaths. Get your deep breaths. If you had a burp, let the burp out. You ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. When you become more comfortable with the oming as your stomach is sinking in, start to practice how you're able to elevate your back, sit up so more air is able to come through your mouth as your stomach is sinking in. Because when your stomach is sinking in, as you're seeing the air go through that which is the om, you want to make sure you're walking forward in your pushing of the om out while you're intentionally sinking your stomach in. So as the sinking of the stomach is not happening on automation, you're already getting that in the way so you can naturally be more graceful in the om. So again, we're going to do this one more now that you have that extra additional knowledge. On 3, we're going to do this om. What you will also recognize is if you have another person with you doing the om, and this is one where they got to be right next to you, you will literally hear, when you om at the proper tone, both of you, you will hear singing bowl. All right, on 3, the om. Deep as you can go. 1, 2, 3. All right. When you are oming, pay attention to after you get done, things will get brighter. You will feel more energy immediately after, right? You see it. Little fun fact. If you ever have mucus in your throat, doing the oming will vibrate the mucus up. And then when you do that enough, you will find out what it means to make the above like the below. Just doing the oming purges stuff out the body. I've tested it myself. Remember, I only speak from experience. That's why I speak so confidently, because every single thing I said, I have a first-hand account, not second-hand account. Anytime I mention somebody's quote, which is a second or third-hand account, I'm only mentioning the quote because one of my first-hand account experiences validates one of their experiences. Hence why I quote it. Because it validates, ultimately, my teaching. Just a fun fact. If you have mucus, you own properly, where you know the vibrations from the nose area is coming, you will literally feel that mucus go up. And some people are trying to act like the human being biology ain't special. I'm not saying it's special or it is special. All I'm saying is it is symbolic of the spiritual race that we, the immovable race of perfect humanity, are a part of. You understand me? All right, one of the master students says, the breath of life, the spirit, the soul, the seed of the vehicle, kind of an analogy I came up with. There it is. All right. Now that we have owned, that means we've understood the sound of sun, Om. We've understood it. We have the understanding. We have our intention. We have the knowledge from the intro. All our questions are answered, correct? Type 33s in the chat if you have no questions and you are just ready for the class. Type 33s in the chat if you have no more questions and are just ready for the class because everything has been answered. You're just ready to see the behold. If you have a question, though, type the question so I can just address the question right now. All right, I'm seeing 33s pour in. 33, unfortunately, won't be, phone is going to die. All is well. Remember, we got the recording. You don't ever say the word unfortunately because you're very fortunate because a nice chunk of this live exists because of you. If you weren't here, that chunk doesn't exist. So bring more gratitude for yourself. You understand me? Okay. Okay. All right, I'm seeing 33s. Perfect. Okay. Here we are. Where the chalk at? When you're looking for the chalk, clap up. Where the chalk at? Honestly, though, where the chalk at? If it's not there, it's not there. Is it over here? Did it fall? Oh, bruh, it was behind the tissue. Like I didn't just look there. See, I might have just portal jumped. I'm gonna give myself some grace, but I might have just portal jumped because I feel like I'm gonna say I feel like I looked in that and it wasn't there. Y'all see me look over there. I ain't blind. I give myself grace though. All right. Flip the camera. Okay. All right. So to make this make the most sense, I want to make sure I got the right angle. All right, y'all. So there's a few questions from the very beginning of the class of our teaching that is going to be expressed now. We're going to do a recap, but in today's class, what we are all going to be able to understand moving forward, because remember, I'm resting after this class. So that's another reason why this class is going to be much longer than pretty much any class I've done. We will have the ability of understanding truth totally. Okay? So remember, the so-called objective, so objective is to as IN, so understand truth totally. All right? So the objective of today is to IN, understand truth totally. All right? we left off, so-called left off, or as we say, concluded class 1 with the 5 seals. Remember when we said understanding of a mustard seed? When a mustard seed is put on prepared good soil, it grows so high it becomes shelter for the birds of the sky. Which means you only need a little to make a lot. You understand me? If you understand the single one, you will find out how understanding the single one will actually net you profitability beyond what you can even imagine. What are the 5 seals? The 5 seals directly is IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, ENOCH, Metatron. ENOCH, Metatron. ENOCH, Metatron is the scribe of all. ENOCH, Metatron is the literal root for why Noah even exists. For Enoch, Metatron is the first-hand account of Noah. Now you understand why Enoch, Metatron makes it into the Bible, because the Bible is forced. Now you understand the power of my Father. You really think those clergymen in King James really wanted to include Enoch? You really think they really wanted to? Because Enoch is the loophole. We want to talk about loophole. Not Akashic Records. Master student, not Akashic Records. Akashic Records are the perishable that is modeled after Enoch Metatron's role, because Enoch is the scribe of all. Even though I had to correct you, I'm happy you said it, because that is a common misunderstanding. I've even taught on the Akashic Records. Yet, we understand what's more important is the concept of what the Akashic Records is, not the name, because the name is very misleading unless you have the proper interpretation, which is the Akashic Records is what Yadabaf Sakla Samil created that is modeled after the imperishable realm, which is Enoch Metatron's role, the scribe of all. Okay? So now that we understand that, it's really just what is called the Book of Life. I'm giving you something deeper. You're very wise, yet those with 2 good ears had best listen. IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, Enoch is the 5 seals. Enoch is Metatron. Remember, I learned from yesterday's recording, y'all see it interesting when you actually see me scribe in live. Let me see if I can add the names in the comments. Let me see. I think I have it pre-saved. Let's see. Do I? Yes, I do. Those are the names. You love me, don't you? You probably like, oh, thank God for him. He just had it ready just in case somebody. I told you, God working win-win scenarios, baby. Remember, IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, Enoch. Look in the comments. I put the proper spellings of all of them. Remember, wisdom, divine feminine, innocence, divine masculine. When wisdom and innocence come together, life is born. Why? Every baby is innocent. Every baby has to come through the divine feminine, which is wisdom. Every baby is innocent. Every baby has to come through the divine feminine, which is wisdom. How do babies get here? Through something called the fetus, and the house of the fetus is called the womb. And this is a great secret, the most important This is a very, very great secret. And I learned this from doula teachings. When a newborn comes out the womb, the first breath is so more important than every other breath. That first breath brings exclusive nutrients, energy, frequency, and vibration like no other breath. Why? Because the baby that was the fetus that was in the womb, that just now came out of the womb, that now has life. The baby that was a fetus in the womb, now you understand why the word womb starts with W. You understand on a deeper level, you will find certain letters that connect to certain concepts exclusively, like how Yeshua, this is very incorporeal. Don't focus on what I'm about to say right now. It's going to make sense later, but God just says say it because it's going to make sense later. How Yeshua, when he went back home to imperishable realm, which is heaven, God gave him his true name, Melchizedek. And Enoch, when Enoch went back home to the imperishable realm, God, the Holy One, gave him the name Metatron. What are the correlation? M. Okay, we're going to say that aside. This is just to show you the importance of letters. Aleph, Mem, Shin is letters. Without the Aleph, Mem, Shin, which is called the three mothers. Aleph, Mem, Shin in Enoch's own writings is called the three mothers. It says literally, without the three mothers, the five seals has no house. You understand me? Okay. Because the five seals and the three mothers go hand in hand. So when a when a fetus is in the womb, wisdom, divine feminine, remember the divine masculine is innocence. You're not even allowed to have life on earth unless that life is innocence. Because life is innocence and wisdom together. Okay? So far. Type 33 in the chat if this makes sense so far. Type 33s in the chat if what we are showing so far makes sense. Like we said in class 1, in teaching 1, if this doesn't make sense, nothing else will. Because we're starting getting into the land of incorporeal. Remember, this is the first moment in human history where this is actually being done. I, a member of the immovable race of perfect humanity, am going to be teaching the hardest things about God first. Now you understand why I said I'm going to rest after this class for some days. Unless y'all give me some powerful questions in the prompt and I'll have an emergency live. Because what I will literally show you the stanza and the line in the ancient records where it says, this is the hardest thing, literally. So I'm teaching, the fact I'm seeing the 33s, the fact that this is making sense. Yo, the reason why I'm telling you I love y'all isn't for encouragement for y'all to stay in the live. It's because I literally can show you in my father's record where it says humans were struggling to understand this. So if you are some humans that understand this, then maybe y'all some amazing humans. You understand me? Okay. I'm not so special because I'm teaching it. I'm special because I understand it. So that means if you understand it, you don't have to teach it. Now you understand why Yeshua and his 114 secret saying said, oh no, this was in the secret book of Yochanan, but he also touched on it in the 114 secret saying. But in the secret book of Yochanan, this is all part of the true teachings. He said specifically, if you find somebody with the spirit and that person teaches you, you will be able to enter the imperishable realm. Why? Because that person is going to teach you so good, you don't have to go through the life experiences and so-called waste time doing those things to extract that knowledge. You got the knowledge, so now you can live a speedy life back home. Okay? Cool. We have this. Why is this important? Flip it over. Now you understand how to teach on chalkboards. You got to flip on both sides. I'm bringing you back to the 40s, to the 30s, to the 30s, to the 20s. Did they have chalkboards in the 20s? I don't know. Like, at what point did chalkboards get invented? I probably should have looked that fact up so I can give you a fun fact. But I'm live. So somebody, if you can, please let me know when chalkboards was born. That's like the childlike in me. Just want to know. Okay. Or as we say, just want to understand. Okay. I think it was like the 20s to the 30s. Might have been even earlier. 5 seals. IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, ENOCH. The reason why in class 1 we talked about the 5 seals in conclusion is because we're going to pick it up on this class. Because the 5 seals are the most important thing. For example, I'm going to show you how important the 5 seals are. And then you're all going to be like, thank you, Nadiie. And I'm going to, you know what I'm going to say? All glory for God. I'm going to show you what it means to be a truth teller. What it means is the reason why today's age like clips, like clip culture on the social medias. What is the nature of a clip? Clips come from longer videos. People just want to maximize on the usage of their so-called time as they're staying on earth. So, when you understand that concept has existed all throughout. Okay, one of the student masters said it was made 1801. God! We take it into the 30s. We take it into the 20s. We take it into the 20s. No. We take it into the 10s. We take it into the zeros. We take it into the 1800s. God! 1801 is when chalkboards were born. Fun fact. Thank you. Thank you, wise one. I'm about to teach you what you have to do, what I had to do to get the 5 seals. Because remember, of Yeshua's day, in Yeshua's own record, you know, his true teachings, in our which is in our mystery school, the class titled "The Truth on the Imperishable Realm." So, the truth on the truth on the imperishable The class is titled "The Truth on the Imperishable Realm." Okay? Yeshua's true teachings. He speaks in parables, riddles, and mystery. And my father's on record, at the bottom of my father's record, it literally says, "I came in the form of Yeshua." So, like, when people say Yeshua is not real, and then you find out the actual fact, you can look it up on your AIs. Literally, Yeshua is the second most wrote about person in known human history. It may say first, but there's a king that's wrote about more. Scholars know about him. That's not saying he is not. He might as well be the most wrote about person in human history. But what is the nature of human history? Is what is known. So a lot of these records, you know, people are still discovering. Like the true teachings of Yeshua was discovered in 1945. 1945. So anytime you're talking to anyone that's saying, "What is this man talking about?" It's coming from his own mind. Say, no, this is from a American discovery. An Egyptian discovery in 1945. Yeshua's true teachings. This is not even what I'm teaching you. Is what Yeshua taught his people. What any Christ teaches their people. Any Christ, what we specifically say are members. But this was discovered in 1945. Okay? The true teacher in me, make sure I'm giving you the important pieces that you can take home. Which is everything. Okay? Man, he's teaching us. He gave us the year and everything. Alright. So, Yeshua teaches in parables and riddles. Why? Alright, we're going to make it make sense for y'all. And we're going to... So this is Yeshua, right? Yeshua spoke what is called truth. Okay? This is the only way. Voice. Why? Because literally the word, single, Father single one, not plural. The word, your ability to speak is God. So Yeshua understands just him talking is God's form. So he's being very specific with what he's saying because he understands this knowledge, and this knowledge activates when you understand it. Now you can understand why some people say, yes, you may, master student, you may share that at the end. Now you understand why some people ask, well, how come certain people in the dark, they do all these dark things and nothing really happens to them? This is from the mercy of my Father. The mercy of my Father set up this contest to where if you are not aware, if you are ignorant of the knowledge, now you understand this concept, ignorance is bliss. If you are ignorant of this knowledge right here, that word is the form of Father, so everything that you say must be the truth, or there's going to be repercussions, consequences, punishment. What is the punishment? Because the word punishment isn't even in the ancient records. So this concept of punishment is not just like religious. But when you actually read my Father's record, it explains to you what punishment is. And when I actually tell it to you, you're going to be like, that makes far more sense, and that's far less violent than what I would have imagined. The punishment that Father said in his own record from not listening to this simple equation. Okay, type 33 in the chat if this is a simple equation right here. Even though it's a visual version of the equation, it's still the equation. What is the equation? Explain it. Yeshua, or any person of the immovable race of perfect humanity. So any person of the immovable race of perfect humanity, they understand that Father's form is word, therefore everything they say is truth. Has to be. Type 33 in the chat if this simple equation makes sense. That any member of the immovable race, this is Yeshua right here. This is Yeshua. And he's a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity. Any member of the immovable race of perfect humanity who understands Father's form literally is word, your ability to speak, now they exclusively say the truth because they understand this great secret. Type 33 in the chat if this simple equation. Wouldn't you be able to teach this to a kid, a child? Listen, the reason why you don't lie is because I'm trying to get you to be subjected to authoritarian laws upon a household. No, it's because there's a great secret for human beings, which is your ability to speak. The word you say is Father. Therefore, if you say some things that you don't actually mean, then things will happen that you don't actually want. But when you exclusively say the truth, only God things happen because the Son is truth and the Father is grace through word. Now you understand why New York built a culture on saying word to the people. You understand how deep it is on? It's all, oh my God, he done brought it. That's super deep now. Now you understand why hip-hop was born in New York. Now you understand why Father chose New York. Father chose a group of people that allowed word to be their slang. Word. And what is hip-hop? The art of the word. Right? I'm cooking, right? I don't even need 33s. I know I'm cooking. This is what you tell your children. Right? Everything else that we said, tell your children that as well. Let's continue. One of the master students said, a person speaking truth, understanding that voice is voice. Who? Indeed. Punishment. Now, because y'all know, this has been lingering over here. Y'all like, okay, now they explain punishment. Because they've been talking about heaven and hell and burn for eternity. What does the Father's record literally say about this matter? I'm glad you asked. When I put the word, you're going to be like, that's all it means? All your fear is going to disappear. Mark my words. All your fear is going to disappear. This is from Father's word directly. You want to know what punishment is? You want to know how God is going to punish you? How is God going to punish you if you don't pay attention and you don't listen to this? Ignorance. You're telling me that in Father's own record it says punishment is just ignorance. Hold on. Naughty. You're telling us that God, totalities, God, which means totalities, Father, is so merciful. Now you understand why they call him the most merciful one. It's so merciful. Even when it's supposed to do something that's not merciful, it's still merciful. What is the concept of punishment? What is the concept of punishment? All right, this is where we're going to do another group activity. Type in the comments, what is the concept of punishment? What is punishment? Tell me what punishment is. Make it as simple as you could possibly make it. What is punishment? Type the answer. What do you think punishment is? This will help me understand, or as we say, bring forth the understanding of what the collective consciousness is seeing or perceiving as it pertains to what punishment is. One of the master students says punishment is consequences to them. Correct. Okay, continue. Let's see. What some other master students say? What is punishment? All right, one of the master students says correction. Correct again. Super correct, because you're correct. That is correction. You're triple correct. You're quadruple correct. You're infinity, beyond infinitesimal correct. Okay. One of the master students says that which rectifies. All right, we're going to stop there. Consequences, correct. Correction, correct. That which rectifies, correct. Reflection. Oh, snaps! Reflection is actually correct for a very specific reason. And we're going to use all four. So no more answers. We're going to use all four so we can explain. Punishment. They said consequences. Another person said correction. Let's say CO. So we got punishment, consequences, correction. What else we have? We had reflection. And then we had what the master student said, that which rectifies. So, another arrow right here, R for rectification. So we got consequences, correction, we got rectification, and we got reflection. Why does consequence? I'm about to when I break, you're gonna be like, he did not know the words we're going to say, but the words that we said perfectly matched up with what he was talking about. That's nothing but God. How is consequences, correction, rectification, and reflection the totality of punishment? Consequences is that which you say on the out is that which you said in the in. In order for it to come out, it came from in. Now you understand why Yeshua said, I have came here to make things below like the things above. Okay? Things below, because the soul is the feet, like the things above. So, feet of the souls. Now you're understanding. I'm just slipping in certain secrets. I'm just going to slip them in. Now, so we understand correction. Even scientific. A ball hits the other ball, the same energy and force, it hits it again. Correction. For example, the version of, let's say consequence specifically. Consequence. That's what we're talking about. The version of consequence. So, for example, look, the consequence of telling the truth is you are of the immovable race of perfect humanity, which has the direct authority to always will Father. Again, the consequence of telling the truth. So what do you think the consequence of not telling the truth is? Exactly. Remember what did we erase? What did it literally say punishment is? Like literally in my father's record. It said punishment is ignorance. What does it mean to not know? To be ignorant is to not know. Let's continue. So the consequence of not knowing is not realizing God, the Father. So some people may say, well, why do I have to recognize God the Father? I just want to be atheist. It doesn't matter to me. Now let's move on the ladder for punishment. Correction. What makes an atheist isn't what they think makes an atheist. What makes an atheist is if an atheist sees this live, and I bring all this proof that they've never heard of religion bring. I even made sense biologically, and they turn away from truth. And they turn away from what this consequent, or as we say, correction, the consequence of turning away from the correction, even though you can look up and the AI will tell you it's the truth. So it's an absolute. He just literally just showed you the truth. He showed you mathematical proof of what this is. This is what the truth is. If you turn away from this correction, now we're getting into that which is rectification. What the master student said, that which rectifies. He's really breaking it. Like he's really willing it in. How is he doing this? The rectification doesn't even exist unless something that is correction exists. Because there is no need for something to be rectified if something is already whole. Something is not whole if it has to be corrected. Something has to be corrected because there's a consequence that happened. Whoa! What's the last one? What did the last one to say? Reflection. The reason why I yelled when he said the word reflection, because of my father's on the record, my father's the most merciful one. My father said punishment is ignorance. My father said, instead of me punishing you, can I get a drum roll, please? I will set up earth to where you punish yourself. How do you punish yourself? You will see such as us, the ones of the immovable race of perfect humanity, the light. You will see all these, what they so-called say, blessings, or as we say, divinities happening with me in my life and how I'm not paying bills, but I'm still talking about God. I'm still living. I'm still alive. I still haven't lost a beat. I'm still on this fast. I'm still leaders of tribes. I'm still teaching. I still am the only one in human history to have all these things memorized. Even if something happens to technology, I still have it. I'm still living in this light. And it's because I understand the word is Father and I only speak the truth. So I don't have any punishment. But for the ones that don't understand this, their punishment is living a life without God. God loves you so much, it's willing to walk away because you don't want it. Y'all understand me? Type 33s in the chat if that made sense. Type 33s in the chat if that just made sense. God loves you so much, it will walk away from you if you don't want it. Why would God do that? Because of something called arrogance. Because when you're dealing with someone who is arrogant, what is arrogance? Arrogance is the evolution of something called ignorance. Arrogance is the evolution of something called ignorance. When you're ignorant, you can still be molded. I can still keep beating the truth into you. You're going to see how it relates back. You're going to see. I can still give you the truth. I can still kind of mold you because if you're ignorant. If you're arrogant, though, you're set in your ways. Now God directly has to shadow your reality. Now, you know how we said first or second hand account? If a teacher teaches you the truth, you have the ability to go back home to the imperishable realm because I told you a whole bunch of knowledge. Now you don't need to live a long life to get that knowledge. You can just live your life with the knowledge. So now you're living in a win-win scenario because God is win-win scenarios. Well, the arrogant one doesn't want to listen to this one. So that, remember, this is Yeshua. This is anybody a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity. This is the living one that's speaking right now. The arrogant one doesn't want to listen to this one. The arrogant one only wants to listen to God, but the arrogant one doesn't know that God's form is word, and the only way it can actually listen to God is through the truth, which is the Son, which is the voice of the immovable race of perfect humanity. Right? Wow, they're like, whoa, this is deep. Okay? I'm going to get to one of the questions is really important. Because you need to understand the concept of punishment before we get to the 5 seals. Why? I'm going to give you a little tea because I love you, but lock in. The reason is because when you start to dive deeper into Enoch, Enoch talks about other races. If you aren't mastering your own race, the immovable race of perfect humanity, when I introduce the Nephilim and the reptilians and all these other races, you're going to be over-fucking-whelmed. Because you don't recognize that God did not give Nephilim or reptilians dominion over earth. God gave the immovable race of perfect humanity over the earth, dominion over the earth. But remember, to be the immovable race of perfect humanity is to be the living one. Is to listen to me, the one that's speaking and teaching you all of this. So you can be the immovable race, so you can have dominion over the earth. What you will notice, ask yourself a question. Why are there so many inhumane laws? Like, why is McDonald's putting human meat in the chicken in the meals? Why are people doing so many inhumane things? You could right now, if you ask yourself, lay out any list of things that the government has done in the last 30 years. Ask yourself, would Yeshua approve of this directly if he was commander-in-chief? If you find that the answer is no, which it is, you will recognize what I'm talking about. It's getting deeper now, right? So you have to understand the concept of the punishment, because when you recognize my Father is so merciful that its punishment is simply walking away from you because it loves you that much. It values truth that much. It understands. This is the truth that you can scientifically even look up. This knowledge that I'm teaching has been around on earth for so many thousands and thousands of years. The fact that in this record that's been around before telescopes, and it says that wisdom put Yaldabaoth in a space far away from everything else, and put a veil over it, or specifically a firmament through the clouds in Yaldabaoth Cyclus Emil. We talked about that a little in class 1. Put it away from everyone else, and then literally Earth is the only planet that's far away from every other planet, and you're telling me this ain't the truth? When the beings of Yeshua's day and Yeshua himself taught the same thing, and all of them knew that Earth was in a secluded location in space before telescopes even was invented. When you recognize that the truth is the truth, whether you like it or not, the truth doesn't need validation. One of the master students said, in response to God loves you so much, it's so merciful, its punishment is simply walking away because you don't want it. One of the student masters said, to keep authority over you. That's a good way of understanding it if you have the proper interpretation. It is not to keep authority over you if you're looking for the true interpretation singularly. If you have the true interpretation of what you said, you understand technically. But what you have to say for even a child to understand what you're talking about is God set this contest up in this way, not for an establishment of free will, but to show you how important Father actually is, how important the pre-existent actually is, how important your own brother actually is, how important your own sister actually is. When you recognize that being alone in existence is being in community, and being alone in the spirit realms is being the single one, then you understand. Whoo! That's a great secret. Type 33 in the chat if that made sense what I just said. When you recognize that in existence, being alone, A-L-O-N-E, is being community, because the immovable race of perfect humanity is a race, and the word race directly represents a collective. And you recognize that being alone in the spirit realms is Father in his own record, is like the single one, the single one number, because it pre-exists. When you understand it as the pre-existent one, then you can understand truly it's the pre-existent zero, because the representation of the number zero. Zero is not a symbol. Zero is a symbol. Zero is not a number. Zero is a symbol that represents nothing, that represents pre-existence. But you can't get to that level of knowledge until you recognize that we're all one. Oh, I'm cooking, right? I'm cooking. One of the student masters said the 33s, they understand. One of the other student masters said all one. A lot of exclamation points with 3 rainbows. So then, now that we have this framework, this is literally what Yeshua told his people. It was Antichrist. And though I'm bringing certain hidden truths and revealings that even Yeshua didn't say. Remember, Yeshua said, whoever drinks from my mouth will be like me. I will become that person. And what's hidden will be revealed to him. The word hidden means not even Yeshua knows about it. But Yeshua is so humble. He knows the power of God. And Yeshua has the power of what you think time travel is. So, and I can show you in the so-called gospel of Yehuda, the good news of Yehuda, in the record of Yehuda, where Yeshua literally says he went to this realm. Literally, he said he went to 2026. Went to this realm, the remote generation, and came back and said, they are nothing like any of y'all. So when I'm telling y'all to put some respect on yourselves, Yeshua's own disciples didn't even know a lot of the things he was talking about. That's why he has secret records with only a select few of them. So don't just think just because something is old, it's smart. Understand that the truth is the truth and move on. You understand me? As we say, move inwards. So why is this word reflection important? Father loves you so much, that's the most merciful one. If you don't want Father, Father will walk away. Father loves you so much, Father won't even give you a chance to walk away. Father will walk away. And then Father will just look at you. Father will walk away and then Father will just look at you. You see how I'm zoomed in, but I've walked away, right? That's the concept of God. God walked away, but God is still there. That's pre-existent. You understand me? Even though God walked away, God still zoomed in on you because God loves you. God loves you. So it's still watching you. It only walked away because you don't want it. But then when you want it, when you actually want it, you actually want the truth. You look at it long enough, you say, this actually makes sense. I looked up everything he said. It just makes too much sense. It makes so much sense. I didn't even need to look up what he said. It intuitively made sense. That's how I know it made sense. Because the nature of what we're talking about is getting to incorporeal. Whereas we're getting to incorporeal, Remember this right here? Yeshua, MELCHIZEDEK, ENOCH, Metatron, the power of the M, and all this, the power of the letters. Why womb is the house for the fetus, and how wisdom is that was the divine feminine. And how woman, he just blew our mind again. The word woman starts with a what? W. Understand it's all connected, right? Why is reflection important? We're going to leave this side up. We're going to do a small diagram of what we did in class 1. One of the master students says self-governance through love expressed. Exactly. It's so much exactly. I'm going to move on because you said it right. Right as in righteously. We're going to do a mini diagram of what we drew yesterday. Remember, this is existence, that circle. Everything else is pre-existence, right? And then this is Earth, created by Yadabath, Saklis, Samael. And existence was created by wisdom. Remember that? Remember how everything outside of this is pre-existence, all crystallized? Crystallized. Remember that? Yadabath, Saklis, Samael created Earth. Earth is inside its existence. Existence is inside pre-existence. I'm going to repeat that apart again because this part is going to make sense. Earth is inside existence. Existence is inside pre-existence. Yadabath, Saklis, Samael created Earth. Wisdom created existence. Father is pre-existent. So did I draw existence on the table, or did I draw existence inside pre-existence? Because the only way you're able to exist is if there's a space for you to exist. Therefore, for pre-existence, existence. Pre-existence, Father. You see how small existence is compared to pre-existence? All of this right here is incorporeal. Yeshua, Melchizedek, because in Melchizedek's own record, in the punchline towards the conclusion of the record, it reveals that I was on the cross, you find out, whoa, he's Yeshua. Then when he gets to the imperishable realm, he was a little confused a little bit, but then he said he was greeted by the ones that's of the imperishable realm, and they said, you got victory. You won. You beat the archons and the rulers. You won. You won the contest. Who is Melchizedek? The holy high priest of the imperishable realm. This is all incorporeal, which means without body. So my goal is to get you here. My goal is to get you fully here. But I can't get you into the pre-existent land until you truly understand existence. Make sense? Now you understand how deep this is. Now you understand that there's no one else you can get this information but from me. Now you understand the importance of the Son. Now you understand the importance of Yeshua. Or specifically, the immovable race of perfect humanity. Us. We are the remote generation that Enoch talked about. Enoch in his own record said, my records are not for my generation, but a remote one. This one. How are you getting this class? Remotely. Oh my gosh, on every level this is deep. Exactly. Okay? So we're going to scroll up because what a student master asks, so important. He says, how does this relate back to the 5 seals? Remember, reflection. The reason why we drew YAZEDEKUS Sackless Samil, in my father's own record, it said, to its own members are told the truth. In disguise, it hid amongst their ranks. It used YAZEDEKUS Sackless Samil to be the vehicle of ignorance and arrogance to show everyone how much you don't want to be ignorant and arrogant. Because any one of YAZEDEKUS Sackless Samil's archons and rulers, they all truly, when they see the immovable race of perfect humanity, they all get jealous and envious. If you truly like your position with YAZEDEKUS Sackless Samil, why do you even have the capacity to be jealous or envious? It's a very valid question, right? Because they don't actually like being in hell. What is hell? It's just a concept. Only use that for human transcription. Truly, it's called perishable. Like how a piece of chalk is perishable, because the more you use it, it gets small. God is everlasting. Y'all understand me? Wow, that's deep. Exactly. How does this relate back to the 5 seals? When you invoke the 5 seals, what did Yeshua say? What did I say? I'm the successor of him. That's why it says right here, immovable race, perfect humanity. What did we say? The truth tellers. The 5 seals, when I seal you in them, you will not taste death. When I seal you in the 5 seals, you will not taste death. How this relates back to the 5 seals is if you understand how to never be in a state where you're attracting punishment, what do you think is going to naturally happen? Reflection is important because Father used YAZEDEKUS Sackless Samil as the reflection of arrogance and ignorance. So anyone that wants to be ignorant or arrogant, you will find out how much you really must have God, Father, in your life. Why? Because there are certain so-called anomalies that happen. Certain anomalies that happen within truth tellers' lives that nobody can explain. Like, for example, anomaly 1 is how does this, what they so-called call theology, makes more sense than even theology? If it makes more sense than something that is theology, which is from the root word theory, that means this is not a theory, it's simply the truth. When the truth teller is saying, I didn't receive this from reading a book, I got it from God. How to explain that? Through a vision by way of perception, through an image. And based on an image, I was able to bring word to it. And that is called truth. And from this, I don't have to pay bills. And I'm not slaving. And that's the goal. Your true goal when you look at your life in the most simplistic and the most true is I just want to live a life where I don't have to work for the rest of my life because all of my bills are already paid. Correct? You would go home to God right now if all your bills are paid. You don't have to work and slave for the rest of your life. Correct? Exactly. So what do you think it means to have dominion over an entire planet? Now you understand why my father said that we are to take over Earth. Why? Okay. Great secret, y'all. I'm about to give you a great secret. Before I give you the great secret, does everything that I said make sense? Type 33 in the chat if what I said makes sense. If it does not make sense, let me know, because I'm going to give you a great secret. But I cannot tell you the secret until you understand. Because if this does not make sense, what I'm about to say does not make sense. Because remember, we're getting deeper. Remember, my goal is to get you into incorporeal land. My goal is get y'all so aware of the imperishable realm, so aware in truth, in grace, that you're able to understand knowledge that is not even bound to earth or existence itself. Okay? Okay, I'm seeing the 33s. Y'all saying it makes sense. Are y'all sure this makes sense? Y'all not just saying 33s just because you want to move on? Y'all sure, right? Let me see YEA. Yeah, that's ultimate consent. That on spiritually, even Enoch would say, if they say yeah, then they must know. Let me see a YEA if this truly makes, because I'm going to have to erase this to continue. I don't want to erase nothing. So somebody said sure. Sure? I don't know about sure. Sure, yeah, any question? Okay, yeah, cool. Okay. There's must have been, so her sure, one of the student master students, pardon, Holy One. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing a yeah. All right, cool. They're like, oh my God, what are you going to say? What are you going to say? What are you going to say? What is the big secret? The secret is so big, I have to enlarge this. So I got to return back to what we taught in class 1, just so it can make sense. All right. Just to give it some type of what you may understand as dimensionality, but it's not dimensionality. This is more portal-like. This existence created by wisdom, divine feminine in nature. Earth created by Yadabah, Sackless, Semel. This is Earth. Okay. You know how Yadabah, Sackless, Semel has three names, right? How do you spell Semel? Oh, I'm about to give you a great secret. Okay, just remember, Yadabah, Sackless, Semel is who they think God is in the Bible. Yadabah, Sackless, Semel is who they think Satan is. Satan is a title. It is not who they think it is. Yadabah, Sackless, Semel is actually the God of every religion, not just the Bible, the God of the Quran, God of all of them. This is like, so now you understand how deep all of this is. This is what we really taught and what we teach. And I'm giving you hidden things that not even Yeshua told these people. Not even because he didn't know it, just because they wasn't ready. Yeshua knew this class is not meant for his time. They could barely, they kill him just by saying women needed rights. So they was not ready. Y'all know they wasn't ready for this. Now you understand why it's important for Yeshua to find a successor in me, so I can continue the legacy of the immovable race of perfect humanity, or as we say, the love and understanding of the immovable race of perfect. The wisdom, love, and understanding. Not knowledge, wisdom. And no. It's wisdom, love, understanding. You understand me? Of the immovable race of perfect humanity. Well, I need more space. Oh, I'm gonna do it this way. Oh, when I do it like this, it's gonna be like, oh, this is how you know he broke free from the matrix, because he's not even doing it like the Americans did it. That's how you spell it. Samel. The EL at the end of a name is the classification of angel. EL is the classification of angel. Hold on. Okay, let's just use biblical talk just to make it make sense, and then talk about it in the imperishable language. You're telling me, Nadiie, that Satan became an angel? That's where this concept of fallen angel came from? When they found that out, they couldn't believe that something so evil, God still accepted as an angel and redeemed it. So they reversed it to confuse everybody and say it's a fallen angel. Because if anybody that has any freaking ounce of a brain, once you're an angel, you won. You can't fall as an angel. You can fall as a reptilian. You can fall as a Nephilim. You can fall as a normal human, not the immovable race of perfect humanity. You cannot fall as an angel. Why? You know how this is earth? You know how this is existence? You know how everything out here was pre-existence, right? Pre-existence. All, crystallize, right? Angels are already in heaven, correct? They're already in the pre-existent. So they're not suffering from the same things that's different. We're living different realities. Humans want to get to the imperishable realm. Angels want to have the knowledge in the humans' minds. Now you understand human and angel relationship. You're telling me that any one human that is a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity, specifically the proper use of that sentence is any spirit that is of the immovable race of perfect humanity is smarter or has more wisdom than any angel. Yes. And I will show you the ancient records to prove it. But you would just know this. How can you know this? In every story where an angel is mentioned, all the angels always bow to the humans. Haven't you asked yourself that question? Why do they do that? Why do angels say, I'm not to be bowed to, I am to bow? If they bow to the normal humans, I don't even know their power. So what does the angel know about humans to make it, if you just kill somebody, the angel's still going to bow to you? Because angels are already in the pre-existent. They're already in the imperishable realm. They know God's plan with humanity. They're just watching it unfold, and they're watching how humanity figures out their own plan. Oh, he's spitting right now. I know. When you find out that in Yeshua's true teachings, it said what? YAZEDEKEUS came to regret everything he did on earth and caused something called the flood. It says that in Yeshua's true teachings. It says in Yeshua, he talks about why the flood happened, because YAZEDEKEUS came to regret. What is regret? What is regret? Oh my God, I had enlightenment. Thank wisdom. Thank wisdom for that. Why? Remember, wisdom descended down. That made wisdom innocent because of my Father's plan. Eventually, when YAZEDEKEUS got wisdom power taken out of him, and YAZEDEKEUS of its own will blew it into Adam, which caused the bodies of the immovable race of perfect humanity to have a form to take to undo all of this. Why? Because YAZEDEKEUS found out that no matter how evil it is, its flame still burns. Because God the Father is using now YAZEDEKEUS as a puppet. Because my Father is the most merciful one. Because how are you able to initially come on the earth? Think about it. How are you allowed to come on earth? through the divine feminine wisdom, the divine masculine innocence that causes life, because every baby is innocent. And it all comes through a womb, the woman. And women are more intuitive. Women are more in tune with their body. That's why they're allowed to have an entire soul spirit in their body, because they're so in tune with their body, they're able to handle another in their body. This is deep. Life is birthed from divine masculine innocence, divine feminine wisdom. The best women are the most wise ones. The best men are the most innocent ones. Put them together, you get life. All babies are innocent. All babies are wise because they're innocent. All babies have life. It moves on. Father showed Yadabath Sackless Samil the light. Pardon me, Yadabath showed Yadabath Sackless the light. I'm going to give you some tea. Y'all ready for the tea? What's the tea, Nadi? The tea is in the 114 Secret Sayings, the living Yeshua. It said this is what the living Yeshua spoke. When Yeshua had feet, head, shoulder, knees, and toes. When Yeshua had a body, he did not address Yadabath as Yadabath. He exclusively called Yadabath Sackless. Remember, it said Yadabath had three names. Yadabath, Sackless, Samil. Yadabath is the energy of that when wisdom first created it, and it created everything before the regret. Sackless is what it turned into as it was corrupted and became what is so-called arrogant. Yadabath is ignorance. Remember we said ignorance can still be molded. Yadabath is just ignorant. Because Yadabath raped Eve. Yadabath raped Eve? Yeah. Oh, I'm going to just throw this fun fact out here, just so you can understand the importance of all of this. The reason why women existed, because it was only men. Remember, all so-called what you think humans are, there's a different name for them, but just so-called everything that you think a human is, it all was called Adam. All humans were just called Adam. Then one of the humans had something called life epinoia from a divine plan put in it. And that human got that life epinoia. Why? Because Adam had a very powerful mental superiority. Even the defect, Adam had mental superiority over. Yadabath was like, I didn't even name Adam the full Adamus. I left out the MAS, so Adamus shouldn't have full control. But then what it didn't understand is you still left on the ADAM. How do you spell Adamus? ADAMMAS. Or ADAMAS. So you gave still Adamus dominion in a mental way. You didn't give Adamus the full control because it's in the same name. Because the names must match. And I'm going to tell you why this matters later. In probably class 3. Because that is true and is relevant. But it's one of those truths that you don't even recognize the knowledge until all of this makes sense for that to make sense. So I'm not even going to talk about Adam and his son Seth right now. I'm going to talk about it a little later. But there is no Yeshua and Nadiie and Yaakov the righteous. There is no Yeshua, Yaakov the righteous, and Nadiie without Adam and Seth setting everything up. We'll talk about that later because you want to see this. I already showed you how this goes back into the 5 seals when you follow it. But there's this very direct punchline that even if you miss that one, that the punchline will make sense. So Yadabath Sackless Samil, when Yeshua was living on earth, only addressed him as Sackless. Sackless has now become arrogant. Sackless is the arrogant version of Yadabath. Yadabath is just ignorance. Yadabath raped Eve. This is, the little fun fact we were saying, women were actually constructed because Yadabath was envious and jealous of Adam's mental superiority. Again, mental, which then places the mind much more important than the heart. Now you recognize why governments spend billions of dollars in the CIA documents for the psychological evaluations and created something called PSYOPs, or literally called psychological operations. Well, he proved it on a different level. the government do spend dang near over trillions of dollars on psychological operations. What does the government know about the human psyche that it's spending almost all of its budget on it? This. Okay. Women were originally created, and I'll give you the ancient records to prove it. Women were actually a defect. What? I'm just giving you the truth. You know how some women say, I care about my feelings more than the facts. The fact that they're even able to say that sentence and actually mean it. What is more evil than choosing something over truth? So inherently, women have something called emotions. When not, remember, wisdom, divine feminine, what did it say? Without the consent of the father, without the descent of her counterpart, her companion, the divine masculine, innocence, created all of this. Well, how do we literally prove in class 1? If you make a decision when you're emotional, snotty-nosed actions, I'm crying. Why did he do that? Why did she do that? I'm about to do something right now with my tears in my eyes. Is that going to be a smart or a stupid action? We all agreed a stupid action is only going to come from emotional decisions. This is saying the same thing, right? Without the divine masculine, you're only left with the divine feminine. Created all of this, hit it, had to go back and try to fix it. That sounds that sounds just like an emotional woman trying to get her man back. Now you understand the power of women. Women started off as a defect. How did women say, hold on, listen. Let's listen. Because I'll show you my father's on record where it's saying, this is where critical thinking is important. Just listen. Women started off as a defect. Why? Because Adam got too powerful. Mental superiority. So, what was Yadabath's plan? Yadabath's plan was to take some of his power out of Adam and create a lesser version of Adam called Eve. And this is their name. There's a different name for it. The best way to explain it is Eve, because even Yeshua says Yadabath raped Eve. When you understand the truth, you understand the truth. Adam had mental superiority over Yadabath, its own creator, what you think Satan is. How? Because God put it inside the name Adam, As, which is Adamus, the first human. Yadabath modeled the perishable realm after the imperishable realm. So it called its first human Adam, modeled after Adamus. Why? Because in its own record it said that Yadabath wanted to have the power of the light and the dark. Any ignorant person wants to have the best of both worlds, right? Exactly. Look at Hollywood. Look at the Epstein files. You see a whole bunch of people trying to partaking in everything. Absolutely no boundaries. Now you understand the consciousness of Yadabath. Now you understand the consciousness of ignorance. So, because Yadabath was so ignorant, it was like, okay, something about Adam is different. I think we modeled him after the wrong light because she's too strong. We can't stop him because every time we try to stop him, his own mind creates a solution. Because they understand the etheric realm. Their stuff is instantly manifesting. Because they're in the etheric realm. And they're in physical. So on all levels. When Yadabath put them in the physical world, because it says later in Yeshua's true teachings, Yadabath had to put Adam from the psychic race into the material race. The reason why Yadabath still had the dominion to do that, because Adam didn't fully understand everything. But I'm going to tell you how Adam figured out everything. And you'll figure out how it all ties back in. So Yadabath's plan, because Adam was too mentally superior, let me take my power from you. Because I can't take God's power, which is the spirit, the breath, from Adam, because he's already breathing. And I don't even really know how the breath even got it. Well, I know how the breath got because my mother, wisdom, put the breath inside Adam. And I was tricked to having my mother's power leave me and go into Adam. That's how the spirit got. That's how God got in Adam. Once God in, God can't come out. So now Yadabath is saying, well, now Adam is just mentally superior than everyone. But I put my own power in Adam. So what did Yadabath do? Take his power from Adam, left God's power in Adam, thought that was enough. Where did Yadabath put his power? In someone named Eve. How did Eve get constructed? When Yadabath took the power from Adam, he constructed a defect. Women were started off as a defect. Woman. It started off as a defect. Why? Because Yadabath could not fathom the fact that something it created became stronger than it. So it wanted to create something lesser than Adam that had more facility, or what we say, utility. Think about what the role of a woman is actually. The role of a woman is just to produce a whole bunch of humans. Yadabath created Eve to be a reproduction facility for humans to continue its dark reign on autopilot, because Yadabath found out when it did everything that God told it to do, it created Adam something too strong. So then Yadabath said, what will be my version of how I create a human? So it created a defect by the name of a woman, called it Eve. Eve's original purpose was to be a reproduction facility for humans, but Yadabath didn't factor in something. If Adam is if Adam is mentally superior, and you take, yes, it's from your power from Adam, but it's still Adam, and you make a defect, which is a woman. Women are defects. I know women right now that thinks emotions are more important than facts. And when any woman is emotional enough, they will say the same thing. Why? Because it's about my feelings. That inherently is an evil thing. That's the defect, when emotions get in the way. But what Yadabath didn't factor in, Adam, you modeled Adam after Adamus from light. So when Yadabath created Eve, Yadabath didn't know in the moment that it created what it thought was a defect, the woman, it gave God full reign and access to now turn what you thought was going to be a reproduction facility for demons into a reproduction facility for angels. Oh my God. Type 33s in the chat if what I just said made sense. Type 33s in the chat if what I just said made sense. You're like, oh my God, he tied it back in so beautifully. Type 33 in the chat if what I just said made sense. Yadabath, why? Why is this important? When you find out in Adam's own record, even in Yeshua's two teachings, it said, who convinced Adam to eat from the tree of knowledge? What is the tree of knowledge? Your sexual orgasm, your balls, the penis, the vagina. That's the tree of knowledge. How was it the tree of knowledge? How do you get more humans on earth, boy? When Adam ate from the tree, it means Adam and Eve had sex and created a son by the name of Seth. And Adam told Seth everything that God told Adam, and hid Seth from Adamus, hid Seth from Yadabath. Because remember, Adamus' son is named Seth. So Adam got the knowledge from Adamus to then make Seth, S-E-T-H, the full name, not leaving out some of the letters like Adam and Adamus. You know, Adamus is A-D-A-M-A-S, and Adam is just A-D-M-A-N. So that's why Adam died, because it didn't have the full authority of what? The immovable race of perfect humanity. It truly didn't have wisdom and innocence, so it didn't have everlasting life. It only got that. How did Adam get wisdom and innocence? Through Eve. The dog in the window. Y'all like, he's cooking right now, because everything he makes, it just makes uncomfortable too much sense. When the sense starts to be uncomfortable, that's how you know it's the truth. You're telling me that Yadabath Saklis Samel, right now it's Yadabath. Yadabath is just ignorant. When you're ignorant, you do stupid things, you don't think it through. Yadabath created a defect by the name of women. I can prove to you that women are a defect because right now, if a woman gets too emotional, they think that emotions matter more than facts. But what happens when women are wise? They become the most powerful humans on the planet. Again, what happens when women become wise? They become the most powerful humans on the planet. How do women become the most powerful humans on the planet? When they recognize how much power they actually have. When they recognize that the divine light plan was to reproduce Yadabath's ignorance into good. God is the ultimate transmuter. Which means even though Yadabath Sackler had every intention to leave women as a defect, when God came in the picture, which has always been in the picture, it is when God allowed itself to be revealed. God said, you know what, Yadabath? You intended for women to be a defect, but actually, I'm gonna make that plan blow up in your face because you don't recognize how much power I actually have. This is what God talking to Yadabath. Yadabath, you gave me, God, a direct portal. What is a womb? A portal. You gave me, God, a direct portal to send the immovable race of perfect humanity. Now you understand why Yeshua in his 114 secret sayings says, and even in their own religions, Matthew 18:3, truly I tell you, if you do not become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Now you understand when a child is raised still up as a child, you get the one who is teaching you. But how does this all coincide? Those that have been following, you understand the pathways. But we're talking about Yadabath, originally ignorant. When Yadabath found out that Eve's mind is more superior than Adam. Hold on. It started off with women being defects. That was the sole intention. Then later, as Yadabath was just watching them in the paradise, his so-called paradise, he's seen Eve whispering things in Adam's ear, and Adam was getting revelations. You find on Yeshua's true teaching, literally says Eve woke Adam up. Why did Eve wake Adam up? Why did Eve have to wake Adam up? Because Yadabath Sackler, this is where something called the waters of forgetfulness was introduced. Yadabath Sackler's own presentation said that the immovable race of perfect humanity is so strong, is so mentally superior, it cannot be controlled. So the only way we can control them is to have them forget their own power. And then there's something called the waters of forgetfulness is introduced. What we know today as something simply called amnesia. How do you get amnesia? The lack of truth. Makes sense, right? Because none of this is coming from my own mind. This is literally what Yeshua told his people. Then, man, when you find, now you understand why I might should have to pause and say, does this make sense before we continue? Because I'm gonna take y'all through a roller coaster of now. Y'all like, oh my God, and it's still somehow all tying together. Yadabath, I'm gonna fast forward, but I'm gotta conclude, land this plane here. Yadabath, when it seen that it could not control Adam, had Adam drink from the waters of forgetfulness, simply amnesia. Eve, who was technically already a defect in Adam's mind, Yadabath did not force Eve to drink from the waters of forgetfulness. Yadabath only forced Adam to drink from it. Oh, now it all makes sense. Because Yadabath already thought that women were a defect, so why do I need to make the woman drink from a... He thought the forgetfulness was already built into the defect package. You have to ask yourself, because I know I already explained it, but when I explain it like this is the punchline you're going to really understand. The most evil thing a person could do is produce a infinite portal back here to Earth. If our goal is to leave Earth, and what the womb does is bring people to Earth, the most evil thing is the womb. Until God is involved, because God's plan is, even though the womb is the most evil thing, because the womb is the portal to density. You only become dense through a womb. They're like, oh my God, that's the most harsh truth. It's just the truth, though. I never heard it be said like, I never thought about it like that. But remember, even though that's the truth, God had a better plan for women. I like God's plan over Yadabath's plan. God said, okay, let's play your game, Yadabath, because your game is my game. You think you're about to just make a whole bunch of little demon babies, just running around, just causing mayhem and chaos. I'm going to make your plan blow up in your face. I'm going to use the womb. I'm going to let you birth whoever you want to birth. But periodically, I'm going to send some people called culture bringers. I'm going to send what they so-called call earth angels. I'm going to send holy and righteous children. I'm going to send. And then now, originally, because remember I told you the dark orb above Earth is very small. If you really seen it in the astral world, in the light realm, you'll be like, they're going so hard because they're on their last hurrah. Oh, it's getting deep. Now you understand why even in the Bible it says the power of women leads men in different ways. Because men, now you understand why wisdom is inherently divine feminine. Remember, your pineal gland secretes testosterone, estradiol. Without wisdom, without the divine feminine, innocence, the man can't be. Adam is innocent. Why is Adam innocent? Yadabath forced Adam to drink from the waters of forgetfulness. Forced, meaning Adam is innocent. Adam is not intentionally trying to forget. Adam is not intentionally trying to die. I know this to be true for facts. In my mystery school, Adam has an own record. Adam has a record? Literal Adam has a record, and Adam's record is the most wholesome thing. Adam's record is him talking to Seth, his son, about, listen, I'm about to die. This is all the knowledge. Do it right. That's powerful. And then Seth, you want to say how this all connects back to the immovable race of perfect humanity? To the 5 seals? Seth is the only one in human history to outright say the 5 seals. Without Seth, no one knows the 5 seals, even Yeshua. Oh my God, is that deep? Exactly. Type 33s in the chat if what we said, everything that we said makes sense so far. Because now we're about to get into the next phase. The phase that's what we're currently in. So type 33 in the chat if everything that we said makes sense so far. If you have any questions, ask your questions. Because we got to make sure this makes sense. Because remember, the flood regret, this is sackless. Right now we've been talking about Yadabath, the ignorance. The flood and the regret is from sackless when Yeshua was on earth. Yeshua is so powerful. Yeshua got Yadabath, Sackless, and Mel to regret his own actions. So one of his master students says, so Seth was born before or after Adam was forced to forget? That's a great question. After. Remember, Yadabath was Adam was in a state of forgetfulness from the waters of forgetfulness. And at the moment, right before Adam and Eve had sex, which is called the tree of knowledge. Sex is the tree of knowledge. Sex alchemy is the tree of knowledge. Sorry, that's what it is. Not sorry. Haha. You got the truth. Fun fact. Even look at look how the penis is constructed. Look how the womb is constructed. You put them together, it's a tree. You'll be like, whoa. Bit from the apple. Your two balls. Like, it's so many different levels. The cherry within the womb being busted. So now we already know that you bit from the fruit. Because her cherry not. They're like, oh my God. Now you're asking the question. When the master student says, so how did Seth know the 5 seals? Adam told him. Now the question is, how did Adam know the 5 seals? Adamus told him. But then waters of forgetfulness. How did Eve know to tell Adam certain things to give Adam back his memory? Because Eve has something called life epinoia. It goes back. Wisdom, innocence, life. Father put life inside Eve. Yadabath thought women was just a defect because that's what he intended for them to be. God in secret put life inside, called epinoia, life epinoia, inside Eve. So now Eve, and it's inside Adam as well, but Adam was constantly, every day, Adam would have it. Basically, Adam had dementia. The best way to explain it is basically Adam had like dementia. And Eve was dealing with a husband that had dementia. So every day Eve had to remind Adam who he was. The reason why Eve had the capacity to do that because Eve was wise, innocent, because God put life inside Eve. Yadabath didn't focus on Eve because Yadabath thought Eve was a defect already. Yadabath thought Eve had the waters of forgetfulness already built in the package. God said, I have other plans for women. Because God understood the truth of wisdom, divine feminine in nature, is the reason why Yadabath even has an earth to even play on. So God understood the power of the divine feminine, which is the creation force. Same thing with the masculine, because it's the creation force. Because when the two become into one, when it's neither male nor female, when it's one, that's when you get the knowledge. You understand me? Adam got the 5 seals through Adamus. Adamus told Adam. Adam forgot because the waters of forgetfulness. Eve, because life was put into Eve through the secret of my father. Eve reminded Adam. Eve and Adam came together. You know, as a man firsthand, when a woman gives you some coochie, your ears are far more open. You be getting thinking you in love. Eve used her power, the knowledge of good and evil. What is it? The knowledge of good and evil. With the power of sex, you can produce a life that is Hitler, or you can produce a life that is Yeshua. Literally, I just explained to you the knowledge of good and evil. Literally, is that true? The power, just the power of sex alone, you have the power to create a Yeshua or a Hitler. Now you understand the power of good and evil. The knowledge of good and evil, the tree, which is literally just intercourse. Okay? Now you say, what this should do, this is, remember they taught, this is what Yeshua told his people. This is the truth. This is what we told, this is what we got from God. Even Yeshua didn't tell them all this because they wasn't ready for all of this. I'm teaching you things that even Yeshua wanted to teach his people but couldn't. There's even a secret saying. Yeshua says, back then when you were seeking answers, I wasn't willing to give you them, but now I am willing, but you are not seeking. Literally, in one of the 114 secret sayings, Yeshua literally is like, I'm more willing now to give you some knowledge, but now you're not seeking no more. All the answers already in all the ancient records. Yeshua wanted to teach his people what I'm teaching you now, but he couldn't. Why? Because they weren't receptive to it. Remember, matriarchy in Egyptian days, they understood this truth. Because the Egyptians, the so-called the ones of Kemet, understood this, they made an entire culture based around matriarchy, the power of women. Because if you put women in charge, it's a much better place, no exaggeration. When women are, because women care about something called harmony. Men care about something called order. Women care about something called harmony. If you were in Egypt, you would say this is the best time on earth until you recognize what else is going on earth. Why? because everything was in harmony. It wasn't until people that demanded order, men, turned into a patriarchy that we have all these problems. Okay. Whew. Now let's just say that it makes sense. Okay. So now, that's what happened when Yadabath. That's what happened when Yadabath. Remember, Yadabath just basically means ignorance. This is the origins. I'm giving you the true origins of everything, right? This is before Yeshua, though. So Yeshua, Melchizedek is in the spirit world seeing all of this take place. And he's like, God, please send me, because Yadabath has taken it too far. Literally, Yeshua said Yadabath raped Eve and caused Eve to have babies that was different than the baby that Adam and Eve had by the name of Seth. So when Adam and Eve had a baby by the name of Seth, which was a holy baby that was designed to give us the 5 seals, give Yeshua, even Yeshua doesn't have the 5 seals without Seth. Seth had a whole mission. Yadabath said, oh no, you don't. Yadabath literally raped Eve, created Cain and Abel and all these other ones, deceptively named them Cain and Abel, created all these other ones. Why? To try to stop Seth from giving to his ascent. Yadabath didn't know the full picture, but Yadabath knew that Seth was no good for his plan. God was using Seth because without Seth, there is no Yeshua. God was trying his absolute best to get Yeshua in the picture, specifically the immovable race of perfect humanity into the picture. God is like, I can't get Yeshua, the holy priest Melchizedek, on earth yet because the stage is not set for him. We have to make sure Seth grows up to live a life to where he naturally comes across these 5 seals and understands the importance of them. So then insert Adam's record. Adam is teaching Seth everything about the 13 heavens and all of these things, right? 12 heavens and all of them, like all these heavens, 10 heavens, whatever heavens. Talking about literally Adam's record is telling Seth everything and said, the first heaven would say it happened like this. The second heaven would say it happened like this. The third heaven, literally, Adam's record is breaking down to what all the heavens think, which is giving you a direct, streamlined consciousness of how the heavens operate on all their levels. Yes. Now you understand the importance of Seth. Now you understand, Yeshua said, Yadabath came to regret everything he did. Even raping Eve, all of that, regretted everything. Caused a flood on the whole earth. Why is this flood important? This flood is so important because someone by the name of Enoch comes in the picture. When you find out that Seth lived so long that it also was aware of Enoch, because Seth spoke the 5 seals. Any person would either say that means Seth that means Enoch is older than Seth because Seth spoke Enoch, or Seth and Enoch live side by side. What I'm telling you is when Adam and Eve, before Enoch and everyone, when Adam and Eve bit from the tree of knowledge, which means had sex, and produced Seth, Seth had to be basically hidden and had to live a super spiritual life. So it means Seth is older than Adam. Why is this important? Who is Adamas' son? Seth, Seth. Adamas told Adam, don't make the same mistake Yadabath made with you. That's why you're going to die, Adam. Name your son my son's name, Seth. So it will never die, because the name Seth, even if you don't know how powerful it is, it's incredibly powerful. Now you understand. So Seth is older than everybody. Seth truly can't die because this is a great secret. Those who get his best listen. Uriel, the second light / luminary / second angel, conceptualization, perception, memory. Seth is over that. Seth is the commander over Oriel. You're telling me Seth, someone a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity, Seth is the starter of the immovable? Seth created the immovable race of perfect humanity. What? Why does this all come into picture? Yeah, there is no Yeshua without Seth. There is no immovable race of perfect humanity without Seth. What is, I'm going to give you another great secret. What is the Oreo, the second light / luminary? Conceptualization, perception, memory. Seth is over it. What is Harmazel? Grace, truth, form. Adamus is over Harmazel. Oh my God. Now they understand why they say Adamus is the father of humanity and Seth is the son of humanity. And then Yeshua is God in flesh, is Father in flesh. But truly it's the immovable race of perfect humanity which is Father in flesh. Anyone that is a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity, anyone that can effortlessly teach what I'm teaching and not be tired no matter how long the sun is down, yet the sun is up. You understand me? I commend everyone that's here because y'all like, this is making so much sense. I know my dreams is about to be, my dreams is about to be so wild in righteousness and holiness. And that which is truth, you understand me? Why is this part now important? I put it here, you didn't even recognize how important this was. Why does, okay, I'm going to do a test just to see what the collective consciousness is. Type yes or no. Did you know that Enoch is a part of the Bible? Yes or no. Did you know that Enoch was a part of the Bible? Even though it's very short. Did you know that Enoch is a part of the Bible? Yes or no. Type the answer in the comments. Now, remember what we said in the beginning of class. My goal is to get you to the incorporeal. We got to get through all this before you get to the incorporeal. People want to know about the spirit world so much. You want to know about the spirit world so much, you got to get through everything to get to the spirit world. All right. I'm seeing the yeses. I'm about to give you something that's such a big secret. When you have this piece of knowledge, you're gonna be like Birdman rubbing hands. One of the main reasons why Enoch makes it into the Bible is because there is no Noah without Enoch. What? There's no Noah without Enoch. Enoch is the first hand of count. Literally, hear me. Those with two good ears are the best listen. Enoch is the first hand account of Noah. Inception on earth. What? Enoch is that important? Noah is like so important. What did Noah preach? Oh my God, he put it in our face and then gave us the punchline. And my father's on the record. It said it came in form first as a man, Noah. It came in second as a woman. I'll let y'all figure out who that one is. And it came in now as word. Its form is word, your ability to speak. Man, woman, word. When Father came on the planet as man, it came as Noah first. Enoch in his own, in the book of Enoch, when Enoch, remember, Enoch is the scribe of all. Enoch was just recording everything he's seen. Everything that the government, the American government is confirming right now, the ETs and everything, Enoch 100% already said all of it. 100%. Just go read the book of Enoch, the secret book of Enoch 2, all of them. Enoch said when Noah first came on the earth, literally in the book of Enoch, if you tell a pastor this, the pastor will go to the Bible and say, oh my gosh, it literally is there. Who told you this knowledge? You might get killed for this. But remember, I sealed you in the 5 seals, you would not taste death. I told you the three secret passwords for the three secret toe collectors. So if you find yourself on the other side, you know what to tell the three toe collectors so you can go back home to the imperishable realm. I am a son and I am from the Father. I am from the pre-existent Father and I am a son of the pre-existent One. I have came to behold those that belong to me and those foreign to the light. I told you the secret passwords. Enoch said when Noah first came on earth, Noah came as a white bull. And then the white bull turned into a man. And then suddenly white animals started appearing across the planet. Herds of them. Now you understand why. Or you go on my page right now. I was showing you the white squirrel that came after I did a specific divine statement with Enoch Metatron. And then the white squirrel came and that video did good. And everybody was like, oh my gosh, a miracle caught on camera and everything. Oh my God, he made it make sense. He technically showed a miracle in real life. People be like, show a miracle if you're Christ. And he literally has the video of the white squirrel. You can't make this up. Because Enoch does say when the white animals start coming, God is on the planet. Wherever he's at, white animals are appearing. Because Enoch said Noah came as a white bull first, turned into a man, and then white animals started appearing on the planet. What was Noah's mission? Mind you, Seth is still on earth, gaining all this knowledge, watching all of this because Seth invoked Enoch the fifth seal, so he was aware. So Seth is just somewhere as all of this is happening. God knew this. God said, in order to make sure Seth does what his job is, God has to come on earth for the first time. As Noah. What was Noah's message? The flood is coming. The flood is coming. The flood is coming. How did Noah know the flood was coming? Because Noah is the first manifestation of God. And God told Yadabath the truth. At this moment, it was sackless. Oh, no, pardon me. It was Yadabath about to be sackless. When the flood happened, then Yadabath turns into sackless. Noah told Yadabath. Remember God, Noah is the first incarnation of God. God already told Yadabath the truth. God knows eventually Yadabath is going to regret everything and cause a flood. And try to destroy everything. Because when you make something so wicked as earth, you think just flooding everything is going to fix it. So that's why Yeshua in strategic said Yadabath came to regret everything he did, even raping Eve, regretted everything. You want to talk about repentance? Yadabath repented, and his action for repentance was, I'm gonna prove to you, God, that I repent. I'm gonna destroy try to get the government to destroy its economy. It will not. They're warring right now because they want money to stay alive. So you got to give credit where credit is due, no matter how evil someone is. You talk about you want the world to go and all these people to die and all of this. Yadabath killed everybody. Are you happy? No, because killing and murder and violence is not the answer. Obviously, Yadabath already tried that, and God denied him. We'll talk about that later because Yeshua had to come in the picture because Yadabath got pissed, turned into sackless, and a whole bunch of other stuff happened. Okay. There's Kane over here. You want Kane to come in? I don't know. What are you doing? You want him to come in? Okay, you can bring him in. I'm about to get done teaching though. Okay. Yeah, I know. He sees something. I never see him act like that. Okay. Why is it so important? Noah was talking about the flood. Right? The flood is coming, the flood is coming, the flood is coming, the flood is coming, the flood is coming. The flood. I'm going to just be honest with you. I didn't really care if the flood was real or not. When I see Yeshua talk about it, I know it's real now. Because I've seen all the scientific proof, the young, like something about like something dry ass, something like that. All of that. So there's so much scientific evidence Okay. So much scientific evidence. And then when I seen in Yeshua's own teachings, he talks about this makes more sense. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, he can come in. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, he's chilling now. Thank you. You want to come in? Oh, okay. Sure. No. It says 25 minutes remaining. Oh, snaps. Okay, I got 20 seconds. The flood happened, Yadabath. Okay, cool. You know a priest about the flood. Then, because of all of that, eventually, Yadabath became arrogant. So this is all ignorance. Then Yadabath became arrogant. I told him this is my longest live because I'm about to be resting. I'm not going to go live for so long. Okay. Welcome back. Y'all know I love you so much. Name one person that went live so long, Instagram kicked them off. They said, you've been long at the capacity that the live. Now y'all know why I said I'm about to rest. I thought it was over. I got scared. No, so what happened is Instagram randomly on the screen when I was talking to my mom, it said 30 seconds until live is over. I said, hold on. Whoa. Because that basically just means there's a limit on the live. So I'm curious to see how long this class is going to be. Because when I post it on YouTube, I'm going to have to put both videos together. Even though on Instagram, it's going to be 2 separate lives. On YouTube, it's going to be one long, big one. All right. So pick up where we left off. Everybody else was they're going to just join back. The flood. Noah talking about the flood, right? The flood is coming. The flood is coming. Now you understand that part. Enoch, as this flood was going on, we're going to find the importance of Enoch. When Enoch got wind that the flood was coming, the Holy One took Enoch up. So God took Enoch off the planet into the imperishable realm with his body. Why? Because Enoch lived so holy and righteous. That God said, let me take you from the planet because there's a big flood that's about to happen. This is the truth. When Enoch gets into the imperishable realm and settles, God gives him the name Metatron, gives him the identical mind of God. Remember, Enoch is a human that came out of a womb that is of the immovable race of perfect humanity. Enoch got the name Metatron, identical mind of God. God addresses Metatron as youth, Y-O-U-T-H. That is how Enoch is saved from the flood. Makes sense? Makes sense. Noah is the incarnation of God. Like everything is incarnation of God. But Noah was that form telling everybody that the flood is coming. But remember, God, the totality is pre-existent. It's not, even though a lot of it is inside, even though it came in the form of Noah, it still had all the angels and all the other plans and stuff in motion. Because, for example, God was told one angel, take Enoch away, da-da-da-da-da-da. And the Holy One came and did it and all of this. Because simultaneously as God exists on earth is still pre-existent. So the moment Enoch went into the imperishable realm, even though Noah was still on earth preaching the message, the flood is coming, get on my boat. God was like, yeah, there's a version of me on earth right now called Noah. You seen about him, you wrote about him. The fact I let you see me in my birthing as a white bull to a man, so everybody can always say that you were the one that originally see me. That is how Enoch got off world. when this flood happened. Now you understand the importance of the flood. Why the flood happened. How Enoch got saved. Or got off-world. All of that. Finally. Y'all like, man, today is a class if I've ever seen one. Finally, y'all. We're ready to talk about how Yadabath ignorance turned into sackless arrogance. Okay? Because we still got to get to how sackless arrogance. You know God is powerful when God transmuted arrogance into an angel. Into Samel. Sackless is introduced when Yeshua gets on earth. Ooh, it's getting deep. Okay? When Yeshua gets on earth, sackless is introduced. Yadabath ignorance turned into sackless arrogance. Why? What happened right after the flood happened? Well, after the flood happened, Yadabath became arrogant because it was like, hey, all the problems on earth is gone. Ha ha ha. I can do this now. Thank you, God. Then Yadabath became aware of what Noah did. Noah saved, because Yadabath wanted to kill everything. It wanted to do a complete reset. Because Yadabath took out a lot, though, it became arrogant because it basically was like, I have the power to build and destroy. So it became arrogant. But it didn't account for the fact that what Noah was doing. I'm not teaching you anybody else, because if you understand what that word means, you understand it means of the stars. I'm teaching you the truth. This is what they taught their own people. So don't even mention any other thing, because I can literally prove to you how it all comes back to these teachings from Yeshua that currently isn't housed in Egypt. The American government doesn't even have what I'm teaching you. The Egyptian government does. But don't go over there trying to look for this, because they might kill you or take you in for interrogation. Because how do you have knowledge of things that's in there, to the degree? How do you have the knowledge to the degree of this level? The answer is God. Sackless is the arrogant version of Yadabath. Sackless Samel. So sackless basically just means arrogance. Basically, like you understand it as like that. Arrogance. You can't tell arrogance anything. That's the point of being arrogant. When you're arrogant, no one could tell you anything. Because when Yadabath regretted everything it did, but from that regret, because it was ignorant, it became arrogant, because it was like, I destroyed everything, and I built everything, and I destroyed everything. So I got the total power. That's what Yadabath thought. So it became arrogant, called sackless. Okay, so now Yeshua gets introduced. At this point, God already came as the woman. Because remember, when the flood, I gotta answer this part. When the flood happened, remember the first form of God was the man, Noah. Then God came as a woman. Because God had to restore the earth as a woman. To restore back the earth. Because a big flood happened, like 90% of the planet died. Okay. So right after the flood, God left the body of Noah, came in a new form as a woman eons later to build everything. I would say eons within, not eons later, eons within. To rebuild everything. Then God left the woman form and then came in the form of Word, W-O-R-D. Why? Because God understood. So, for example, God redeemed every man and woman by coming as a man and woman. first before it came as word. You understand me? Type 33s in the chat if that just made sense, because that's so incredibly deep. That's a great secret. The reason why God came as Noah, the man, and then the woman. Y'all let y'all figure out that yourself. Before it came, it could have just came as word first. No. It came as a man first, Noah, and a woman on the second run. So now both men and women are redeemed. Why? Because God proved that humans have the capability to be God. Noah was a white bull first, an animal. So God redeemed all of the animals by being an animal. So first God was an animal, which is Noah, a white bull. Then Noah became a man. So then God redeemed men. Then the second go round, eons within, then, God left Noah, the form of Noah, and then came in the form of a woman to redeem women and to restore the earth and cultivate because a flood happened. Then God left the woman form and became Word. It said his final form is Word, W-O-R-D, your ability to speak. Why is this important? Because Sackless became so arrogant, Sackless basically just was like, I'm not even going to listen to God no more. Because Sackless felt like it had so much power. So then God had to create a master plan to step on Sackless's energy. Because Sackless had a very interesting reason. Because it thought it did everything. It was just arrogant. So then God had to say, okay, look at everything that we've done. Because remember, I still got to get you to the incorporeal. The word became flesh. No. Not the word became flesh. The word moves through flesh. We still got to get you to incorporeal. We got to get through all of this, though. God, my Father, had to create a plan, which is this plan. One of the master students says, yes, he is everything that is positive. Exactly. Now you're understanding Yeshua. Not just Yeshua, the immovable race of perfect humanity. Me, you, anyone else still alive. Okay? Because Sackless basically means arrogance. And that means no one could tell him anything. This is Yeshua. Melchizedek. Now we're getting way closer to the current moment. Yeshua Melchizedek. So Melchizedek told God, send me, I'm the holy priest. God said, okay, I'm going to send you. You're going to have the name Yeshua. Yeshua said, perfect. Why did God consent to allowing Yeshua to come on earth? Melchizedek. Because God already set up the full plan. Remember, I told you everything. Now y'all know the full plan already. Seth, Adam, everything that happened, all of that Yadabath's regret, how Yadabath's regret flipped on them. Remember how Yadabath tried to make women a defect, but then it's turn around in his face. So now woman is some of the most powerful things on the planet because it has the ability to create. The same thing with when the flood happened. Yadabath sent the flood because of regret, but God used the flood like judo back onto Yadabath. Because now, what did the flood do? Think about what the flood did. The flood cleansed out Earth's palate. Now it just has to be filled with stuff. So now God said, thank you, Yadabath. You took out 90% of all your host of archons and the giants, the Nephilim, and you took out most of them. Now there's way less work for my members to do. You did most of the work for them. You basically killed almost everybody. Some of them went subterranean. You basically killed everybody, though. There's less work for us. So God was like, thank you, Yadabath. You don't even know how you think what you did was just out of regret, but you're actually just doing my plan. Then Yadabath became sackless, arrogant, And YAZEDEKUS wasn't aware that Seth was watching all of this happen. And then, suddenly, right before Yeshua got on the earth, because it's still a bubble around. So basically, this is like Yeshua is in the conceptual like that. Yeshua is basically, like Melchizedek is basically walking on the path to become Yeshua now. Like on a soul level. This is like still incorporeal. So Melchizedek is basically walking down the imperishable halls, about to take the Yeshua body. Right before that happens, Seth drops his record. And what's inside Seth's record, everybody? What is inside Seth's record, everybody? I'm going to write it right here. The 5 seals. Oh my God, we had to get through all of that before we actually got to the 5 seals? Yes. And Seth's record is where he outright tells you what the 5 seals are. IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, ENOCH, in the proper interpretation, in the proper letter spelling. Right before Melchizedek Yeshua came on the earth, Seth dropped his record and then went back home to impair. The moment Seth did his record, the so-called codex and all that, the moment Seth released his record onto the earth, immediately God yoinked him off the planet. Thank you, Seth. Bing! Come here. Because I got an important one that's coming. The holy priest is coming. Seth is like, oh my God, the holy priest, the entire imperishable, remember, crystallized in pre-existence. The entire imperishable realm is like, oh my gosh, now you understand the importance of Yeshua, because Yeshua is Melchizedek, the holy priest of the imperishable realm. Oh my gosh, it all makes sense. One of the master students said, this makes sense with the hand on face emoji, like you've seen a ghost. Now that lets me know you had a revelation. Now you truly understand the importance of Yeshua, because Yeshua is Melchizedek, the holy priest of the imperishable realm. It means the top priest. But the top priest couldn't get here unless you understood the rest of everything that I told you already. Right before Melchizedek got into Yeshua and then came to earth, what did Seth say? Seth say, I released the 5 seals. Then, y'all want to talk? Y'all want to hear something super deep? Seth went back home, right? When Seth dropped this knowledge and went back home, God said, Seth, you have to go back on the earth. Seth was like, what? I already did it. What do you want me to do? This is the first moment. Those who took it had best listen. This is the first moment where, like, it was at this moment the immovable race of perfect humanity was born. Type 33s in the chat when you are ready for this high-level great secret knowledge. Type 33 in the chat if you are ready for this high-level great secret knowledge. I'm going to tell you the exact pinpoint specificity when the immovable race of perfect humanity was born. So the fact that all of us can do what we're doing. Because all this makes sense, right? And then when you find this part out, you're going to be like, yo, what? The reason why this is important. I can't say that part just yet because I got to wait. Well, this is what I'll say right now. The reason why this is important is because Yeshua loves us so much. He made sure to go through everything that we went through, including sometimes not fully understanding why we had to do something, but just getting that intuition to do it. You can talk about that a little bit more later. Yeshua isn't all-knowing. Yeshua is all-listening. Melchizedek is all-knowing. Yeshua is all-listening. As we say, all-yang is Melchizedek. All-listening or all intuition or all wisdom is what Yeshua is. Something happened. I seen the 33s. We're going to leave this up. Remember, because right now we're on Sackless. Then remember Samel. Remember the EL is a classification of the angel. Even Sackless became an angel. And then And now we're going to talk about how all of this happened. We're going to talk about why Earth seems so lawless right now. Why it seems like Earth doesn't have a God. We're going to get into all of that. But now this part, y'all seen the 33. This part makes sense, right? Now, oh my God, we're getting very close to incorporeal now. All right. Oh, sheesh. The fact that y'all staying on this live, lets me know y'all ready for the knowledge. What that is? Cross. I'm about to tell you, those with two good ears had best listen. I'm about to tell you, the moment the immovable race of perfect humanity came into being. Remember, Seth already did his duty. He turned in the 5 seals. Seth already did his duty, turned in the 5 seals. Seth went back home to the imperishable realm. He went back home. God told Seth to return to earth. Seth was like, why? Yeshua was on the cross. What? And Seth's on record. It says when it returned, there was this person named Yeshua that was on the cross and made a cry. When Yeshua made that cry, God, why have you forsaken me? That one, specifically, that one. When Yeshua said that, it was for that split moment that gave Seth an opportunity, which gave God an opportunity to jump in Yeshua's body. What? The moment Yeshua was on the cross and said, God, why have you forsaken me? It left a big doorway opening for Seth to come in. Remember, when Seth went back home to the imperishable realm, God said, you're about to return back. Who is Seth? The son of Adam. What is Seth? A son. A son. Who was Adamus, the first human that God made? Who is Seth? The son of the first human that God made. So in order for Yeshua to be the son, he needed the son so he can be the ultimate son. So Seth went into Yeshua. And then now, 3 days later, Yeshua resurrected. Yeshua already had the knowledge to resurrect already. This is because remember, Yeshua was Melchizedek, the holy priest. Seth doesn't know Yeshua as Yeshua. Seth knows Yeshua as Melchizedek. So when God said you're going to jump in a body, God did not say you're going to jump in Yeshua's body. God said you're going to continue Melchizedek's mission. Now you see why Seth agreed. Of course I'm going to continue the holy priest's mission. In Seth's own record, it says towards the end, I seen this guy on the cross. I was told to jump on him. I jumped in him. Specifically, the how he jumped in him, because he said on the cross, God, why have you forsaken me? God was like, Yeshua, don't worry. That's not Melchizedek in you talking. That's just the flesh. Don't worry about it, Yeshua. I already sent back up. God already sent back up. God said, Yeshua, I love you so much, I'm going to put the Son in you. Now, this is precisely when Yeshua resurrected. Because remember, when Yeshua in Secret Book Yochanan, when Yeshua was already from the spirit realm, like he already did everything he did, he says, I'm the Father, Mother, Son, I am the incorruptible purity. Yeshua already knows. Remember what we talked about with Ra the Sun God, how Ra the Sun God is tons of spirits all in one. This was Yeshua's ascent to be that. This was Yeshua's ascent to be what the representation of what Melchizedek is on earth. What is the best way to be the son? To be the son on every level. Who is the son in the imperishable realm? Seth. So how was Yeshua going to be a direct mirror of the imperishable realm? He has to become one with the role of Seth, because he's already one with the role of the high priest, because he is the holy priest, Melchizedek. Is that where the title Son of Man comes from? Now you understand. Ya understand me. That's the master student in you talking. Ya understand me. Now you understand why Yeshua is so important for this story, because Yeshua did a lot of things, but you understand how important everybody else is, though. There is no Yeshua without everybody else. You seen God's plan, right? 3 days later, Yeshua resurrected. Yeshua resurrected. Remember, Yeshua resurrected, but Yeshua had an ability that no other on earth had. How did Yeshua have this ability? Everything that he learned from Egypt, resurrection, alchemy, Yeshua learned resurrection, Yeshua learned alchemy, Yeshua learned telepathy. Yeshua learned all of this from either the Essenes, or not either. Yeshua learned all of this from the Essenes and Egypt. He went to the Eastern culture, like where the Buddhas and all of them are. He learned all these things. So he already had tons of gifts already. Then when he was on the cross, Seth came in to Yeshua's mind. Is that the time skip? No, this is 3 days after the cross, so we're still in the same. So this is when Yeshua resurrected. This is just everybody marveling at Yeshua. He had all these gifts already that everybody loved him for, but when he came back, he just had more power. Why? Because Seth went in his mind. Not just Seth, the entirety of the Son went into his mind. As he said, one of the master students says, is that the time skip? No, I'm talking about when he was a child growing up, when he learned in Egypt. Now you're wise. Now you understand why they forced the time skip, because this is what happened in the time skip. Remember, this knowledge exists in Egypt, so you exactly get to see what Yeshua was doing there. Exactly. So you're technically correct. This is when the word. Now this is where we're getting to. Now we're finally getting into incorporeal. Type 33s in the chat when you are ready. Finally, we're getting to incorporeal now. Remember Yeshua, Melchizedek, Enoch, Metatron, the M's? Why M and I am imperishability, the immovable race, M, Melchizedek, M, why all of it connects? Are y'all ready to get to the type 33s in the chat if you are ready for finally incorporeal? Now your minds are primed to get incorporeal knowledge. That means that is not of body, not of earth. All right, I'm seeing some 33s. Let me see. We have been teaching to get finally to this moment. All right. The word attained gets introduced. We want to spell it pretty for y'all. Autogenes gets in. What does autogenes mean? Son. Auto-generated son. Auto-generated son. Okay? That's what autogenes mean. Auto-generated son. The moment Yeshua was on the cross, he did everything he was supposed to do. As Yeshua, he completed the mission. He completed the mission. As Yeshua. When he resurrected, he became Melchizedek in flesh. Then, how this all happened, how the resurrection happened, was because Seth went in his mind. Not just what you think Seth is, the role of what Seth is. So it was much deeper. It's not just Seth went into Yeshua. It was the sonship went into Yeshua. Totally. Why? Why couldn't it come into Yeshua before? He was still a flesh, the dense body. Once he released the flesh, then more of his power came in, because he found out that the immovable race of perfect humanity has the ability of resurrection. Why? Because he found that out when he was in Essenes, Egypt, Buddhas, and all of them. He was with all of them. He found that out already. Remember, Lazarus, wake up. All he did was tell Lazarus, get up. And Lazarus literally came from the dead, rose up. All Yeshua said is, get up. So he already knew resurrection existed. He knew, Yeshua knew resurrection existed to the level where all I have to do is say, get up, and you will resurrect. Which shows the power of what? The word. And what is the word? Let's see if y'all have been paying attention. Who is the form of word? It's a 3-letter word. I'll give you a hint. Who has the form of word? It's a 3-letter word. I'll give you a hint. See if y'all been paying attention. Who has the form of word? God. God has the form of word. Truth is the form of son. S-O-N, son. Truth is the form of son. God is the form of, word is the form of God. Word is the form of God. Truth is the form of son. Okay? Word does not exist unless through the Son, the truth, to deliver. Why? Because God does not tell lies. God has never lied to you. You. What did the Master say? You. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah. You would technically be right if you took that to heaven. When Yeshua completed his mission on the cross, then when he said, why have you forsaken me? That was like the last, oh my gosh, I'm about to release the flesh. It's really happening. The entire autogenes jumped into, autogenes mean self-generated or auto-generated. Self-generated, auto-generated. The Son auto-generated. It means built into the package. The moment, so that means because it's automatically. It's the moment, that means Yeshua didn't have to do anything. Now I'm actually explaining how to resurrect. All you gotta do is live in holy and righteous and know the secret passwords and all of that. Everything that I'm teaching you. The moment Yeshua left from, like, the moment Yeshua fully, because because crucifixion, those that don't know, you so-called die from crucifixion due to suffocation because your neck can't handle itself. It took us about 3 days to die. The moment after those 3 days happened, Yeshua basically just blinked and he was just back. But he was in a state of rest. Why? Because God said we still have to make sure there's no trash on our plans. So we have to wait until they put you in the tomb before you leave. So literally, Yeshua is just a spirit following his body. Like how certain spirits want to watch their funeral, that's what happened with Yeshua. He was just a spirit following his body because God said he's allowed to take his body just like Enoch. So now you can't say Enoch is better than Yeshua. You have to say Enoch and Yeshua are equal. Because even though Enoch got him and his body taken to heaven, and Enoch didn't have to go on the cross, technically Yeshua got his body into heaven as well. He just found the body. Just so you can get some tea in the physical body, so the spirit still existed on the physical body. So you know how you breathe in, breathe out. Yeshua's breathe in lasted for like a whole day, and then his breathe out was like the next day. You're like, he breathed in for that long? Yeah. He held his breath because breath is spirit. He actually understood that. So he held his breath basically so long so his spirit had enough chance to leave the body, wait for the 3 days, then come back. Then he let out a breath, and then he got up in his flesh. Now you understand why Yeshua, when he was talking to his disciples, and his disciples was like, you must be a spirit. You must be like the astral version of Yeshua. And then Yeshua said, touch my flesh. No, I'm not. I am him in the flesh again. I've resurrected. Now you understand, right? But this all happened, remember, autogenes. The moment Yeshua stepped out of the body, because Yeshua understood the power of spirit, breath, and to hold his breath while he was on the cross, and basically pretend like he's dead. He was basically putting on a good big act. When Yeshua did that, the moment God was like, all right, you have to step out the body so they can transport you. That is when autogenes fully, what is the self-generated? Self-generated. Because death is not real, the moment you enter what you think death is and you understand this type of knowledge, one of the master students says, an illusion to show us that death was an illusion. Exactly. Father reproduces what's already... Father is basically like the best judo master. All it does is put your own stuff against you, and you're saying, bruh. Remember, autogenes. The moment God told Yeshua to step out of his body and to go into spirit, all of this happened when Seth jumped in and everything. It all happened automatically without Yeshua's consent, without Yeshua's approval, because Yeshua already approved by being the son. That's why the word auto is in there. Yeshua was like, I have too much to think about already to keep my body with the spirit. God, make this happen automatic. So then God was like, Yeshua, all you got to do is basically, God was like, Melchizedek, do your job. When you do your job, everything, I will do my job. My job is automatic. My job is built in. When you do your job, then it will happen. Now you understand the concept of free will on a deeper level. God got the abundance waiting for you. It's just waiting for you to will it. So because Yeshua truly willed to be the son, God gave him autogenes. The self-generated, the son. That's how that's how Yeshua fully came through with all these other abilities. Melchizedek, Seth, the sonship, everything in one. It was at this moment, the moment Yeshua's spirit came back into his body totally. It was at this moment the immovable. We want to spell it out. Immovable race of perfect. It was at this moment that the immovable race of perfect humanity was born. Why? Every single action causes reverberations in the entire spiritual everything, which is everything, because the spiritual is everything. When Yeshua did this, y'all just think that he did it just because he liked humans. You have to understand something called reverberations. Reverberations mean whether you wanted a consequence or not, whether it's a good consequence or bad consequence, the result of your action caused other things. The moment Yeshua, as a human who came through a womb, not only mastered all of these abilities as Yeshua before 33, before he got on the cross, mastered all those abilities as a human already, what did that do? That caused reverberations with the whole spirit world that said, for example, I'll make a diagram. Say this line is Yeshua. Yeshua mastered all of these abilities. All these other lines are all the abilities he mastered. As a human, he mastered all of these other abilities. What does this cause? Reverberations throughout the rest of the universe. So now every other human no longer has an excuse to say they can't do all these things. Why? Because a certified human already did it, which means every human has the capability. What if they have the will to do it? So Yeshua completing all of those and mastering. Now you see why they call him the Master of Masters. Even though I'm the Master of Masters, every Christ is the Master of Masters. Everyone of the immovable race of perfect humanity is the Master of Masters. Yeshua is basically God's proof of concept of what the immovable race of perfect humanity is for the rest of the members to then take on the mantle and be greater than him. Now you understand why in their own Bibles, John 14:12 exists. Truly, truly, those that believe in me will do all the work that I've been doing, and greater works than these will they do, because I'm going into the Father. Oh, that makes so much sense now. So just like how when Yeshua was on the cross and said, Father, why have you forsaken me? In that moment, he left an opening for Seth to jump in, because he knew in the back of his mind that God didn't really actually forsake him. It was just him and his last egoic hurrah, to show how it's okay. And why Yeshua doing this showed how merciful God is. Because God is like, Yeshua, this entire time I've been showing you myself and showing you all this proof. Don't doubt now. In that moment, Yeshua showed everybody how merciful God is. Because God did not allow Yeshua saying that sentence to impede on the true plan. Yeshua didn't even, because the moment after Yeshua said that, he got himself together. Why? Because Father forgives, Father is merciful. So when Yeshua said that on the cross, that caused reverberations. That means now, it doesn't matter what you do as a human, God will always forgive you and give you mercy, but that does not mean to abuse and use God. Because other consequences will happen from that, which is called ignorance. Reverberations. So then, what do you think the reverberations is when a bona fide human, Yeshua, resurrects? When a bona fide human, Yeshua, resurrects, now, because he already established himself as the proof of concept from God for the immovable race of perfect humanity for all the other humans, now that means all these other humans, all of us, we have the same abilities. He calls reverberations. Now, truly, you understand in Yeshua's true teachings, what does he say? I'm the Father, Mother, Son. I am the incorruptible purity. I am to tell you what is, what was, and what will be in regards to the immovable race of perfect humanity. What? Yeshua really says that? Word for word, bar for bar. To tell you what is, what was, and what will be. What was, what is, and what will be in regards to the immovable race of perfect humanity. What? So now you understand why Yeshua in one of his 114 secret sayings, where he says, there will be days where you will seek me and you will not find me. Why? Because in those days is your job to take charge. When you take charge, you will find me, because I did my mission, and I'm not going to talk to a bunch of people that don't want responsibility. Remember, Yeshua has consent. If you're trying to talk to Yeshua and he's not talking back to you, maybe you should ask yourself why. Because he doesn't want to talk to you. You haven't given him a reason to talk to you. But when you listen to I, the Christ, his successor, you will find that Yeshua is real and will start talking to you a lot, actually, when you actually do the plan of God, which is what we're teaching in front of your face right now. The plan for the immovable race of perfect humanity. Y'all like, oh my God, this has gotten so deep. All right. Now we've fully stepped into incorporeal land. Now that the immovable race of perfect humanity has been finally shown how it is. So then now I've gotten you here. Now you understand Metatron is Enoch, Melchizedek is Yeshua. All of that just to get you to incorporeal. All of that just to get you there. Now you understand? Type 33s in the chat if this makes sense. If this doesn't make sense, give me a question. Why? Because now I'm going to conclude today's class finally with the 5 seals and how everything plays a part of the 5 seals. Because Yeshua directly gave us the 5 seals when he went back home. Because Yeshua was like, the only way I'm going to be able to take this further is by giving you this big secret, the 5 seals. Now you go. All right, I'm seeing the 33s. Y'all get it? All right, I'm going to wait a little bit. Y'all good? Y'all good? Y'all understand everything so far? Like this, truly, does all of this make sense? Because one of the master students says, I'm about to have y'all screaming in my ear. Oh, that's a great one. That just let me know how serious you're taking this. Because at this point, you know this is not coming from my mind. You're like, this is just so, it makes too much sense, you can't even make it up. All right, so now I finally got you to incorporate. I promised you I was going to get you here, and we finally got you here. Now I'm about to land the plane finally. Because remember, we still talking about how Sackless became Semel. I'm about to tell you how Sackless came Semel. When Yeshua resurrected, he was already talking to his members about the immovable race of perfect humanity. When Yeshua resurrected, he was talking to his members about the immovable race of perfect humanity. Immovable race of perfect humanity. Okay? Yeshua was telling all his members. This is after the resurrection and everything. Now, before the resurrection, he was talking about it, but as he got closer to the cross, he started to talk about it more because he was like, oh, yo, I'm about to go. I might as well spill the beans. Then, after he resurrected, he actually began teaching for hundreds more years, contrary to popular belief. Yeshua actually stayed on earth way longer than what we actually thought. It wasn't until... This is where the secret book of Yochanan pick up. Because it begins with Yochanan walking to the temple and the Pharisees saying, what happened to that Nazarene that you used to follow? Which lets us know that he's already went back home. And then Yochanan says he went back home to the place from whence he came. So we understand at that point in the true story of Yeshua, he fully went back home. He sent everybody on their missions. Now he's watching from the spirit world who is actually going to listen to the words that he said and actually take it serious. The ones that are here. The reason why Yeshua basically was the completer of the proof of concept for the immovable race of perfect humanity. You ever heard the term salvation, right? You understand what's within you will save you, what's not that within you will kill you. The 114 secret saying from Yeshua. Yeshua directly said that because something called the salvific thought. It would mean Yeshua can't save you, you have to save yourself. The reason why you save yourself is because you're a part of something called the immovable race of perfect humanity. The only way you can see you're a part of the immovable race of perfect humanity when you truly see that Yeshua is in flesh. That's why he made sure his disciples touched his flesh when he resurrected, so they recognize he's not spirit, he's actually flesh. And then with what happened in their psychology, they at that moment recognized that a human being actually has the capability of not just resurrecting, full-blown resurrecting with their body. They didn't even know that that was an option until Yeshua. Yeshua's role offers salvation. How does Yeshua's role offer salvation? Yeshua's role, I'll write that even better. Yeshua's role offers salvation not because Yeshua is going to save you. Yeshua's role offers salvation because of something called the salvific thought, which is within you. Now you understand 114 secret saying. He says, what's within you will save you. What's not that within you will kill you. What's within you will save you, the salvific thought. was not that within you will kill you. Because if no one else can save you but yourself, and you refuse to save yourself, you will die. He told this to all the members of the immovable race of perfect humanity right before he left. Fully. Now, why did he fully leave? Because what's within you will save you. What's not that within you will kill you. Yeshua's role is that salvation, which is the knowledge and understanding, the wisdom of who you really are. That's why another 146 sayings from Yeshua, and he says, the one who knows all but is lacking in self is utterly lacking. Now that makes far more sense when you get the full picture, right? Okay. Finally, I've been standing up, so my back was like, sheesh. All right. But God more important than the back. I don't care. Even my father's on record, it says, the people that live so holy in the spiritual race, when they come as flesh, their body will negatively affect them. So the fact that I even have these things going on my back and all of that and all of this, God already addressed it. That means I'm so holy and righteous. Got hit by a car and everything, and I'm still here. Did a show next day, or no, next few days. Talk about it. Real one. You know what I'm saying? I've been resurrected many times over. They try, they fail every trip. That's why they stop trying, because I keep coming back. 5 seals. Right before Yeshua left, he was telling everybody about the 5 seals. Then Yochanan strung together a sentence. Now remember, I'm telling you, Yeshua, it has to consent to want to talk to you. Meaning you have to give him a reason to want to talk to you. Y'all good? Come here, King. Okay.
I don't know if you. I just ate something.
Yeah, I gave him that food earlier. I can give him some more water though. Come on, King. He can look. Come. All right, yeah, he got me. All right, thank you. You're very graceful. Finally landed the plane. Okay. Remember what we told you. When you string together a holy enough and righteous enough sentence, and it actually makes through and through sense, the spirit world is obligated to respond to you because the truth is the truth. So Yochanan strung together a sentence that even Yeshua was like, at this point, he already went back home to the imperishable realm. But so he's not Yeshua anymore. He's Melchizedek. So Melchizedek heard Yochanan and was like, yo, what did Yochanan say? Yochanan said, even though, he said, Yeshua told us that earth was modeled after the imperishable realm, but Yeshua never told us about the latter. He never told us about what the imperishable realm actually truly is. That was facts, because up until that point, you can look at all the writings that Yeshua gave. He just basically told you earth is a bunch of BS. Find your way off this planet. He never really told you all the goodies of heaven because there was too much craziness he had to address and call out on earth. Until this moment. Thank you, Yochanan. At the end of this is the class in our mystery school called The Truth on the Imperishable Realm. You get the pictures, what it actually looks like. Literally, I brought the museum to you, everything. At the end of this record, Yeshua says something that's so critical and important. What does he say? I've told you everything. I've sealed you in the light water of the 5 seals. I have sealed you in the light water of the 5 seals. IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, ENOCH. Now, remember, we understand Enoch is Metatron, the identical mind of God. We understand the power of the M and why Yeshua is Melchizedek. Okay? So y'all can understand the importance of these 5 seals. IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, ENOCH. After Yeshua did everything that we said he did, the resurrection and everything, he went back home. He thought his mission was done. Yochanan strung together a sentence. Listen to me. If this part does not make sense, we have to make sure it makes sense. I will stay up all night until this part makes sense. That's how much I love you. Yochanan, Yeshua's disciple. He probably was an apostle because I would say apostle because Yeshua gave him too much secrets. So he would be classified as an apostle. Yes, because an apostle is the ones that Yeshua directly trained. So Yochanan the apostle, which is a human. After Yeshua already did the mission, Yeshua is back home in heaven, the imperishable realm, already up until this point. Yochanan, simply in contemplation in a mountainous environment, simply strung together a sentence. What are sentences comprised of? Words. What are words comprised of? Word. What is word comprised of? Letters. What is letters and words and sentences all have in common? They require the voice, the ability to speak. But specifically, what did it say? Yochanan was contemplating these things. Alright, type in the answer in the comments. Is contemplation what you're saying out loud or what you're saying inside? Is contemplation what you're saying outside or what you're saying inside? Put the answer in the comments. Is contemplation what you're saying outside or what you're saying inside? This is what Yeshua's teaching. This is specifically the secret book of Yochanan. It's all in the mystery school, the truth in the imperishable realm. What's the answer? Is contemplation speaking outside or inside? Contemplation. So when you're contemplating something, are you using your mouth or are you using your mind? Because you can't contemplate with your mouth. That's what's called speaking. You only contemplate with your mind. Yeah, okay, yeah, we see inside. Exactly. Hold on. Now he's cracking the code. Hold on. He said they sealed you in the 5 seals of the light water. What did Yochanan do? It said, Yochanan said, while contemplating these things. This is what it literally says, the quote. This is the quote. While contemplating these things. What was these things that Yochanan was contemplating? Why Yeshua basically just told us earth is a bunch of BS. We know that to be true, but he never actually told us what heaven really is, the imperishable realm. It didn't say Yochanan was thinking, it didn't say Yochanan was, look, I'm so much of the truth, I'll tell you the answer too fast. It didn't say Yochanan was talking these things. Why? Because he was upset at the Pharisees saying that Yeshua turned him away from his ancestral traditions. That's what the Pharisees said. So Yochanan went to a mountainous place contemplating why Yeshua only told us earth is a bunch of BS. I know earth is a bunch of BS. This is what Yochanan thinking in his head. Yeshua never told us about the imperishable realm. And Yochanan wasn't emotional. He was wise. He went in his memory, all his interactions with Yeshua first-hand account, and said, I can't recall any event where Yeshua directly told us about what the imperishable realm is. He innocent. What did he say? Contemplating. Now you understand the power of your thoughts. This done elevated my mind and my thoughts to a different level. Told you we're in incorporeal land now. So there's no such thing as being grounded right now. We're in incorporeal land. So at the moment something doesn't make sense, you have to type it in the comments, or you're going to go back to being grounded. You don't want to go back to earth right now. You want to stay in incorporeal. This is the spiritual race. The knowledge I'm giving you right now is for the spiritual race. It took us so long to finally get here, right? Exactly. Finally. It said contemplating, y'all. I gotta do it again so y'all really understand. Contemplating. Moment of silence. So what does this tell us? What does this reveal to us? This reveals to us the nature of reality is so fragile that God can force it to turn off by the mere thought of a member of the immovable race of the perfect humanity. Again, reality is so fragile. Existence is so fragile that a mere thought, what is contemplation? Deep in your thoughts. So it's not just thinking, roses are red, violets are blue, you know the rest of that, what about you? Contemplating is, now why are roses are red? Why couldn't roses be yellow? That's contemplating. Now you're just contemplating. You're in deep thought. What is meditation, y'all? Meditation is a state of bringing yourself so much in peace, in grace, in calmness, that your mind is able to be perceptible. Therefore, now you're observing and interacting with your thoughts. Therefore, now you are contemplating. So Yochanan went to the mountainous areas to go meditate. While he was meditating, he was contemplating his thoughts, because in meditation, you have access easier to your thoughts, to memory regression, to recalling. Because remember, Yochanan did do memory regression in his meditation. Why? Because Yochanan said a accusation against Yeshua. Yochanan, what was the accusation? Yeshua didn't tell us about the imperishable realm. Oh, that is technically an accusation. And it turned out to be true, because Yeshua had to come back on earth and teach him. So what does this tell us? When you understand who you are, what the difference between you and one who is enlightened is a taken serious enough meditation. And whilst you're in that meditation, because you're taking it serious, you're contemplating God. And you're solely contemplating God. And your goal is not to submit to God. Your goal is for God to be revealed to you. And you have the knowledge in this moment that says, I can summon God at will if I string together a holy and righteous enough sentence and actually prove that what I'm saying is the truth. Because Yochanan went in his own memory while he was in his meditation contemplation and did memory regression and proved how Yeshua in his own memory never taught him about the imperishable realm. Therefore, now Yeshua is forced by divine law of truth, because Yochanan said an accusation that turned out to be true. No matter, even though that Melchizedek completed his mission, Melchizedek had to come back on the earth. Understanding. That's why y'all are of the immovable race of perfect humanity. Y'all took the words from my mouth. Now you understand God. Now you understand how my Father is so accessible. Literally, in Yeshua's true teachings. How Yochanan, because people will be like, people get so caught up in, oh my God, Yeshua came back, he's teaching Yochanan. They didn't actually walk through they didn't do what they said, they didn't do the knowledge. They didn't find out, well, why did Yeshua come back in the first place if he already went back home to the imperishable realm? How? Yochanan summoned him. You can do that? Who was Yochanan then? A member of the immovable race of perfect humanity. Why'd you say that? Because Yeshua, after Yochanan summons him, tells him, spread the truth to the world about the immovable race of perfect humanity. This is my last request. Now you understand. Yeshua's last request for humanity is to spread the knowledge about the immovable race of perfect humanity. And the only way you can do that is through contemplation, meditation, and understanding the 5 seals. And the only way you can understand the 5 seals is if someone with the Spirit teaches you. And when you have it now, you have the knowledge. Because the 5 seals is what makes sure you never die. Because each name of the 5 seals, IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, ENOCH, all carries knowledge. And Enoch talks about the other 4 because he's the scribe of all. Metatron, youth, the identical mind of God. Identical mind of the Holy One, the great King, Father. You're telling me you love Jesus Christ, aka Yeshua, so much. His true name is Yeshua. You love Yeshua so much. You found out what his last final request for humanity is. Yes. Now you understand how deep this is. Now you understand why they killed everybody. Now you understand why this knowledge is not in the American government. It's in the Egyptian government. I can give you the address right now. Now you understand why God gave me the authority to teach it. Now you understand why everybody on earth is letting this happen, because I just did it. This is Yeshua's last request. This live, when you find out how legendary this is, when you find out why I'm live so long. I've been live so long, Instagram said the maximum that you're allowed to go live is as long as you've been live. So I had to restart the live and do a second live. And so I'm going to post this on YouTube, but I'm going to download both videos, mash them together, and post the whole thing on YouTube. And I'm going to still have both of them up on Instagram. But if you want to get the full experience, no cuts and everything, go on YouTube. Give me about the end of tomorrow. It's gonna be out probably, in a few hours though, because I'm gonna upload it immediately as soon as I'm done with this. Y'all understand? This should be calling this. You should be crying. You should understand. Type 33s in the comments if you understand how deep this all is. Because I couldn't give you that piece of knowledge until you were ready for it. What piece of knowledge? That this is Yeshua's last request for humanity. Literally. I could cry right now. No exaggeration. One of the master students said the dream I had was me controlling lightning. The reason why you said that is because God ordained it. Because God literally in its own record said it showed up to Yadabath like lightning, in the form of lightning, a flash of lightning. Dang, that just casually said something so deep. Y'all understand though, right? You can't produce me another human on the planet that loves Yeshua so much that he spent his whole life studying the man and found out he left a request for humans. And then in the same request said, when humans find the true knowledge and they turn away from it, the archon of poverty will take them until the day that we're all supposed to go home. And that archon of poverty that took all the humans, punishment for life. Punishment for eternity specifically. Not punishment for life, because life is a very powerful word. What is punishment? We already talked about it. Ignorance. This. Now you see why I had to get you all the way into the incorporeal land before I dropped this knowledge on you. Now you see, now your brain is, your mind is primed. It's a different level of knowledge. Now you're like, no, this is... Now I see why Nadiie was going so hard. Anybody that's not a part of this live, now this is so deep. Y'all might argue people for me. Nah, you don't understand. Nadiie believe in Jesus Christ. Nadiie believe in Yeshua. Trust me. You gonna be talking to people. Trust me. Nadiie believe in Yeshua. I can't even tell you why. It's so deep. I can't even, because if I try to tell you, I'm gonna do it, and I'm not gonna do it justice. What are we gonna have to do then? Give them the 2 YouTube videos. Go watch this, and at the end of those classes, you're gonna come out saying, "This is the Christ." You're gonna come out being like, "This man loves Yeshua so much, he spent his entire life trying to figure out if Yeshua left a message for us. And he left a message for us. And what was the message? The immovable race of perfect humanity. And he said, I set everything up right. If you follow the path right. And you want to hear the ultimate proof? In the 114 Seeker sayings, when the living Yeshua spoke, what did he say? There are 5 trees in heaven. Whoever knows them will not taste death. Again, the ultimate proof for everything that I'm talking about. What did Yeshua say in the 114 Seeker sayings when he was the living Yeshua? Had feet, had soul. There are 5 trees in heaven. Whoever knows them will not taste death. Y'all understand me? Don't come to me talking about Yeshua until you come to me talking about Yeshua. Melchizedek, y'all understand me? So now, to fully close the plane, and we proved, we taught the entirety of truth, the entirety of existence with the understanding of a mustard seed, the little bitty bit of chalk. Proven on every level, everything we talking about. Remember when we said Sackless became arrogant, and then that's why Yeshua Melchizedek had to show up? Well, then Sackless became Samael. El is the classification of angel. Archangel Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Harmazel, Oriel. Do you want to keep going forever? El is the classification of angel. El has to be at the ending of the name, the conclusion of the name, for us to know that it's an angel. Which means if you are a human and your name ends in the El, that means the angelic realm and you have direct line of access to one another. So when they say earth angel, that does not mean you're an angel on earth, because angels are not allowed on earth. Only humans are. But that means that angels are allowed to work through you as a human on earth because your name matches their realm. You understand me? After Yeshua Melchizedek completed his mission and the immovable race of perfect humanity was fully established, which means after he told Yochanan, the secret book Yochanan, after Yeshua told Yochanan all of this, what did Yeshua say? Yeshua said, spread this to those that have the Spirit. Now you understand why I'm teaching. Yeshua said, spread this to those who have the Spirit. That's what Yochanan did. He spread it to those who had the Spirit. And it led to me. And I'm continuing it. Why? After all of this happened, remember the very, very, very beginning when we was talking about Adam and Eve and how Yadabab intended for Eve to be a defect because women started off as a defect. But then God had a bigger plan for women. How did all of these humans come on earth? Through a womb, right? So all of the members of the immovable race of perfect humanity came through what they called a defect, but somehow God judoed Sackless' whole plan against him. So now women, who was supposed to be the reproduction facility for humans, for basically to produce a whole bunch of demon babies, turned into now creating a whole bunch of Christ. And then when all of this happened, the immovable race of perfect humanity, it was too powerful. So then Sackless, in one last hoorah, told the Greek and Roman government, this is where the archons come in, because archons is a high-ranking Greek or Roman governmental official. Rulers are the beings that were in the incorporeal, that means without body. Rulers are basically like those spirits that were influencing the archons, which means that they were influencing the government to then burn all of this knowledge. Because you have to ask yourself a very critical piece of information. Why was all of this knowledge rediscovered in 1945 in Egypt? What does that mean? It was hidden, buried in a jar. Why was it hidden, buried underground in a jar? Why did the farmer have to dig super deep? He was trying to find some food, and then he found a jar full of all of these teachings. Why did it get buried in the first place? That's the question everyone should be asking themselves. Why did this knowledge that I just taught you, everything, all these classes, get buried in the first place for it to get rediscovered? What is my birthdays? I heard somebody say it. You can't make it up on all levels. I'm the Christ. It's 010101. Let's continue. Why did it get buried in the first place? YAZEDEKUS Sackless Samel had a big, specifically Sackless, because remember Yeshua, when he was living, he didn't call YAZEDEKUS. He specifically called him Sackless because he understood this knowledge. YAZEDEKUS is the version of that being that is ignorant. Sackless is the arrogant version, which is a much more stronger version. So Yeshua had to deal with so-called, what you think Satan is. His name is Sackless at this point, which is the arrogant version. Arrogance is one of the hardest powers to deal with. Yeshua had to deal with that. Thank him. We don't got to deal with an arrogant God. Yeshua dealt with that and got him out the way. Yeshua was so amazing. Yeshua was so marvelous. Yeshua got one of the hardest things to deal with as arrogant God. Yeshua got Sackless to turn into the light. We're going to make sure we spell it so y'all understand. Sackless equals. We got to make sure so I got to spell it even smaller. Sackless equals. Samel. Yeshua made it to where Samel. But hold on. How did Yeshua do this? Because only Yeshua was dealing with who? Sackless. But in your canon, he was talking about how he has three names. YAZEDEKUS, Sackless, Samel. What did Yeshua say in his teaching? I am to tell you what was YAZEDEKUS, what is Sackless, and what will be Samel. What will be? What happened? I am what caused Samel, the successor. I did a very specific ceremony. Remember in our document, even in class 1, where we said, you know you're a Christ when you're willing to invite Satan to bring Satan back home to God for God to answer to it. I did this months ago. Weeks ago. And then all of these good things happened in my life. I live in so much holiness and righteousness. I, with my big energy, said, Yeshua and everybody else, Seth and Adam and everybody, Enoch, they all did the whole super hard work for me. You're telling me, God, all I have to do is redeem Sackless? Then when I find out that the stage is already set up for me, the way you redeem Sackless is through my personal angel. I'm not going to put that on here. My personal angel. That's in the mystery school. Something you got to just be there just for the respect. I have a personal angel. P.O.P.L. The all angel. The redemption of all angels. P.O.P.L. Created by my word alone. P.O.P.L. took form in 2026. My word alone I created P.O.P.L. You understand me? Soon as I created P.O.P.L., the hawk flew eye level length away from me to report the message back home to the imperishable realm. that Nadiie did his purpose and his job. Now you understand how I'm able to do all of this and be good. Y'all understand me? Everyone did. I did my purpose. Now it's up to y'all. So now that we have that, it goes back into this. Class is now over. You got all the knowledge now. You know, Adam and Seth and Enoch and Noah, they all had to come to get YAZEDEKUS under control. YAZEDEKUS turned into Sackless, which is arrogance. Yeshua, Melchizedek, the holy priest, God had to come again to get Sackless under control. And then I, the successor, had to redeem and fully invoke Piopel, the all angel, the redemption angel, for YAZEDEKUS. Pardon, YAZEDEKUS Sackless Samel, the third and last version. So remember what we said. Why does it seem like Earth is lawless right now? Why does it seem like there's so much craziness happening on the Earth right now? It's a great circle, right? This is Earth. It's because the moment Yeshua transcended, Earth lost its chief ruler. The chief ruler was Sackless. When Sackless was like, okay, I'll wait for Nadiie to come on Earth, and I'm Samel. I'm just waiting for the redemption of all angels. When Sackless became Samel, Sackless left Earth. Samel is an angelic name. Make sure y'all see it. EL, remember, EL is the classification of an angel. That means that Samel is in an angelic realm. All the angels are saying, you don't want to go that route. Is God not even going to allow it no more? Why God not going to allow that? Because Sackless already did it. And who is Sackless? Well, you see that angel over there? You see that beautiful angel over there? The angels are so beautiful, right? Yeah, who is that angel? You really want to know who that angel is? Don't make that. Just when I tell you who this angel is, even though it looks so beautiful, are you sure you don't have a tendency to judge? No, I'm not going to judge. We're in heaven, baby. Who's that angel over there? Well, Samel used to go by Sackless. You talking about Yeshua Sackless? The Sackless that Yeshua had to deal with? That Sackless? That's why that angel looks so beautiful, though. Well, because God wanted to show everyone how merciful it is. And God basically was like, just as evil and wicked, and, wicked, the word wicked comes from the wicked, like the wick furniture, how it's all like layered on top of each other. Like, the wick furniture is all layered on top of each other. That's what wicked. So wicked means they're just so intertwined with the evil. God was like, just as evil and wicked as YAZEDEKUS was, just as evil and wicked as Sackless was, we're going to show you the complete opposite extreme of that. So God basically said, before Nadiie brought Piopel, Samel was actually his best angel. And then everybody is like, that's just, what? The angel that did the most wicked out of everything in existence is technically God's best angel. Why? How? Because without Samel, there is no earth. Because remember, YAZEDEKUS Sackless Samel created earth. Even though wisdom created existence, YAZEDEKUS Sackless Samel created earth. It took, even though it took so long for all this holy stuff to happen, eventually, even Satan repented. Or what you think Satan is. Remember, I only said that for human transcription. Satan, don't get it confused. Satan is a title, kind of like how Christ is a title. Satan is completely different. But who people think Satan is. His name is YAZEDEKUS Cyclosamel, or its name. Even that became redeemed an angel. And God said that was my best angel. Why? Because never did Sackless or Yaldabaoth act out of character. Yaldabaoth was ignorant, so it acted ignorant. Sackless was arrogant, so it acted arrogant. The only moment, the sliver that Yaldabaoth had a change was when he regretted everything. But why did Yaldabaoth regret everything? Because God informed him of what's going to happen. And then Yaldabaoth basically had to deal with it when Yaldabaoth caused the flood and God caused the boat for everything to be saved. Yaldabaoth was like, even though I destroyed everything, somehow God found a way to still save people. Became arrogant, eventually seen the light when Yeshua came. Then Sackless left Earth. Sackless said, okay, I already tried to kill everybody with the flood. That's not going to work. So what's going to happen when I just leave humans alone? Humans have been asking to be left alone so much to their own devices. And the God that actually, so-called God that made Earth, actually went back home. Even the so-called devil went back home to heaven. And people don't recognize it. We're living where you think you have the decision. Now you understand why Earth seems so more lawless than before. Because its ruler is gone. Its chief ruler is gone. Sackless did it out of spite, but also because God humbled him. First it was spite, then it became a humbling. Sackless was like, well, if these humans are part of the immovable race of perfect humanity, immovable race of perfect humanity. Sackless was like, if these immovable race of perfect humanity folk are so strong, if you're literally true that all of them are going to be more stronger than Yeshua, now you understand why John 14:12 is just in their own books, Jesus Christ, aka Yeshua says, John 14:12, truly, truly, those that believe in me will do the works that I've been doing, and even greater works than these will they do, because I'm going to the Father. Who was that them he was talking about? The immovable race of perfect humanity. The same them he was talking about in the Yoke Canon. The same that... So Sackless was like, what the hell with everybody? And then Yeshua came in and said, to heaven with everybody, but heaven with it. But then guess what? What did Yeshua say in 114 Secret Sayings? This heaven will pass. The heaven above this will pass. The heaven below this will pass. All of this will pass. Why? Because it's still a part of existence. That's Earth right there. This is still all pre-existent. So even though Nadiie fixed the big issue, and now the entire humanity can now thank Nadiie, everybody still has a role to play. Because even though Nadiie finally dealt with Earth, all of us as a collective, Nadiie can't do it alone. Like Yeshua couldn't do it alone. Yeshua needed to create an entire race alongside Seth and everybody, the immovable race of perfect humanity, just to get this part done. So now what you... remember, unity is one. We got to deal with existence. We already dealt with Earth. Now we have to find a way to get back home to pre-existent. I already told y'all how to do it. Teach. Not just other people. What did your canon do to summon Yeshua? Melchizedek specifically. If I'm using verbatim, Yeshua, when he came, he said, behold, I am the Father, Mother, Son. I am the incorruptible. That means God. That was Father. That was God totalities. He said, behold, I am Father, Mother, Son. I am the incorruptible purity. So now that I told you the truth, only give this truth to those with the Spirit. You ain't got to worry about cursing. The reason why Yeshua put that curse at the end was so no one tampers with it. So when I come on earth, I can do what I got to do and I could just do my business. Now the job is in all of our hands. Now I did this live for y'all. Y'all know I love you. Sun up, sun down, I've been teaching. You can't name another creator on any app that's doing this. Publicly, what are we talking about? If you get a dream, write it down. Because you never know. You may be the one to continue the next phase of all of this. The phase of getting everyone out of existence. I got everyone out of earth. I did what's in one of those ancient records that said is next to impossible unless, what did Melchizedek in his own record say? Do not share this with anyone because it is incorporeal. What? Unless you have been called to. It literally says unless you have been called to. Melchizedek put that in there. My now equal one's mentor Melchizedek put that in there. The holy high priest for me to read that and not get scared and say, thank you. God did tell me to do this. Type your dream in the comments. Let me see. Hurry it up. So now you, all of you here, all of you is watching and pre-recorded. I did my duty. Talk to your secret societies. Bring this to all of them. They're going to say that's the exact same thing and even more hidden things that not even Yeshua said. Yeshua proved him to be right because this is even greater than what Yeshua did. And that's what Yeshua's plan was. John 14:12. The ones who believe in me will do what I do, and even greater works than these will they do, because I'm going to the Father. He said, I'm going home. So whoever come here better be greater than me, because I ain't coming back. I'm only going to come back when they do greater, because I'm going to come back through them. Somebody said, me too, I have too. Now, mind you, everybody hurry up because you know you lucky. You lucky. I love y'all. Hurry up. Y'all better make those summaries so quick. Give me the footnote version of those dreams. Because I requested specifically. We ain't doing no dream interpretation unless it has something to do with this. So I'm still going to stay true to that. I'm not going to interpret the dream just yet. But I'm going to let you say it so I can read it. And then when you do what I told you to do, I will tell you the interpretation of that. Because what you're going to find out is the dream that you're going to have from listening and hearing these teachings is going to give you far more answers. But I'm going to read it because I'm curious. And I may comment, I may not. Don't be subscribed to anything. What's within you will save you. What's not that within you will kill you. I am not your savior. I'm your example. Okay. So, for the record, Student Master said, I was in my room and I saw a castle and I flew down to it and I saw a war and there were people being evacuated and I saw a boy with a scar and I healed him and we had a special flashlight that revealed spiders that we had to eliminate. All I'm going to say is recognize what you were called to do and recognize the light that you have. Master Student continues, and then we went out to a dock and I saw people with different eye colors and there were different races. Enoch Metatron would agree with you on that part. One of the Master Students says, thank you for your teaching. All glory for Father. Truly, men, look, if I could take credit for all of this, I would. Trust me. I really would. I would take credit for the hidden stuff that I revealed and all of that, and being the first human in human history to present all of it. I'll take credit for all of that. Trust me. I'm quick to take credit because who's going to take it for me? No one. So I'm going to take the credit because I am a legend. I know that already. Thank you. But this, even though all these things have never been taught on earth before, has just been revealed, I couldn't have did it without everybody else that I thought about. So can I really take credit for everything? No. That's called being humble. Because true humbleness is just accepting the truth. The truth is, without Seth, there is no Yeshua. And without Yeshua, there is no Nadiie. Alright, Master Student says, and they roared at the ocean, and I saw a man with long hair and a beard and armor, and he talked about freeing a woman that was locked away. All I'm saying is, as those that are hearing this, listen to the parallels of what we just taught in these visions. That's the only reason why I'm even allowing them to state them, even though I specifically said I don't care about your dreams. Prior to everything, I was like, only tell me the dreams that you have after you hear these classes, because those are more important, literally. But God was like, God was like, I am the most merciful one. Let them say the dreams. At least give it a chance. So I said, okay, because I know my father, and my father has a very good way of having people say things that initially seemed unconnected, and then when you layer it with everything else that we've been talking about, you see how there is a connection. So really, when you read that dream, so I'll read it again straight through for the pre-recorded folk. Master Student says, I was in my room and I saw a castle, and I flew down to it and I saw war, and there were people being evacuated, and I saw a boy with a scar, and I healed him, and we had a special flashlight that revealed spiders that we had to eliminate, and then we went out to a dock, and I saw people with different eye colors, and there were different races, and they roared at the ocean, and I saw a man with long hair and a big beard and armor, and he talked about freeing a woman that was locked away. When you read that and you recall what we taught about, you'll be like, God is real. Then read the second dream. You'll find the overlays. It's a complete different person. Again, for the pre-recorded folk, that first dream that I read is a complete different master student. Now this is a different master student who said he took 1600 mg of Seroquel and walking on a path apartment building into light or daytime. Something told me to turn. There was a formless black-white grabbed me and took back into darkness, woke up in pills, looked like war wasteland, and affirmed to the first student master master student that said the dream, said that he had a dream with a castle and a dragon as well. All I'm saying, y'all, is look how the answers are built into when you understand what has just happened. With that being said, y'all know in true fashion, no matter how long we've been teaching, that's how y'all know I love y'all. Ain't no other creator or no app gonna ever do this. We gonna still conclude like how we supposed to. Even though I know I taught y'all so much, we still gonna conclude like we supposed to. Yeah, I understand. Alright. IESESSEYA, MAZAREUS, YAZEDEKEUS, PHORNESEUS, ENOCH, ALEPH, MEM, SHIN, BARBELO. I am Nadiie of the immovable race of perfect humanity. I'm the living one. Ayo apisasuke, niksixinichi. Ke Yeshua, Melchizedek, Ke Enoch Metatron, Ke Nadiie. Amoksoke niksokoex. Ayo apisasuke, niksixinichi. So what I said there is, O Creator, yes, we are very grateful, and Yeshua, Melchizedek, and Enoch, Metatron, and Nadiie. These are my relatives. Thank you, we are very graceful. That's what we said in the language of Successor. How do y'all feel? You know, this is how we're supposed to end these lives, conclude these lives. How do you feel? I done taught y'all from sun up to sundown. 40 days, 40 nights. How do you feel? One of the master students, before I asked the question, had this already. So as I wait for y'all answers, how do y'all feel? Because how I can tell how I did is based on how y'all feel. One of the master students said before I said that, he said a question: have you heard or seen any formless human entity being energy twister? All I'll say to that while I wait for your answers of how do you feel is, when you're formed of formlessness, you understand what is incorporeal. One of the master students says in regards to how do they feel, they say, I feel tickled. That's a great feeling. Wow. We actually did it, y'all. We actually did it. We actually did it. Like, we actually did it. All right. How do you feel? One of the master students says they feel enlightened and emotionally grateful. So grateful. Thank you, Holy One. One of the master students says they feel happy. Yeah. I think I did a good job. They say they feel loving energy. They continue. Yeah. Because this has never been done. Ever. Thank my mom. Thank God first, obviously, but then also thank my mom. Because remember, I told you I wasn't planning on coming on camera any moment soon. My mother told me to scribe all of this the day before our first class. And then when I was laying that night, God said, that's what you're going to do on camera for the world. Because what you just did privately for your mom shouldn't just be between you and your mom. That has to be for the world. So I said, and so it is. First class, legendary. This class, y'all probably didn't even think that I could even be more legendary than the first class. You probably thought it was like, man, that first class is so deep, I don't even know how you're going to top it. This man was on Instagram Live so long, Instagram said, it's just too long. They kicked him off. He had to do another one. This man taught from sun up to sundown. You can't tell me God don't flow through that boy. Because that's a man. Yeah, understand me. One of the master students says they feel ascended. I send all of you light, PLPL be with all of them. Thank you. Man, I'm so much in that energy. I'm just saying stuff that I probably wouldn't even say on camera naturally. I done told PLPL, my personal angel. I'm just bathing in it. I'm just like, wow, I really just did that. Because, wow. This has never been done on camera before. Literally. So, somebody said, because, like, bro, I know the history of Earth. No, you're like, I got the knowledge. Like, bro, I got the knowledge. Like, bro, swear to God. They said, like, I'm so shocked. They're like, bro done gave us the knowledge. Like, bro really gave us the knowledge. And it makes so much sense. You know it's the truth. And then what's the icing on the cake is this knowledge ain't even in the American government. You know the American government would die to have this knowledge. They couldn't even get it. And we did it. We did it. We did it. Hooray! Yeshua's last request. We actually did it. Because enough of the planet has the spirit. Wow. I'm excited. I don't know. I can't even begin to tell you. This is just me being honest. This is like after the game recap. Me just being honest with y'all. I can't even begin to tell you the type of reverberations that's going to happen because of this event. Spiritually, materially, psychically, on all levels. But I don't care. I providentially care. but I don't care. I providentially care exclusively. Providentially care, well, what is providence is divine guidance. So, God told me to do it, so I don't care who it affect, I'm going to do it. I don't care who it upset, I'm going to do it. I don't care who gets enlightened from it, I'm going to do it. For the simple fact that God told me to do it. So, I'm about to cry. You talking about you? How you think I feel? But I'm just really just processing. I'm processing more. Okay, so just so you understand my psyche. I'm processing more that the fact that I was even able to do it. Or as you say, the fact that I even had the ability to do it. Like, it's different. It's different to have a conceptualization and then you try to do it and the execution just isn't coming out. Like when you're trying to just sing like Michael Jackson, but you just gotta sing like yourself. It's a complete different story when we're going through what we're going through. I got the conceptualization, and it's actually, we did it. We did it. If you want to talk about life's purpose, my life's purpose was that. To complete Yeshua's final request. That was my purpose as his successor. This is the part where I could get emotional. That was the point of me being the successor. To do what I just showed you. Now I'm going to talk about eternal rest. What am I supposed to do now? What else am I supposed to do? I've done it. I'm going to keep posting the knowledge that I've been teaching all these years. That's coming. It's basically just like on autopilot. I got the infinite content glitch because I worked so hard. But now, I love you. One of the master students said, I love you. I love you. One of the master students said, my spirit is literally jumping. One of the master students said, thank you so much for taking the time to teach us. Only reason why I took teaching serious on this level is because in the secret letter from Peter to Philip, they said, Father, 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 yeah, hear us. Father 3 times. Father, 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 yeah, hear us. Now you understand why I even made the song, yeah. That's the first moment I said that in the public, because I posted it already in the mystery school, but those that peep, they peep. After they did that, Yeshua appeared again and said, because in the apostles and disciples, they were like, the archons and the rulers have more power over us. So how are we supposed to fight them, Yeshua? They have too much power. You know what Yeshua told them? Teach them. You want to know how I can't die? You want to know how no one has attempted to try to do a suicide assassination or anything on me? Yeshua directly, and this is it's already in mystery school, but in the secret letter from Peter to Philip, when Yeshua got summoned again, literally told them, the only way you're going to be able to fight the archons and the rulers is through teaching. Teach them secrets they never heard before. Why? When you teach them these secrets, they're going to question their own reality. When they start to question their own reality, it's only in their reality they have the power as an archon and a ruler. So if you get them to question their own reality, the reality where they have the power, now you move them in a different reality where they don't have the power because they're questioning it. The only reason someone can question something is because they're not secure in it. Because God is all, what we say, yang. Not all knowing. God is all yang. Which means it understands everything already. So which means it has no questions. That's the trick. Now you understand, I teach. But I'm being so genuine and honest. What am I going to teach about now? Of course, I could milk all of this and, keep teaching the class over and over. But that's not going to do it justice. Because it's the energy that this is day 2 of the class. It's the energy that is just there. Because if I teach it to the 3rd, you're going to see the energy. Of course it's going to be there. God is there. But it's different when you're seeing it like as it came. Like, it's different when you seen Yeshua on the cross than when Yeshua resurrected. It was different energy. When Yeshua was on the cross, everybody that really knew him knew he was going to come back from this. But you're still seeing him on the cross. So it's the energy of like, I bared the cross. I did it. I did what if any other person on earth did, they would be crucified. And I resurrected in front of everybody by not dying. So now, I'm thinking out loud, what am I going to do? I'm going to rest. And like I said, I'm keeping my promise. I did everything with that small piece of chalk. You see, I got smaller. But you see, you only need a little bit. And God will give you a lot. You understand me? If you haven't already joined our Instagram membership, it's just, you go on our page, you'll see our live teaching schedule. Join that channel. You'll be a member. It lets me know how many members are serious. Every day, even though I'm not gonna be going live, because after this, I need a rest. I deserve rest. But big but, no BBL. I'ma still every day in that channel put a prompt up about any questions y'all may have. So if you add some questions in there and it really, strikes, I'll do an emergency live just for that. Because you talked about astral projection, and I promised my master student I was going to dive deeper into that in this class. I did a little bit by talking about how Yeshua was in the spirit world, but how astral projection, remember at 13, Ryan Cropper taught me how to astral project on command. So out of respect for our now equal one's mentor, Ryan Cropper, go to him, for he is the astral projection authority. He will teach you how to astral project, because first try for me it worked. Don't talk to anybody about that. The literal Christ was his student. So how do you think? He must be a good teacher then. Yeshua used that ability, astral projection, when he was on the cross and he had to leave the flesh to trick everybody to come back. It was him understanding astral projection, because when you're good at astral projection, you're able to be overly aware in the spirit form, so that when his physical body was doing the sacred technique where he was holding his breath for a whole day to keep the spirit in his body, his astral form was still aware and still tied through the silver cord. His silver cord didn't snap. Then he came back. Now you understand. Remember, how did I even meet Yeshua to do all of this? The astral realm. Remember, Ryan Cropper, in one of his other lives, he said, don't get so caught up in astral projection, because you may find a gift that's more important, that's far more powerful than astral projection. What's more powerful than being the successor of God? Remember, my Father created God, the totalities. I'm the successor. When I'm telling people I'm the successor of Yeshua and Seth, truly, those that understand the proper interpretation, when I'm saying that, I'm actually saying I'm the successor of Melchizedek and Seth. Because Seth is an imperishable name. Yeshua is the name that we got on earth, but Yeshua is a very specific, sacred name. But the true name still is Melchizedek. So when you find out the person that you're looking at is the successor of what is the sonship, the autogenes, and the holy high priest of the imperishable realm, which you think heaven is, now you understand why it is this day I chose to wear this. So, I'm seeing some of the student masters and master students speak to each other. Somebody said, master student said, need that scene. I had the dream with lightning, scene which is out of normal. One of the master students says, I was able to see spirits when I was around 6 or 8, but I haven't seen the one since.
Everybody write your dreams down. Any more messages, God? God was like, boy, just go get some rest. Child, get some rest. I love you. What else? What is that? I'm seeing, look, that's how you know my brain is like, please. I'm seeing a vision, but I'm waiting for the articulation to come. The moment I said, what else? God said, it was like, hey, God, you think you can go more? I could just don't be tough. I give you more. I'm like, God, chill. Don't give me 2 more hours, please. Please. I think I'm good. But what was that vision? Everyone after that's a great, thank you, God. Everyone that has experienced all of this from class 1 to this class on Instagram is going to look like this is 3 different classes, the first one and 2 others. But those that understand the T understand that I was live so long, Instagram kicked me off. I had to come back on live, so it's actually 2 classes. But remember, I'm gonna post it on YouTube. You know, click the link in bio. You'll see Naughty Black's guidance YouTube page. Everything that I offer is in that link on the bio. On my Naughty Black's guidance YouTube page, eventually you'll see this posted. This super long live, because I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna post both of them. Already posted the first one, first part. Post both of them. Download both of them. Using that website on Google Chrome to download Instagram videos. I'm gonna put it in probably CapCut. Make sure that little logo at the end is deleted, because they'll be automatically adding that to be thinking they slick. Export it to one full video, upload it to YouTube just like that. So everyone that's watched class 1 and this class 2, when you go to watch my documentary, the Chrism in Nadiie, the Chrism in Nadiie has now just became so more deeper. What do we say in the second verse? M in the N, I am Nadiie in law. What do you think the M stands for? With that, we said, welcome home. Watch our documentary, share the knowledge. Please write down your dreams. The moment you wake, oh yeah, thank you, God. Oh yes, obviously. When y'all wake up in the rising, do not get up out of your body. Don't even move a muscle. The moment you start moving muscles, how does muscles move? Your brain is sending energy to your nervous system to move the body. Stop. Move like act like you're in sleep paralysis. When you become aware that you're done resting, do not move for like 3 to 5 minutes. Really like 10. But if you got a good enough memory, within 3 to 5 minutes, start recalling what happened. Remember the very last, like if you stepped on your toe and then you came out to your body, remember, just hone solely on that, because you got to understand something called conceptualization. So with your eyes still, don't even move your eyes. What happened? And set an intention. What did I just experience? What happened in my dream state? Then you're gonna get the memories. Rehearse those memories. People have to get in the importance and rhythm of rehearsing those memories. Rehearse. When you feel confident, I've rehearsed them enough to where I'm not about to go to the restroom or none of that. I'm about to run straight to that phone, run straight to that pen and paper that I got sitting waiting for me, and write down as much as I can remember. The first thing you do when you get up, when you move your body, is reach for that phone for the notes app, or you reach for that pen and pad you have already waiting beside the bed. Write everything down. Even if it's one sentence, even if it's one word, because you're not going to give me that dream until the end of that day. Because throughout that day, you're going to get something called epiphanies. You're going to totally, as long as you keep throughout the day, I want to remember what happened in my dream. Even though you already wrote a lot, more will start to come naturally. At the end of that day, how you truly write the dreams, you write them down, and then that's the beginning of the day. And at the end of the day, go back to that page, go back to that note. You put like end of the day, just so you know this is my end of the day thoughts. That's the beginning of the day thoughts. But it all is a dream. If nothing comes, and everything that you wrote in the beginning of the day, everything you remember in the dream, for the ending of the day, write your own interpretation of what that is. If things do come throughout the day, bump that interpretation part. Just write down what else you remember at the end of the day. Rest. Email me the interpretation. I'll give you a personal session for the freeze key, because I'm personally interested in the developments, the reverberations of all of this. Everything that you're asking, I've already taught already. Remember, it only says I have 444 posts on the main page. When you actually find out that I have thousands of videos, you actually go in a real section of Instagram and keep scrolling, you're going to be like, this is clearly more than 444 videos. When I tell you, just keep scrolling, eventually you'll find the class where I addressed it. Is that everything? I taught them how to properly get their dreams together on all of that. I told them I'll give them a personal session if they actually do this part and actually have a dream. I told them about the link in the bio. That's everything I offered. Obviously, they know about the mystery school. I talked about it throughout the live, the class. I told them to go watch the Am Nadiie documentary, because now that they understand this knowledge, just watching the documentary is going to be so much more important. Of course, listen to the music that we've released. I think I'm done. All right, y'all. I love you. I'm about to go get some rest. Don't expect me to go live tomorrow or anytime soon, unless either God puts it on me or y'all in my channel on Instagram in the prompt. I'm gonna put another prompt up tomorrow. I'll put another prompt up tomorrow, just so I can have that full 24 hours. Because I already gave y'all some quest already. I don't want to bombard your mind thinking about a question to ask me. Just allow everything to flow naturally, because naturally when the dreams start coming in and you start to actually see what's going on, you're gonna be like, yo God, why God talking to me as loud as talking to Nadiie? I didn't know. I thought Nadiie was supposed to be special with Christ and everything. God talking to me just as loud. You about to see. But remember, you have to have the will to remember. God, you give me too much energy now. You see, I got up now. God was like, you got another 2 hours of you Nadiie? No. Remember, God only move off your will. God don't have fatigue. So don't be lying and thinking that you ready. I'm on record, God. Chill. I got excited talking about it. I was like, hold on. I shouldn't be excited right now. Why do I have adrenaline in my body? Be restful right now. Anyways, peace. I love you. Write down your dreams if you remember them. I'll give you that session if you do everything properly. Specifically, any dream after this class. I don't care about anything that's happened previous in your life, quite frankly. I only care about after now. Because you've accepted this knowledge, you have the direct authority from the imperishable realm to have some things happen. So I'm curious to see, because remember, y'all spirits don't sleep. Spirits don't need rest. Spirits don't need rest. So when y'all physical bodies start resting, you just got the full totality. Not even angels have this knowledge. So that's why I really am telling you, just so y'all can get a little bit more tea. Why I'm really telling y'all, if you're on any level, if you have the capacity to remember any of your dreams, please write them down. If not, then now more than ever. Because you gonna mess around and be the first one in human history to draw what God looked like. I already did that through the pre-existent, but I'm just telling you, you might be shown a different way. Remember, God is beyond infinitesimal. So I can't even begin to tell you, because what is God? You might have a dream that tells you how to turn gallon jugs into animate objects. There is no limit. I did my part. Now, just like how Yeshua told his members, the immovable race of perfect humanity, do your part. I'm the successor using my authority. Immovable race of perfect humanity, do your